two guards who protected the entrance to the magnificent castle were two supreme fifth-order existences. The power of both of them was enough to wipe out people like Bai Zemin and all life on Earth with ease as long as they were given enough time. Both were heroes of their respective worlds, and before evolving into Fifth Order, joining a faction of higher existences, the two men were worshipped and revered by their race. However, when the two men saw the woman approaching with slow steps from the bottom of the path, connecting the mountaintop to the forest, it was as if they were two small mice who saw a big mountain cat. As they blushed and their hearts pounded, they both hurriedly lowered their heads and looked at the toe of their combat boots as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. The woman's black hair swayed gently and gracefully despite the great gusts of wind. The two bright stars acted like two small suns, illuminating her snow-white, flawless skin. As she passed by the two men guarding the gate to the castle, she completely ignored their existence, and even though she could feel the slightly altered breathing of the two males, she continued to move forward without worrying about them at all. After what seemed like an eternity, the two guards raised their heads and looked at each other at the same time. "Are really scary." One of them gulped and swore he could feel his heart thumping against the chest plate covering his upper body. As expected from the only woman capable of rivaling the Archangel Uriel belonging to the army of those white pigeons in terms of beauty, the other soldier could feel his crotch in its peak state as he said bitterly, "Just her scent, and a small glimpse was enough to turn me into a complete joke." "Not for nothing is she a succubus. Her aura of charm is something else," said the first soldier. Then, as if thinking about something, he said in a low voice, "Recently, things have gotten a little out of hand. It seems that a world controlled by those pigeons was destroyed, and the demonic energy makes them suspect that we were the cause. That's why His Majesty Lucifer summoned all the higher-ups. To even summon the bloody succubus, it has to be really bad," said the second soldier before silence reigned once more. The woman these two men were talking about was, of course, Lilith. The current Lilith looked completely different compared to when she hangs out next to Bai Zemin. The playful and kind smile that was always on her face naturally was nowhere to be seen. Her red eyes that usually flashed with amusement whenever she teased him at this moment were indifferent and cold like two sharp blades ready to claim lives. On the way to the castle's meeting hall, Lilith met many Fifth-Order existences patrolling the surroundings. She also encountered several Sixth-Order existences heading towards the same place as her. However, when these Sixth-Order existences who were on her same scale of power saw her, they immediately decided to deviate and walk down another hallway, evading her as if she was the most terrifying evil in the creation. Unlike that aura similar to that of a protective and charming elder sister that always surrounded her when she was together with Bai Zemin, the current Lilith's aura was not only extremely charming, but also exuded danger all around. No one dared to engage her in conversation despite her beauty. As she reached the end of the long hallway, a door approximately 50 meters high appeared before her. The door appeared to be made of normal wood, but in reality, the wood it had been forged from was capable of withstanding the attacks of Fourth-Order existences for some time before collapsing. When Lilith approached the door, it opened on its own as if it had intelligence within itself. Bang! The double door slammed against the walls, causing a rumble that for a moment seemed to make the entire castle tremble. There were already several people inside the huge hall, so when Lilith made her appearance, everyone's eyes automatically moved towards her. Some of them immediately looked away in fear, and others looked at her with unhidden lust. Lilith walked elegantly towards the large table in the center of the room. Her signature black dress hugged her curvy body tightly, giving her an extremely seductive appearance that provoked gasps from a large number of beings regardless of gender or race. She did not need to show even a tiny bit of cleavage to become the instant focus, stealing the spotlight from all the demon women present. Even though there were other succubi present with great charm and beauty, they could not compete against her. "Oh, Lilith, it's been about 2 years since we last saw each other." As Lilith sat down in her designated seat around the large circular table, where there were already approximately 50 beings before her, one of them was the first to greet her. He was a very handsome man. His beauty had reached the point where not the slightest imperfection could be seen on his face. Although he wore light silver armor, the muscles of his body made many of the women seated around the table, and women who did not have the qualifications to sit there, but were looking on standing up, feel hot all over. Only those who had the strength of at least a Sixth-Order existence had the right to sit around the big table. Those Fifth-Order existences could only stand in the hall as a sign of respect. Lilith looked at the man for a moment before ignoring his existence again and looking at her delicately manicured nails with indifference. As cold as ever, eh? The handsome man chuckled without caring at all about the cold shoulder he had just received. On the contrary, when his demonic golden eyes met Lilith's ruby-colored eyes, the man was moved beyond words. This man was an existence of the Seventh Order and one of the 10 beings who possessed such power within the demonic army. His nickname was Crow. As for his real name, Lilith did not know, nor did she care. The demonic army had the custom of calling its members by a nickname instead of the real name they had used when they were still lower existences. Only a few called the rest by their true names. Crow, you've been trying to woo the bloody succubus for a decade and you still haven't given up. At this point, you're starting to embarrass the hell out of me, said loudly a burly man with a giant sword on his back. Crow looked at the burly man and said with a graceful smile, Hellscar, long time no see. I heard you challenged Doom Roar of the Dragon God Kingdom. Why don't you tell us a bit about it? Hearing those words, everyone's eyes immediately moved towards Hellscar. Even Lilith slightly raised her head to look at him. Hellscar, one of the first generals of the demonic army and a powerful existence of Seventh Order. His physical strength was basically unsurpassed, and the number of lives his sword had claimed in a single night caused an entire continent to be dyed red. Doom Roar, another Seventh Order existence and one of the most powerful dragons under the command of the Dragon Monarch. The reason behind his name came from the fact that one of the Heavenly Moon Army's fortresses collapsed with one of his roars, burying everyone inside forever. Battles between Seventh Order existences were extremely rare, so it was no wonder that even the indifferent and cold Lilith was curious about it. Hellscar snorted, and his powerful voice made the atmosphere shiver as he said loudly, that coward Doom Roar should change his name to Bitch Cry. I was out of his world challenging him for a whole month, but he didn't even dare to show his tail. Bored, Lilith shook her head and looked down at her hands again while ignoring everyone else. Ha ha ha, Crow burst out laughing, causing some of the demon ladies to give him flirtatious looks that he ignored. Hellscar, I'm sure while you were freezing to death in outer space, Doom Roar was enjoying the warmth of his wives' bodies. Ha 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 ha. Crow, you bastard. Do you want to die? Hellscar was not a man of good temper to begin with, so when he heard Crow's taunt, he immediately clutched the hilt of his massive sword. Crow raised both hands and said without losing the smile on his face, I surrender, I surrender. I don't want to look like a savage in front of Lilith, unlike you. HMPH, Hellscar snorted loudly, and his eyes flashed strangely as he said, I heard that the bloody succubus has spent the last 2 years looking for a person, and that's why she was missing. Crow, probably while you were playing with your little worm, she was already enjoying the warmth that a real man can give instead of wasting her time listening to your bullshit. Pa-ha-ha. Crow's face changed as he heard this, and the smile on his face slowly faded away. Upon seeing this, a large grin appeared on Hellscar's face, which gave him an extremely frightening look due to the deep gashes on his face. Gashes that he himself refused to let regenerate, as he felt that these were his medals of honor after emerging victorious through defeating powerful opponents. There's no way such a thing is true, you battle-crazed bastard, Crow said viciously, and his golden eyes suddenly turned completely black along with the sclera, leaving nothing but deep darkness in his gaze. Hellscar laughed out loud as he felt Crow's aura pressing the atmosphere around him. The other Seventh Order existences also smiled, as if they were about to see something funny. When one lived for a long time, long enough to forget when they were born and forget who their parents were, life could become very boring, especially when one reached a level of power where there were practically no challenges waiting for them. The members of the demonic army were quite savage, and often even killed each other just out of boredom. Therefore, these Seventh Order existences were more than interested in seeing Crow and Hellscar fight. Unfortunately, the Sixth Order existences were not in good condition as they endured the insensible pressure released by Crow's aura. They all turned pale and only Lilith's expression remained impassive, being irrefutable proof of her power and thus gaining everyone's respect. Those Fifth Order existences directly knelt down on their knees, and some fainted while bleeding uncontrollably, unable to resist at all in the face of the pressure of someone so powerful. If it's true or not, why don't we ask her? Hellscar thundered and with a big smile looked at Lilith. Bloody succubus, why don't you tell us what you've been doing during these years? You've even skipped the annual meetings. Everyone's gaze focused on Lilith immediately. However, Not many managed to withstand her charm, and most simply stared at her in a daze, losing the ability to hear clearly. Lilith looked at Helskar and Crow with indifferent eyes. She didn't seem to care at all about the difference of one order between her power and theirs as she said coldly, "You too, who do you think you are? Helskar, I don't have to explain to you what I do with my life. As for you, Crow, you really should stop wasting your time. Don't you already have over 10,000 women? Stop being an annoying eyesore around me or I'll freeze you to death." Pehahaha. Helskar laughed out loud without caring at all about Lilith's harsh words. "I really miss being on a battlefield next to you, bloody succubus Lilith." However, Crow didn't seem satisfied and pressed. "Lilith, what were you doing?" Lilith stared at him for several seconds before a charming smile bloomed on her face. Backslash 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 backslash. Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 371, 6th Order Lilith V's. 7th Order Crow, Lucifer appears. Lilith's smile was truly beautiful. Her capacity of attraction and beauty was similar to that of a rainbow suddenly appearing in the midst of the clouds, surprising all sentient beings and attracting their eyes like a magnet. Many inside the great hall felt their breaths freeze for an instant and their senses blurred. At this time, if Lilith so wished, she could easily have claimed the lives of many of the higher existences present. In a battle between powerful existences, a split of a second was enough to send one's head flying through the air, and Lilith had the ability to enchant her enemies with her natural beauty and succubus aura. Crow felt his breathing become heavy, and as he stared at Lilith's black dress, hugging every inch of her skin, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Even Helskar, who usually cared for nothing but fighting against powerful enemies, couldn't help but gawk for a moment before looking away as he muttered something under his breath. "Crow, do you really want to know what I've been doing?" Lilith's voice was as sweet as sugar and as gentle as a spring breeze. Everyone present unconsciously relaxed when they heard her miraculous voice. Crow nodded as his eyes that had now returned to normal stared dazedly at the wonderful woman before him. From the moment that Lilith had joined the demonic army, he had been trying to woo her over and over again, but always failed. In fact, the number of words Lilith had directed at him this night together, added together, amounted more than all the words she had ever directed at him in the past. Crow did not give up, however. A woman of such quality who was not only incredibly beautiful, but also incredibly powerful, and whose arrogant pride seeped from deep within her soul. Only such a challenging woman was capable of igniting his primal desire. While Crow was weakly falling under Lilith's spell due to his excessive self-confidence, she gladly seized the opportunity that he himself granted her. Lilith did not attack or anything similar. On the contrary, she smiled charmingly and looked off into the distance as if she was remembering good times while saying in a dreamy voice, "Just as Helskar stated a moment ago, I was looking for a person, a man to be precise. At first, my search was just for fun, but as the days went by, I was very surprised at how charming this man was. Unlike the rest, he has the ability to look me in the face without losing control of his head and without his little brother going wild. This man unknowingly brought up a challenge that I couldn't refuse." These words snapped Crow out of his slight daze, and as he circled his own mana to resist the charm Lilith exuded with every word and with every gesture, his expression slowly grew uglier and uglier. Teased him in many ways. I jumped on top of his body, questioned his manhood, raised the most erotic scenarios leaving not much to the imagination, and many other stuff like that. However, that man turned out to be more magnificent and capable than I initially estimated, as he managed to resist against my temptation over and over again. Lilith sighed dreamily as she played with her deep jet hair while suppressing her charm and deactivating one of her active skills called speech proficiency. Murmurs spread around the room as everyone finally came to their senses. The males could not believe what they had just heard, and the curiosity of the females itched tremendously, especially the curiosity of those female existences that had focused on a path based on charm, illusions, and other beauty-based skills. These types of females, men were comparable to toys. They could have practically anyone they wanted whenever they wanted, and the appearance of a being capable of challenging them was a rarity. However, if there really was a man of the magnitude Lilith had just described, then many curious and bored women would probably want to try to test him. Even more so when this man even managed to resist the temptation of the most beautiful woman of the demon race. "Heh," Crew suddenly scoffed and shook his head as he calmly said, "Such a thing is not possible, Lilith. Both you and I know that." "Oh, but I really don't lie, little Crow." Lilith blinked her eyes innocently and then finished off. Even when I lay on his bed in revealing and wildly sexy lingerie, that guy bit his lip to keep from jumping on me. That man was brave enough to give me a strong slap on my backside that just remembering it makes me want to get back into his embrace immediately to feel his big hands and firm grip on me once again. Bang! Crow finally couldn't stay sane any longer, and unwilling to listen any longer, released his aura completely. The floor capable of withstanding the attacks of fifth-order beings cracked almost immediately, and the stone table began to creak as if it would crack at any moment. Those sixth-order existences that had just broken through the threshold not too many years ago were directly sent flying several hundred meters before impacting hard against the metallic rocky-looking walls of the castle. Oh, Crow finally lost it, haha. A woman with an incredibly seductive body chuckled softly and waved her hand as she created a barrier to protect the fifth-order existences and thus prevent some of them from dying. This woman was called Fire Sorrow by everyone. She wore a luxurious purple robe to match the color of her hair. Her lips were also colored deep purple, and her violet eyes undoubtedly made her an extremely beautiful belle that, in tandem with her explosive body, immediately turned her into a dangerous bombshell for males. However, no one dared to disrespect her, and those who dared were probably not alive to tell how it happened. This was because Fire Sorrow was one of the most powerful and talented mages in the history of the universe. Her power had reached the stage of the Seventh Order. Fire Sorrow was highly valued by the leader of the demonic army. This was because mages possessed unparalleled destructive power, and their importance in large-scale wars was several times higher than that of warriors, because with a single spell they were capable of wiping out entire troops. Enough of this nonsense, Lilith. You will be my woman, and I am the only man who will embrace you, Crow said through teeth clenched to the point where his jaw was clearly outlined. His soft eyes were gone, and only anger was left on the verge of exploding out of control, making the previously elegant man turn into a murderous devil in just a few blinks of an eye. Embrace me, you. I'm afraid that's for me to decide, and guess what? There's a man who's slowly earning that right. Did you hear? A man, not a little crow like you. Lilith said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Her ruby eyes glowed, and the aura of her body also burst outward stronger and stronger as she spoke word by word slowly. Unlike the black aura surrounding Crow's body, the aura surrounding Lilith's body was deep blue with small specks of white. Both auras converged at a midpoint, and lightning began to crackle, as if they were battling each other to see who would devour the other. Oh, battle of the soul, Hellscare laughed as he clapped his hands. It's been a while since I've seen one. Fire Sorrow and the rest of the Seventh Order existences frowned, as they saw that things were getting out of hand, as none of them expected Crow to overreact in such an exaggerated manner. Although Lilith was undoubtedly powerful, no one believed that she had the power to actually challenge Crow. Little did they expect her to actually have the courage to enter a battle of the soul against someone clearly stronger. As Lilith's aura and Crow's aura clashed and clashed relentlessly, small black lightning flashes with golden edges crackled in the middle as a warning of space on the verge of collapsing. The entire castle shook fiercely, and fragments of rocks began to slowly detach from the ceiling and walls. Even if the castle was built with the best possible building materials, two beings with the power of the Seventh Order colliding inside was not something this castle could withstand. If it was on the outside, maybe, but inside was a big no. Hey, if something happens to the castle, Hellscar swallowed heavily as he looked at Fire Sorrow. The beautiful, hot mage rolled her eyes as she said with obvious discomfort in her voice, "Why didn't you think about it before you opened your mouth, you damned ape?" Hellscare shut his mouth as, despite being somewhat hard-headed at least, he could understand his own faults. What happened next made many gasp. Something unthinkable, something no one thought possible. The deep blue aura with white flashes suddenly seemed to receive a great boost, and its pushing power grew enormously. The black aura battled, but gradually began to freeze, and its power began to give way. Crow's face changed greatly as he saw this, and disbelief shone in his desperate eyes. On the other hand, Lilith's face was as cold as frost as her ruby eyes filled with murderous intent stared at the person before her. Battles of the soul were extremely dangerous. These battles represented a battle between the soul of two existences, where the victor could snatch the soul power of the other. None of those present expected things to escalate to this point. None of them expected Crow to get so angry, but at the same time, none of them expected Lilith to not only back up her words with such ferocity, but also to have enough power to back her up. Unfortunately, no matter how much they wanted to stop this madness. A seventh-order existence was not capable of stopping a battle of the soul unleashed by beings within the same scale of power. Just as a small part of the black aura was frozen, and the ice joined the deep blue aura with white flashes to attack, an exasperated voice rang out. "All right, that's enough." Bang! An incredibly heavy aura fell from the sky, perfectly hitting the spot where Lilith's and Crow's auras collided. The explosion caused the stone table that was barely resisting to finally collapse and break into two pieces. Crow took 2 steps back while holding his chest with a slightly altered expression. Lilith also took 2 steps back. However, her indifferent expression did not change even when she received the following message in her retina. "You have absorbed part of the soul power of 7th Order, Crow, level 852. You receive strength plus 200, agility plus 120, stamina plus 45, health plus 95, magic plus 201, mana plus 280. Just absorbing a small and insignificant portion of Crow's soul power had caused Lilith's stats to grow to levels similar to what Bai Zemin would get if he defeated 2nd-order beings, while he was still a 1st-order being risking to suffer fatal injuries to kill the enemy. If he knew this, he would probably cry tears of blood. However, if he knew that the seemingly simple confrontation Lilith was going through was just as deadly as a physical battle, his thoughts would change in an instant. "You two, look what you have done. That table was built with starstone taken from inside a constellation, and its history goes back over 2,000 years, but it was destroyed just like this because of you." Everyone's eyes, including Lilith's and Crow's, followed the voice only to see a black portal appear in the center of the room. A handsome man beyond redemption stepped out of the portal, bringing with him a frighteningly chilling aura. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 372, Powerful Lucifer's Eccentric Personality. When they saw the man who appeared in the room after passing through the portal, everyone on the scene immediately bowed in respect. To make these proud higher existences who had overcome and broken the chains of mortality bow, the identity of this man who had just appeared definitely could not be simple by any means. Even those seventh-order existences inside the Great Hall were no exception. Lilith looked at the man who had just appeared and studied his appearance for a moment. Waist-length golden hair, his complexion was slender, his arms looked frail, his skin was as white as the clouds in the sky, and his eyes were of bright emerald green. This man's appearance was beautiful enough to be mistaken as a woman. This man was none other than Lucifer, the founder and leader of the demonic army, one of the most terrifying and powerful existences in the entire universe. The extent of his power was unknown, but it was unquestionable that normal seventh-order existences presented no challenge to him. All of you just sit down. Lucifer waved his hand, and just as he was about to order everyone to sit down just as he did at every meeting, his eyes fell for the second time on the table destroyed in two halves. Your Majesty, Crow raised his head and looked somewhat embarrassed. Crow, Lilith, how am I supposed to be rewarded for this? Lucifer said in a serious voice. However, his voice was so soft that it was hard to take him too seriously. This table was snatched from under the nose of that little god of heaven's army, and it was one of my war trophies. Crow looked at his space storage ring for treasure but soon stopped. What thing could he have that someone of Lucifer's caliber didn't? Probably nothing. Just then Lilith raised her head and said with a faint smile, Your Majesty Lucifer, how about I get you some new pajamas? The people inside the room looked at Lilith with weird expressions. However, they then looked at Lucifer's current attire, and for a moment they didn't know what to think about it. New pajamas. Lucifer's eyes lit up when he heard this. The current one he was wearing was a cloth shirt with sleeves so long that you could barely see his fingers. In addition, he was also wearing a pair of sleep pants made of cloth, and even wore a pair of black fluffy slippers on his feet. What are these pajamas you speak of made of? Lucifer asked curiously as he stared at Lilith, as if he feared she would disappear in the next instant. Seeing the clear interest of one of the most powerful existences since the moment the universe was born for some clothes to sleep in, the higher existences inside the big hall blushed as they recalled embarrassing events of the past. On one occasion, when the major factions of higher existences gathered together due to certain circumstances, Lucifer appeared wearing the exact same pajamas he was wearing at the moment. Although no one laughed, it was obvious that they were holding back the urge to burst out laughing. This event became something that none of the members of the demonic army wanted to remember. However, that event served to prove to everyone how much Lucifer loved comfortable clothes. Lilith smiled slightly and said nothing. Instead, she gently caressed the ring on her ring finger, and with a quick flash, a change of clothes floated before her. "You can feel its texture personally," she said as made the clothes float towards Lucifer gently. There was an unadorned white t-shirt, a pair of gray-colored baggy pants. There were even a pair of white-colored bunny-eared slippers to match the shirt. Lucifer took the clothes in his hands and began to feel the texture. The sparkle in his eyes became more prominent as he felt the softness of the shirt and pants. "I want you to give me 5. No, 10. 10 of these and I'll forgive you for breaking my table," Lucifer said in what he thought was a deep voice as he looked at Lilith, casually putting the pajamas away in his own space storage. They all looked at each other in silence, not knowing what to say about it. Even the corner of the beautiful Fire Sorrow's mouth twitched a couple of times as she looked at Lucifer, before sighing quietly and secretly shaking her head. The look in her eyes said that somehow she already expected something like this to happen. Lilith chuckled and casually pulled out several sets of pajamas and even other types of clothing. She sent them all flying gently towards Lucifer as she calmly said, "Your Majesty, you can have all of these as compensation." Lucifer's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly began to inspect the clothes one by one. Although he had several personal tailors with great talent in clothes made of great materials, Lucifer really liked to have clothes of all kinds made of different materials. This particular clothing was the first time he had seen it. Versace, Nike, Adidas, Umbro. Lucifer muttered several words that no one understood. Lilith barely held back the urge to laugh at the thought of the kind of expression Bai Zemin might make if he saw the fearful and terrifying demon. Humanity often spoke of acting at this moment as if he were a child who discovered a new toy. All those clothes had been taken by Lilith while visiting different stores on Earth when she was bored. There were multiple marks and various types in her space storage ring. However, most of them were sexy clothes for herself. So far, only Bai Zemin had seen Lilith wearing such clothes. Realizing her thoughts, Lilith blinked in surprise and a complicated light shined in her ruby-colored pupils. Each time and without her noticing, her thoughts inadvertently moved to Bai Zemin. This made her not know what to do about it. With this, your debt is settled, Lilith." Lucifer put everything away in his spatial storage, and his gaze towards Lilith softened a bit. It was as if he was looking at a good friend instead of a subordinate. "Thank you for your kindness," Lilith bowed slightly and said calmly. Lucifer's personality was one of the reasons why Lilith decided to join the demonic army rather than any other higher existence faction. Since he was someone quite carefree, she wouldn't have so many strings attached, and that was precisely what she needed. Lucifer nodded and then looked at Crow, causing Crow to shudder slightly. "What about you? Do you have any good clothes for me?" Lucifer said in a lazy voice. Hearing this, everyone felt like spitting out 10 liters of blood and dying right there. Even the corner of Crow's mouth trembled a couple of times. However, when he looked inside his spatial storage item, his face turned black. He did indeed have clothes in there, but the problem was that those clothes were all incredibly valuable treasures. "HMPH," Lucifer snorted, causing the temperature to plummet. "Crow, Lilith already settled her debt, but there is still half a broken table left to pay for, and since you are also guilty, naturally you must compensate me." "True, true." Helskar nodded heavily and said loudly, "Crow, since you entered His Majesty's house and destroyed his furniture, it's only natural that you pay for it." Crow almost spat out old blood when he heard Helskar. With no choice, Crow gritted his teeth and pulled several pieces of clothing out of thin air. There were pants, there were t-shirts, there were coveralls, there were boots, shoes, etc. But the most incredible thing of all was that each piece was at least a rank 5 item. The defense of these pieces of clothing was high enough to save someone's life countless times before the durability of the item dropped to 0. Lucifer waved his hand, and a wave of mana sent the clothes flying in his direction. Under Crow's red eyes, Lucifer inspected each item of clothing one by one before nodding indifferently as he said, "Even though they're not as good as Lilith's, I'll let it go for today." Then he simply put everything away as if nothing had happened. Crow felt his heart almost explode as he watched everything disappear before his very eyes. Even if he had several subordinate tailors, finding natural treasures of rank 5 and above was not easy at all. Lilith's expression was indifferent, and regardless of the thoughts of others, she didn't seem to care at all. It was as if the demonic army was one group and she was another group apart from them. "Then, let's begin the meeting," Lucifer said calmly as he waved his seemingly boneless hand in front of him. Swoosh! A giant round table appeared floating a few inches above the floor, and then, with a loud bang, it fell heavily. This. Fire Sorrow's eyes widened as she looked on as the broken table disappeared, and an identical but completely undamaged one replaced it in an instant. Lucifer sat comfortably in the chair that appeared to be a throne with black wings on the back, and seeing everyone still standing looking at the table said in confusion, "What's happening, everyone? Sit down quickly." Crow blinked coming out of his surprise, and as everyone sat down he stammered, "This, Your Majesty Lucifer, about the table." "Oh, this table." Lucifer leaned his head on the table and said lazily, "This table was also found in that constellation over 2,000 years ago. I have like 20 of those with me." "He has like 20 of those tables." Fire Sorrow forced a smile and shook her head. Crow felt the world before him spin, and his blood pressure rose several folds in an instant. He was on the verge of fainting. He was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that the man before him was someone he respected and held in high esteem, besides the fact that he couldn't beat him, Crow felt that he would have definitely torn him into a million pieces. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Crow finally managed to get his mood back to normal, but with some difficulty. After all, he was an existence that had lived for several millennia. "Before Your Majesty begins, I would like to apologize to everyone for my indecorous act," Crow said in a soft voice, returning to being his elegant former self. Then he looked at Lilith and said in an apologetic voice, "Lilith, I'm so sorry about earlier. I lost it for a moment because of my feelings for you." Lilith didn't even look at him. In fact, she didn't look at anyone. She looked like an extremely proud and arrogant swan with her neck up in the sky. Crow shrugged and didn't pursue the matter any further. He still firmly believed that what Lilith said earlier was a lie, not believing at all that among the higher existences there existed a man as impressive as the one she described that Crow himself did not know. Of course, Crow would never have thought that far from being a higher existence. The man of which Lilith talked about was just a young man in his early 20s, in the process of completing his mission of breakthrough to the Second Order. Such a thought never crossed his mind. "Since the previous charade is over, let's get this started so I can go to sleep once and for all," Lucifer said in a sleepy voice. The eyes of the various existences of 5th, 6th, and 7th Order flashed weirdly. Apparently, the leader of the demonic army was not too surprised by the fact that Lilith had just defeated Crow, who was more than a few levels above her and even a whole stage above her, in a battle of the soul. Backslash 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 backslash. Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 373, The Suspicions Fall on Lilith. "So let's begin with this crap," Lucifer said as he yawned with tears in his eyes. "Your Majesty, vocabulary," Fire Sorrow said in a stern voice while in her heart she smiled bitterly. True," Lucifer nodded and leaned back, letting himself fall onto the back of the throne-like chair. "Well, then let's begin with this meeting." Everyone straightened their backs when they heard this. It was extremely rare for Lucifer to summon all the major powers of the demonic army in one place. The only time something like this happened was when they were all supposed to come to this castle to report the progress of the different higher worlds that each of them guarded. However, such a meeting had already been held 4 months ago, so it would be another 8 months before they should meet again. Just taking into account the aforementioned was enough for everyone to know that the matter this time was serious, and while several of them had their own guesses about the main topic of this meeting, none of them spoke up and waited for the leader to continue. Well, I guess most of you already know what I'm going to say," Lucifer said, trying to sound serious, something he failed to do due to the lazy look in his eyes. "That old codger, I mean the god of heaven. He's been a bit noisy recently, interrupting my sleep sessions repeatedly. It seems that the world Petra was destroyed not long ago and some pigeons, that's not right. Some angels were sacrificed along with the world itself." The existences inside the hall, regardless of whether they had the qualifications to sit around the large round table or not, managed to ignore some parts of Lucifer's dialogue as they were used to his manner and carefree personality. They all immediately understood the matter in question, and several nodded with looks that suggested saying, "As expected." "What the hell have we got to do with all this nitty-gritty?" Helskar said noisily, with a confused expression on his face. "If instead of wasting your time trying to challenge Doom Roar you had done your duty, You would probably already be aware of this information that has by now traveled among the 8 major factions. Hellscar. An elegant lady wearing heavy plate armor and with 2 swords sheathed around her waist interrupted. This lady stood approximately 6 feet tall, making her considerably tall among females whose appearance was human. Her hair was black, short in a bob style, and there was an aura of power between her eyebrows. Her beauty was different from the typical beauties, and was more of a brave type beauty which in conjunction with her hardened expression made her appear extremely tenacious. "Valiant, do you think I have time to waste with these sort of stuff?" Hellscar asked as he looked wide-eyed at the lady who had just interjected. "It's clear anyway that those scared pigeons are just lying." "No, they're not lying," replied Valiant, whose power was that of a 7th-order existence and the 4th most powerful in the demonic army, leaving aside Lucifer. "How do you know?" Hellscar shouted, and was about to pound the table with his big fists, but remembering the scene from before he stopped in mid-swing. "You're noisy, Hellscar." Valiant ignored Hellscar's shout casually, and Lucifer muttered under his breath as his eyes threatened to close at any moment. "Why do you always have to shout?" The leader of the demonic army muttered before saying in the middle of a yawn, "Fire Sorrow, you do it." "Okay," Fire Sorrow nodded, and then pulled out a strange device from somewhere. The device was strange looking. It looked like a small, round-shaped smart floor cleaner. Fire Sorrow set it down in the middle of the table, and then injected some of her mana while mumbling some words in a language that obviously didn't belong to Earth. Flash. A faint flash of light shone from the top of the strange circular device, and a moment later that small flash grew until it became a sphere. The sphere continued to grow in length and width before finally stopping when it reached about 50 meters of diameter. Soon, a strange but at the same time familiar 3D image appeared inside the sphere of light. The scene shown was undoubtedly the universe. Distant stars could be seen shining in the distance, and there was even a large planet whose colossal size took up most of the image. None of them knew what part of the universe was it, however. They all gasped as their eyes came into better focus. The colossal-sized planet did not move. It did not rotate on its own orbit like all planets. Worse yet, the planet seemed to be sealed by a thick layer of purplish-black ice similar to obsidian rocks. Even more striking, a powerful dark energy was seeping from deep within the ice layers, so anyone looking at it for the first time would immediately think about the demonic army. Firmament fragment. Hellscar's eyes widened, and he unconsciously shouted those 2 words as he abruptly stood up. Everyone fell silent as they stared at the image displayed by the strange device. However, even though they said nothing, the look in their eyes made it clear that they all agreed with Hellscar's words. While rubbing his head because of Hellscar's shout, Lucifer said in a low, soft voice like that of a child, "Well, it can only be a firmament fragment, and it must be a pretty powerful one at that. After all, there shouldn't be anyone with the power to seal a higher world just like that." Judging by what was visible to the naked eye, the world Petra was finished in an instant. Fire Sorrow gently bit one of her long purple-painted fingernails and muttered, "Even the will of the world and all higher existences were slaughtered in a heartbeat." Even if it was Lucifer himself, he probably did not possess the ability to do such a thing, at least not using only his natural power. This was because, while he was capable of destroying the world Petra, doing so with a single attack was inconceivable and insane. If higher worlds were so easy to destroy, the universe would have lost all of its worlds years ago, during the countless wars waged by each faction, in order to obtain more resources and natural treasures. Bloody Succubus Lilith. Valiant suddenly looked at Lilith and broke the silence that had formed after Fire Sorrow finished her words. Lilith raised her head and said casually, "Do you need something, Valiant?" Valiant was not intimidated by the icy stare that Lilith's ruby eyes were sending at her. Her expression remained unperturbed as she said in a tone of voice that was neither high nor low, "If I'm not mistaken, aside from those unusual attacks with your sword, you also control the ice element practically to perfection, don't you?" Everyone's gaze fell on Lilith upon hearing these words, and remembering the battlefield 5 years ago, they unconsciously nodded in agreement with Valiant. Half a decade ago, a great battle was fought between the 8 factions of higher existences for the sake of taking control of a new world that had just entered the 5th stage of evolution, successfully becoming a higher world. This had been a very important battle, as the higher worlds could go for centuries and even several millennia without the appearance of one. Since it was impossible to reach an agreement, and everyone wanted the treasures that the new world had to offer, the war was inevitable as always when it came to natural resources. That was the first war in which Lilith took part, as she had only been a member of the demonic army for 10 years. It was also in that battle that she earned the title of Bloody Succubus, which made countless beings tremble with fear when they heard it, and the survivors of that fierce and deadly war never wished to meet her again. Ironically, and despite the fact that she received the title of Bloody Succubus, most of the enemies that fell before Lilith did not drop even a drop of blood, as they were either completely frozen in ice statues or received mortal wounds that were sealed as soon as they appeared. At Valiant's question, Lilith's indifferent expression did not change at all and replied coldly, "So what with that?" This was only the 11th time they had all met Lilith, except for a few chance encounters as they roamed the universe. None of those present knew her too well, and she couldn't be said to be particularly close to anyone either. Valiant, on the other hand, was a veteran general in the demonic army, a dignified and mighty Seventh Order existence who had been with Lucifer almost from the moment the faction was established. The difference in status between the two women was huge, and if it was in the past, Lilith's arrogant words might have made some people angry. After all, it was a tactful rule that the new ones had to respect the old ones. This was so in the factions, and it was also so in the Earth jobs. It was just that the current Lilith possessed the qualifications to talk to Valiant as an equal. Although it was brief and lasted only a few moments, the battle of the soul between Lilith and Crow was more than enough for everyone to understand that not only was her charm and beauty impressive, but her soul power was of extremely high quality. Although they still weren't sure if she could really overcome a Seventh Order existence in combat with her Sixth Order power, it was undeniable that Lilith was a genius among geniuses and elite among elites. Since no one wanted to be on bad terms with someone like this, no one gave Lilith a bad face. Moreover, there were also a vast number of men present who were secretly in love or fascinated with Lilith. Valiant didn't seem to mind Lilith's tone either. Her expression and glance didn't change at all when she said in the same flat and neutral tone of voice as before, "No, it's not much. I was just wondering if you could show off your skill one more time for all of us to see. It's been roughly 5 or 6 years since the last time." Despite Valiant's words, everyone understood that she was suspicious of Lilith to some degree, and that was why she made such a request. However, some people looked at Valiant with weird eyes. "Are you suggesting that I am more powerful than His Majesty Lucifer?" A faint smile bloomed on Lilith's lips, and without waiting for a reply she said easily, "Well, I guess it doesn't matter anyway." Then, under the watchful eyes of all present, Lilith circulated her mana, and with a simple thought, a rune in her soul flashed brightly. The frost spread at the speed of light with her at its center, and before most could react, the entire hall had been frozen. The elegant floor had been sealed in deep black ice. The ceiling, the walls, the plants, decorations, the table, and even the chairs on which everyone were sitting, everything became ice statues without losing their shape. Excellent control over mana. Fire Sorrow couldn't help but praise, and a glint of appreciation shone in her eyes as she looked at Lilith. Lucifer lazily opened his previously closed eyes and murmured, "Just saying, but if the plants died, you'll have to give me more clothes." The corner of everyone's mouth twitched a couple of times when they heard their leader's clear murmur, but no one said anything about it. "Is that enough for you?" Lilith asked casually as she looked at Valiant. Wonderful magic," Valiant praised honestly. While Lilith's dark energy was there, the power behind her ice-like magic was completely different from the divine power exuded by the ice that had wiped out the world Petra and its inhabitants. Moreover, while the color was similar, that was all. Similar but not the same. The color of magic could not be altered, so at the very least it was clear that Lilith had not done it herself, and Valiant's doubts flew out the window. "Valiant, isn't it clear that a firmament fragment was used? Even His Majesty has said so," Hellscar bellowed aloud. "Why are you gunning against the bloody succubus? Are you jealous of her beauty? Chill, I prefer women like you." Valiant didn't even look at him, and her expression didn't change at all. With a single thought from her, the black ice that sealed the entire room quickly receded, and in a few blinks of the eye everything had returned to normal. The warm temperature, the decorations, the plants, the table, the chair, everything was perfect as if nothing had happened. Seeing that not even a leaf of the plants inside the room was falling or damaged, a glint of disappointment flashed through Lucifer's eyes as he said quietly, "What a pity." Backslash 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 backslash. Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 374, Smart Lucifer, Joker Consequences. All right, you guys don't need to doubt the bloody succubus so much. Lucifer straightened himself in his seat with some difficulty and gently waved his hand as he said lazily, "Just as it could have been her, it could also have been anyone inside or outside this room." "Has your Majesty figured anything out yet?" Fire Sorrow seemed to notice something as she asked with a slight frown. Something like that." Lucifer nodded softly and said quietly, "In a galaxy distant from this point, there is a constellation that is not visible from every point in the universe, unlike the vast majority. That constellation was named Ice Goddess because of how especially low the temperature is in that area of space. You can even see the frozen stardust. The gist of the matter here is that a few years ago that constellation was brimming with power, which suggested that the firmament fragment with the will of that existence was still there. However, not long ago, the constellation's power began to slowly decay. In other words, your Majesty suggests that the culprit of the events that happened on the world Petra must have used the power left behind by the will of that existence?" Crow inquired with a frown. "If that's the case, then it's basically impossible to find out who the culprit was." Fire Sorrow sighed and gently rubbed her temples as she said, "If the will left behind by that ice goddess or ice god possesses dark energy, then even the angels themselves could be the culprits of this." While it made no sense for the angels to destroy one of their worlds from which they obtained vast amounts of natural treasures every year, let alone slaughter their own just like that, what Fire Sorrow wanted to convey with her words was that literally anyone could be the culprit. Lucifer nodded and then said with his eyes closed, "So, no need to overthink it. This bullsh. That's not right. This meeting is simply for the purpose of calming the white-feathered ones down a bit. They themselves also know that our demonic army might not be the culprit and probably someone is trying to incriminate us." Bang! Hellscar finally couldn't help but hit the table hard. Fortunately, he restrained himself, and this table had been forged using a treasure called Starstone, which made it extremely sturdy, or else it would have collapsed immediately. "Damn," he shouted out loud and the walls of the room shook. "Those fucking feathered bastards are really asking for it. Do they think we're scared of them and that they can intimidate us or what?" Lucifer had already covered his ears the first moment he finished speaking as if he knew what was coming next. He looked with tired eyes at Hellscar, and there were even slight dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for several nights. "It's the opposite, you stupid ape." Fire Sorrow sighed and said in a complicated voice, "It's because we're stronger than them that they try to give us some trouble, and that's also why none of the other factions said anything despite the circumstances." Hellscar's face changed when he heard Fire Sorrow's words, and instead of feeling proud at the fact that the current demonic army was more powerful than the Heaven's army, he looked more gloomy than before. In fact, everyone seemed to have awakened from a dream, and the look of the vast majority changed. Some for the worse, others simply sighed as they looked down at their own hands. "Well, however it goes." Lucifer stood up and stretched his body, making his bones crack softly. "This meeting ends here. All of you scram wherever you came from. Remember, we will meet again in a few months." As everyone stood silently without saying a word, Lucifer seemed to think of something and said out of nowhere, "Bloody Succubus, you stay in the castle. Fire Sorrow can probably give you a tip or two on a variety of stuff." Lilith frowned slightly for a second, but the next instant she was back to normal. While she was an amazing talent, she was still relatively young, and there were many things she still didn't know and many more in which she was inexperienced. Having an extremely powerful and experienced mage like Fire Sorrow, whose age was at least a dozen millennia old, would definitely be good for her growth. At the same time, Lilith could also take the opportunity to get more information about the universe to help that man who was currently far away on the small blue planet called Earth, struggling hard to grow up quickly. "Understood. Thanks in advance." Lilith nodded and bowed to Fire Sorrow before leaving the room as she thought about what Bai Zemin might be doing and if he was missing her or not. Inside the hall, only Lucifer and Fire Sorrow stayed. Neither of them said anything, and after a few minutes, Lucifer walked towards the huge window more than 20 meters high that overlooked the back of the castle. From there, he could see how Lilith was heading to the training ground that had been built with materials strong enough to withstand the attacks of the Seventh Order's existences for a certain period of time. These types of materials were rarities among rarities, since as long as they were given time, they could regenerate on their own. "Your Majesty," Fire Sorrow inquired, puzzled as she looked at the back of the lazy leader of the demonic army. Lucifer looked thoughtful as he stared at Lilith's seductive back and her shapely hips that swayed tantalizingly with every step she took. His eyes held not the slightest lust, and his mind held not the slightest impure thought as he muttered under his breath, "Fire Sorrow, how long has it been since the bloody succubus joined our faction?" Fire Sorrow didn't understand the reason behind Lucifer's question, but answered anyway. "If this subordinate doesn't misremember, Lilith joined our demonic army a little less than a decade ago." No. Lucifer's head tilted to one side as if he was too sleepy and without energy to stand up straight. However, Fire Sorrow knew him well enough to know that while Lucifer appeared to be a lazy fool, anyone who underestimated him would not live to tell the tale. Approximately 10 years, Space Rift, the weakening of the Ice Goddess constellation, the destruction of the world Petra. Hundreds of thoughts flashed simultaneously in Lucifer's head as he watched Lilith disappear beyond his line of sight. How could someone who reached his position, the position of a total supreme of the universe, be anyone normal? Lucifer was not only powerful, his intelligence was nothing to scoff at. "Fire Sorrow, I want you to search around the world Petra," said the leader of the demonic army suddenly. "Excuse me," Fire Sorrow looked at him blankly. "If I'm not mistaken, there must be about 2 or 3 galaxies beyond the galaxy the world Petra is in, and the soul record had not yet reached that area," Lucifer said in a lazy voice. "Find out if the beings in those areas began to evolve or not." Okay. Fire Sorrow looked puzzled but in the end nodded anyway. A leader's command was absolute command, and Fire Sorrow really respected the man in front of her a lot. Therefore, even though she didn't quite understand what was going on, she decided to carry out the task. "About Lilith. Teach the bloody succubus everything you know," Lucifer said calmly. "The more the better, don't hold back. With the bloody succubus talent, she will be able to become more powerful in a short time. After you finish training her, you can start with the task I just gave you." "That's fine with me. However, there is something I don't understand, Your Majesty. I hope you can help me clarify my doubts." Fire Sorrow hesitated for a moment before making such a request. "Tell me," Lucifer replied with laziness in his voice. "You suspect Lilith." "More than suspicious. I'd say I'm 90% confident that the destruction of the world Petra was caused by the bloody succubus," Lucifer said casually, his voice unaltered. Fire Sorrow's expression changed slightly as she heard this. After a moment of silence, she asked quietly, "Since Your Majesty is so sure, then why? You want to know the reason why I don't lock up the bloody succubus and force her to talk or something similar?" Lucifer finished what she wanted to say. "Yeah, well," Fire Sorrow nodded with a slight frown. Lucifer didn't answer right away and instead looked up at the sky. His bright emerald eyes focused on the 2 nearest stars that glowed red and orange like 2 suns. He seemed to be remembering or thinking of something far away. "To be honest, it will be a pain in the ass to do anything against the bloody succubus. I'm afraid she might let the devil slip out." He said words that left Fire Sorrow even more confused than she already was. Release the devil. From what Fire Sorrow understood, Lucifer was the devil himself. Lucifer didn't give too much explanation either and instead said again in a sleepy voice, "Go, Fire Sorrow. Also, if you find a race of humans on any of those worlds that started evolving recently, I want you to see if you find anything strange on any of them." "I'm afraid that might take me some time," Fire Sorrow said with some mental exhaustion. Even if it was her, she could not cover such vast distances in such a short time, and carefully studying the races would take even longer. Even weeks or months would not necessarily be enough time for her. "You just need to do it. If you find any anomalies, just inform me. You don't need to intervene or anything similar," Lucifer concluded before falling silent. Seeing him waving his hand as if dismissing her, Fire Sorrow bowed and walked away without another word. Lucifer remained silent in the same spot as his eyes flashed uncannily. Then, he took a step and stepped through a black portal, appearing in the middle of outer space. As he gazed into the emptiness before him, his lazy appearance disappeared for an instant. It only lasted a moment, but those eyes filled with sleepiness turned deadly serious and sharp as a mortal sword as he gazed into nothingness. Just like a joker, it can bring salvation or destruction. However, when the joker appears, the game is destined to end faster than planned. He muttered under his breath before his mouth fell open wide as a yawn escaped from what seemed to be his very soul. With tears of exhaustion in his eyes, he said quietly, "Well, whatever it may be, I plan to see it all through to the end. Lilith, that's an interesting name. Who cares? It's not like this has anything to do with me, and as long as things get a little more fun, it will be enough. Ah shit, so sleepy." Soon, all was silent, and the place where one of the most powerful beings in history stood not so long ago was now empty once again. As she waited for Fire Sorrow to arrive in the training room, Lilith had no idea that Lucifer had practically seen right through her. While she was very smart, cunning, and her plans perfect, Lucifer was a monster who, despite his youthful appearance, had already lived hundreds of thousands of years. To him, she was literally a baby, and from the moment she joined the demonic army, something she had wanted to hide was seen by the leader of the faction. Fortunately, Lilith was right about one thing. Lucifer was not an overly controlling person. As long as he knew what was going on, he would be more than happy to watch everything from the side with his eyes narrowed due to his seemingly endless sleepiness. If it were any other faction leader of higher existences, she probably would have run into a lot of trouble as they all always wanted stability and to have everything that happened under their control. ///// Planet Earth, China. I finally have some free time. Bai Zemin scrubbed his hands impatiently as he pulled out various items he had stored away. Soon his king-sized bed was filled with different shiny objects, scrolls, papers, stones, etc. Because of everything that had happened during the last few days, only now he had time to take a good look at his spoils of war after defeating the goblins. Although he already had a rough idea of what was to come, he had only just taken a quick glance at the items he had collected. Besides, looking at them inside the vehicle wasn't comfortable at all, so he didn't do it on the way back to the beginning village as well. Bai Zemin decided to do so now before finally capturing Baekwin Camp once and for all. From now on, he would have to pick up the pace if he wanted to finish his breakthrough quest to Blood Mystic within the time limit. //////////////// Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 375, Magic Blast and Ending Sorrow. The first thing Bai Zemin did was to separate the treasures he had obtained for their type. The skill scrolls went to one side, the sheepskin scrolls went to another side, the soul stones to a different one from the previous two. Next, Bai Zemin separated the treasure orbs depending on their color. He had received treasure orbs of red, orange, yellow, and finally green, 4 different colors. Although most of them were red, his mood did not waver at all. It took him about 5 minutes to do all this. However, he was not finished yet because, after separating them by the type of treasure they were, Bai Zemin also had to separate them by their quality just as he had done with the orbs. Starting with the soul stones, Bai Zemin separated them depending on whether they were unclassified, first order, or second order. Following the soul stones, he began to work with the skill scrolls. The total time it took him to do everything was roughly about 10 minutes. As he looked at the different mountains on his bed, he nodded in satisfaction. While it seemed like what he was doing didn't have any meaning, in reality, that wasn't the case. By separating the spoils of war by the quality, he wouldn't have to go through the description and statistics of each treasure one by one too carefully, and could focus mainly on what he knew would be of use to him. After all, for the current Bai Zemin, a normal grade treasure was no longer of much use. As if to prove this point, he took one of the red-colored orbs and gently clenched it. A pair of gloves appeared in front of him, and as he took them in his hands he whispered softly, "Combat gloves plus 8 strength. Can turn a normal punch into a killing punch." That was all. Even the description of the item was bland and indeed exaggerated. Bai Zemin shook his head and put down the normal grade gloves next to the red-colored orbs. Ignoring that pile of orbs, he focused on the much smaller amount of orange orbs, rare grade treasure orbs. The number of rare grade treasures was around 60. Compared to the approximately 180 normal grade treasures, the difference was remarkable. However, 60 rare grade treasures was a huge sum from the current Bai Zemin's point of view. If I had all these treasures at the beginning of the apocalypse, so many things would have been so much easier. He didn't know whether to feel good about himself or whether he should feel bad as he muttered such words. Clearing his mind of such meaningless thoughts, he began to break the orange treasure orbs one by one. Approximately a minute or two later, in front of Bai Zemin were 58 rare grade treasures. There were Chunyuan swords, there were triple bolt crossbows, there were compound bows, there were full coats, combat dresses, earth bracelet, blazing ring, etc. All of them granted around 20 and 30 stat points each, being the combat dresses and the full coats the ones that granted more stat points in total, but only 5 points to each one. The other treasures such as Chunyuan swords and the like awarded points to a single stat or maybe 2, but the quantity awarded was higher in comparison. What caught Bai Zemin's attention a bit was that he did not find items similar to his spiritual earring. Although it was also a rare grade treasure, it definitely had to be a rarity among its kind, since even after breaking open more than 50 orbs, not even one appeared. All these treasures will be used to raise a new troop of soul evolvers. Bai Zemin decided the fate of all these normal and rare grade treasures right then and there. Unlike a nonsense monster like Bai Zemin, 99.9% of soul evolvers in his faction were just normal soldiers, of which 99% of them gained 2 stat points every time they leveled up, and that was all since they defeated only enemies of equal or lower level than them. What did this mean? Simple. They all had normal, average stats, with nothing to highlight. Simply put, treasures that increased +5 stat points were incredibly valuable to them, as it was no different than getting a boost of several levels on a hit. The only reason why Bai Zemin preferred to use forging equipment was because the defense granted by armor and the physical or magical attack power of weapons was far more useful to him than receiving 20 strength points or any other stat. After all, enemies of his level could not threaten him at all, and only those peak second-order existences could, just maybe, represent some threat to him. As for rare treasures, these were, as the name implies, rarities. These types of treasures should not appear in large quantities. It was just that, thanks to Bai Zemin being an anomaly, as Shangyuan Bingzu constantly referred to him, as well as Lilith, his faction and his subordinates could enjoy benefits that they normally could not. Bai Zemin estimated that the power of his troops would increase by no less than 200% when all these treasures were handed over. After finishing with the orange orbs, Bai Zemin moved on to the bright yellow orbs. 5 magic-grade treasures, he murmured with enthusiasm in his voice. Magic-grade treasures were of great help even to him. Although there were few opportunities so far where he had required their use, this was only because not many enemies that required the activation of such treasures had appeared. Bai Zemin estimated that perhaps only total peak second-order or possibly third-order existences could force him to have to make use of some external power in order to win. With 5 flashes of yellow light, 5 new objects appeared before his hopeful eyes. First, Bai Zemin picked up a jet-black earring that caught his attention. The reason why this small object caught his attention more than the rest was because it somehow looked ominous and domineering. Then he looked at the information in the object. Mystic Earring, Magical Treasure Grade. When equipped, automatically increases the user's magic by +50 points. One time every 2 days you can use the attached skill Magic Blast. Magic Blast drains 95% of the mana remaining in the user's possession at the moment of activating Magic Blast and increases the magic stat by a % equivalent to the absorbed mana. The magic attack power of your next attack increases in relation to the absorbed mana, and the increase of the magic stat, where 200 points equal x1 the previous power, and its maximum is x5. Bai Zemin's hand trembled slightly as he read the information from the small black earring and almost let it fall to the ground. Really powerful, powerful and dangerous, Bai Zemin exclaimed to himself. Mystic Earring was an object that could literally be called a double-edged sword. It was an item that possessed a skill that, after being activated, would immediately drain the user's mana reserves almost completely, thus leaving the user not only with a severe headache and feeling nauseous due to the sudden consumption, but would also cause the user to have just enough mana to activate 1 or maybe 2 other skills, even none at all depending on how much mana the earring user's mana reserve had. Imagine losing your ability to activate or sustain any skill in the middle of a death fight or in the middle of the battlefield. It wasn't much different than being dead, unless you had an amazingly powerful physique that allowed you to fight as an equal against your enemies. You would definitely die. If in an online role-playing game you suddenly lost all your mana in the middle of a duel against another player, you would definitely lose the fight unless the difference between the two sides was big enough to ignore the damage the enemy skills could inflict on you. Simple as that. However, in exchange for putting you in such a dangerous situation, the Mystic Earring would reward you with a tremendously powerful attack power. Bai Zemin thought of many ways to use this skill, and just imagining the outcome sent a massive shiver down his spine. "I'd better be careful with this," he whispered with a hint of fear in his voice as he pierced his right ear. Now both of his ears had earrings in them, and there was no room for any more. While the soul record allowed 2 Xuanyuan swords to be wielded at the same time, the increased stats would only be sent by one of the 2 swords. Still, the sharpness and lethality of the weapon would be there. However, 2 bracelets, earrings, or any other accessory of the same type would have no effect on the user. Also, for some reason, the soul record was actually similar to the systems that were often seen in video games. Simply put, Bai Zemin could not fill his ears with earrings even if he was willing to look like a punk, and he could not fill himself with necklaces or bracelets even if he was willing to look like a tribal chieftain. Just imagine it as if you had already used up all the equipment slots and your character's status window was full. Bai Zemin continued talking to himself, still not quite used to not having Lilith at his side to chat and joke with. Come to think of it, don't I have too many double-edged swords in my body? Bai Zemin's eyes widened wide at such a revelation. Gravity manipulation, blood berserker's wrath, the recently acquired mystic earring. At this rate, wouldn't he end up dying one day because of his own skills? Bai Zemin smiled bitterly at the thought of this and shook his head. Soon, Bai Zemin's attention was drawn to an object that, when he saw it, almost caused tears to fall from his eyes. So beautiful, so bright, so magnificent. He stretched out his trembling hands and then caressed them tenderly, almost sobbing with emotion. Boots. Finally, he had gotten new boots. Even now, Bai Zemin continued to wear the damn boots he had received in college. Normal grade treasure boots that barely boosted his agility by plus 10 points. Even if these boots only gave plus 5 more agility points, he would already be satisfied with that. Come on, baby, make daddy happy. He said words that would probably get the attention of a certain succubus if she were present. Boots of Ending Sorrow, magic grade treasure, when equipped, automatically increases agility by plus 25 points. Despite their extremely light and elegant appearance, they hide a very sad story behind them. One time every 7 days you can activate the skill Ending Sorrow Speed. Ending Sorrow Speed, for 50 minutes increases the user's agility by plus 100 points. As a consequence of the boost, the user will not be able to move its legs for 24 hours after the deactivation of the skill. Seeing the boost of plus 25 points of agility, Bai Zemin was so happy that he wanted to scream. After all, it was a net gain of plus 15 points of agility once he replaced his current velocity boots. However, when he saw the fierce punishment for using the special skill of the boots, Bai Zemin finally understood the reason behind the item's name. This made his urge to scream still there, but instead of wanting to scream out of joy, he wanted to scream out of anger. But when Bai Zemin finished reading the item's information, his face froze and his lips moved on their own as he muttered. Note: if the user's agility stat is higher than 500 natural points, the side effect of the skill Ending Sorrow Speed can be ignored. Bai Zemin looked at his natural agility, 772. A big smile appeared on his face to the point where all his teeth shone under the glare of the sun coming through the window. Ha 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 ha. He finally put his hands on both sides of his waist and began to laugh as if he had lost his mind. From heaven to hell and then to heaven again. That was how he was feeling right now. Backslash 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 backslash. Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 376, Inner Heart Mirror. After calming his excitement over the new boots and the attached powerful skill, whose side effect would not affect Bai Zemin in the future thanks to his natural agility points exceeding by a wide margin the threshold required to ignore the immobility, he took off the old pair of normal grade treasure boots and replaced them. You two have done well, you deserve a good rest. He patted each boot as he put them aside. These boots had been his second pair of boots, as the first pair had been destroyed during his first battle against a First Order existence. However, this second pair of boots had been with him longer than almost all of the equipment he wore on his body, with the blazing ring and the broken bronze bell being the only two comparable. Therefore, to him, they had a bit of special meaning. After his happy mood returned to neutral, he picked up another treasure, a ring. The ring had a rather unique aspect, as instead of being completely circular with a hole in the center through which the finger would pass, it actually had the symbol of a tree on the top, and instead of being completely circular, it had 4 root-like extensions growing from the tree which served to hold it firmly on the finger. It was the first time Bai Zemin had seen such a strange ring, but he had to admit that the model looked quite interesting. Green Defender Ring, Magic Grade Treasure. It was forged using branches from a powerful third-order plant-type creature several centuries ago, and it is said that part of the creatures will now resides within the ring. When equipped, it automatically increases the user's mana by plus 20 points and health by plus 15 points. In addition, One time every 24 hours you can activate the attached skill Treant Defender Summon. Treant Defender Summon. Convoke the Treant Defender creature using the remaining will of its past self. The creature's power is equivalent to that of a second-order beast initial stage and possesses its own skills. The duration of the skill is 2 hours. Reading the information contained in the records of the Green Defender Ring, Bai Zemin sighed. It really was an item worthy of being a magic grade treasure. In fact, it was probably one of the most powerful magic grade treasures from many points of view. At this stage of the apocalypse, probably very few humans could contend with a second-order existence, and surely all of them were either great fighters or had incredibly high luck to reach the point of being in possession of so much power. However, the oddly shaped ring in Bai Zemin's hands granted its possessor the skill to summon a plant-type creature with a power equivalent to a second-order existence. Even if it was only second-order initial stage, a second-order creature was still a second-order creature. Moreover, the summoned plant-type creature would possess its own skills, which made it even more terrifying. Plant-type creatures were in some ways the most terrifying nemesis of large-scale armies. This was because many of these creatures possessed the ability to strike with long tentacle-like whips, and others could even hide their roots underground to wreak havoc in the midst of armies. Unfortunately, this ring was of little use to Bai Zemin. If he were someone weaker, then he would gladly equip the Green Defender Ring immediately and jump up and down with joy. However, his power at this point was clearly beyond a normal second-order existence. In fact, the current Bai Zemin even doubted that a peak second order could defeat him, even if it put up a bit of a fight. In other words, what use was it to him to summon a creature in the second order initial stage to fight against a second order peak, or even third order? Probably not much, since the difference between an initial second order and a peak second order was completely different from the difference between an initial first order existence and a peak first order existence. After all, to reach the absolute maximum of the first order stage, one only needed to climb 25 levels and would immediately find oneself on the threshold of the next stage. However, from the initial second order stage to the absolute maximum second order stage, there was a difference of 50 levels. More difference in levels equaled more difference in stats, and consequently greater was the difference in power. This would only increase more and more with each order, and there would come a point where it would basically be impossible to jump levels to fight unless one had hundreds or even thousands of stat points above one's own level. This was also the reason why existences capable of level jumping were so rare and distant from each other. As he rolled the eccentric ring between his fingers, Bai Zemin thought for a moment what to do with the object. However, he didn't have to think about it too much, as he immediately decided who the future owner of the ring would be. Hadn't he previously thought that he should start looking for some defensive equipment for when he found his family in the near future? This Green Defender Ring was a good start. It will be for her, he decided, as the image of a young girl 3 years younger than him flashed in his mind. Although it had only been about 6 months since he had last seen his younger sister Ming-Chi, a lot had happened during the past span of time. Bai Zemin felt that a lifetime had passed since the last time he hugged his loved ones, and now he regretted tremendously for taking for granted all those hugs and kisses he shared with his family in the past, believing that it was normal and would always be like that. When the effect of his stone heart skill kicked in, it was hard to get his mind back to normal. It took Bai Zemin almost 10 minutes to return to his previous state of mind, once he thought of those 3 people who were always in his subconscious. After putting away the Green Defender Ring inside his bag, Bai Zemin picked up the 4th magical grade item and the second to last one. This item was actually a deep black bracelet with 2 thin dark purple lines that intertwined several times with each other like a string of genetic code along the length and width of the bracelet. Purple End Bracelet Magical Grade Treasure. It was forged using rank 2 metals and possesses some of the power of a rank 3 lightning seed. When equipped, it automatically increases the user's magic stat by plus 30 points, and one time every 6 hours you can activate the attached skill Lightning Chain. Lightning Chain. As the name of the skill suggests, it releases a chain of purple lightning and strikes all enemies within a range of 50 meters in front of the user without distinguishing between allies and enemies. The power of the attack is proportional to the user's magic stat as well as the magic attack power. Although it was not as amazing as the Green Defender Ring, the ironic reality was that the Purple End Bracelet was of more use to Bai Zemin compared to the ring. After taking off the Earth Bracelet, Bai Zemin equipped the Purple End Bracelet, and his magic stat received a plus 20 boost, which was equivalent to 10 levels if one wanted to obtain that many status points in magic. Now there was only one magic-grade treasure left, the last of the 5. Bai Zemin looked at the final treasure and scratched his head in confusion. This last magic treasure turned out to be a hand mirror whose edges and back were black with pure white decorations. But the most striking thing was that this mirror was actually broken. He couldn't even see his own reflection clearly there. Still, this was the first time Bai Zemin had seen such a treasure, so he somehow estimated that it should be a rarity among rarities even if it was broken. After all, it was a treasure that came out of a magic-grade orb, and so far he had never been disappointed even if in the end he couldn't use the treasure or if it didn't match him. After finding no answers for himself, he finally gave up and stretched his hand forward to read the item's records. Remnant Inner Heart Mirror Magic Grade Treasure. This was once a great treasure that enjoyed great power and mystical abilities. However, it now only possesses a single skill, but even then it was greatly weakened. One time every 24 hours you can use the skill Inner Heart. Inner Heart. To activate the skill, it is necessary to point the mirror at another entity so that their appearance is reflected in the crystal. Effect. You can discover when someone is telling you the truth or lying, but it only works on beings that are no less than one stage below you. What? Bai Zemin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as he read the information of the artifact in his hands over and over again. However, it was clear that the records in the mirror did not change just because Bai Zemin read them several times, and they would not change no matter how many more times he read them. It really was an impressive treasure, a treasure that had the ability to tell who was lying and who was not. Even if this mirror didn't give any statistics, only its single attached skill was insanely powerful and useful. To many, this mirror may not be of much use compared to a strength-enhancing treasure. However, in Bai Zemin's eyes, it was a priceless treasure. This was because he was a faction leader. What was in the factions? By nature, every faction had traitors, but with the mirror in his hands, he could catch the traitors or would-be traitors before things got out of hand. Soon, however, he frowned as he realized a not at all minor problem. One stage below. Simply put, the difference had to be one order for the mirror effect to work on the other party. Current Bai Zemin was a first-order existence, and he would probably stay there for a good while longer. Even if his actual power was far beyond what his current stage represented, it was indisputable that he was still in the first order of the power scales. This also meant that he could not use the effect of the Inner Heart skill to know whether or not another first-order existence was lying, regardless of whether or not Bai Zemin was tremendously more powerful. However, the frown on his face soon stretched, and his expression returned to normal. Even if the treasure was currently useless against other first-order existences due to Bai Zemin's own incapacity, the truth was that the number of first-order humans he had met so far were not too many. Most of the soul evolvers were still unclassified existences. Bai Zemin could use the mirror effect to clean out as many traitors as possible before they all break through, and in case he was still in the first order. Although the 24-hour cooldown time was somewhat cumbersome, as it would waste many uses in case the other person had no evil thoughts. From another perspective, it could also be said that the mirror would help Bai Zemin trust a little more his own subordinates who fought for him and deserved a certain level of trust. Unconsciously, Bai Zemin thought about Wu Yijun, and remembering her possible feelings for him, he felt that the mirror effect might be good to confirm it. However, he soon dismissed such thoughts. Even if he ignored the fact that Wu Yijun had already advanced to First Order, Bai Zemin felt that it would be disrespectful to do such a thing. If Wu Yijun really loved him as it seemed that she did, then she would surely be hurt if he brought up something like that. Since Bai Zemin had already experienced how painful heartbreak was, he naturally did not want to make someone else suffer because of him, at least not as far as was reasonably possible. One of his life mottos was the simple but precise phrase that went like this: "Don't do what you wouldn't want others to do to you." Therefore, the thought of using the mirror on Wu Yijun, once he advanced to Second Order, was only there for a second before it died as quickly as it was born. First of all, he would have to make sure to talk to her to clarify many things, and then he needed to make his priorities clear so that she would understand that nothing would be easy. As for love, to be honest with himself, Bai Zemin was still somewhat afraid of such an emotion. Otherwise, his stone heart skill would not have been born. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 377, Endless Blue Lotus Flame. God-grade treasure. After he finished observing and analyzing the broken mirror, which turned out to be an awesome treasure, but at the same time slightly complex to use due to Bai Zemin's own limits, he carefully put it on the nightstand next to the bed. Although he knew that destroying the treasures that appeared from the treasure orbs was not a simple task, Bai Zemin could not help but want to be careful. What if the mirror was broken even more than it already was? Wouldn't he be taking a great loss? Better safe than sorry. Eventually, Bai Zemin's eyes focused on the last treasure orb that still lay on his bed, if one ignored the number of red orbs piled to the side, as if they had been discarded. What a beautiful green color! He rubbed his hands together excitedly before finally picking up the orb that represented an epic-grade treasure. Although Bai Zemin had killed 3 second-order existences, his luck was not as good this time, and he only obtained a single green-colored treasure orb. However, he was also not dissatisfied with the result because, to be honest, Bai Zemin knew perfectly well that the battle had been much easier than he initially estimated. The goblin army and the goblin leaders had basically come to say goodbye to Bai Zemin, and as a farewell gift, they gave him a large spoil of war. That was how things really seemed. With a firm grip, the green orb in his right hand was soon filled with cracks, and a brief moment later the sound of something similar to a glass cup breaking after falling to the floor rang out in the silent room. Flash. Green light flashed for a few seconds, forcing him to close his eyes for a brief moment. When he opened his closed eyelids again, Bai Zemin was very surprised to notice that the flash of green light slowly changed to a blue flash. But the most surprising thing was that the temperature inside the room rose abruptly and without warning. Unconsciously and with his mind on constant alert, Bai Zemin quickly jumped back as he gazed at the ball of green light that gradually became more and more navy blue. Even without him holding it, the ball of light floated more than a meter above the floor with no problem at all. About 5 seconds later, the green light had completely disappeared, and the ball of light was nowhere to be seen anymore. What's this all about? Bai Zemin couldn't help but raise his voice as he stared wide-eyed at the object, or whatever it was floating a short distance away from him. In fact, Bai Zemin knew perfectly well what this object, that floated suspended above the floor as if gravity had no effect on it was. However, even he could not believe it. The reason behind his disbelief stemmed from the fact that this was by far the strangest treasure Bai Zemin obtained from a treasure orb, even many several times stranger than infinite reduction. The object was navy blue in color, and its color deepened more and more as one moved away from the edges to look toward the core. It was about the size of a palm at this point, looked small, and swayed gently as it floated there. The crackling sound filled the room, and the ambient temperature rose to what seemed to be the temperature of the worst summers experienced in China. In fact, Bai Zemin believed for some strange reason that this temperature could rise even higher than this. Fire, a flame. Bai Zemin wondered dumbfounded as he curiously watched the dancing flame a short distance away. Although he knew inwardly that nothing bad would happen, his wariness toward the world in general and distrust toward the unknown made Bai Zemin only dare to take one step at a time, very carefully approaching the blue-colored flame. When the distance between him and the flame closed to only 2 or 3 steps, a green message flashed across Bai Zemin's retina. Endless blue lotus flame wishes to establish a soul pact with you and become your subordinate. Do you wish to accept? Bai Zemin's expression froze when he received the message from the soul record, expressing the intention of the small flame in front of him. After he finished comprehending what was happening, his expression changed and slowly became somewhat weird as he looked at the flame that was still dancing carefree through the world. This was, without a doubt, the strangest message Bai Zemin had ever received in his life, if one left out the first day of the apocalypse when the soul record arrived on Earth. Even though it felt a little strange in his heart, he didn't even hesitate, so when he came out of his initial astonishment he said, as if he was giving a verbal command to Siri or Alexa, "Accept." Of course, the soul record didn't respond as those two artificial intelligences would. Instead, what happened left Bai Zemin dumbfounded for the second time in less than a minute. Swoosh! The palm-sized blue flame suddenly shot out at full speed, and due to the surprise as well as his naturally lowered guard, after receiving the message from the soul record, Bai Zemin couldn't even react. Before he knew it, the flame had struck his chest. Bai Zemin's face turned slightly pale at the thought that he had just received a fatal injury, and 1,000 thoughts flashed through his head in just an instant. Even if his health stat was high, if his chest was pierced, and his heart destroyed then, even if God himself descended to this world, he could not save him. However, he soon realized that he felt no pain, and as he looked down, he did not notice any bloody holes. Just when his mind was blank and with no answers, another message from the soul record flashed in his retina. In the past, it was one of the 5 most powerful flames born under the forces of the universe, and carefully bred by a talented warrior to become a terrifying combat weapon. After the fall of its previous master in combat, the endless Blue Lotus flame refused to submit to another master, and despite the numerous efforts of countless beings to subdue or destroy it, none succeeded because, as its name suggests, the endless Blue Lotus flame is a limitless flame that never goes out as long as it still has soul power to consume. However, over the last 1,000 years, the soul power reserved by the endless Blue Lotus flame was almost entirely consumed, causing it to fall from a god-grade natural treasure to its current pitiful state, an epic-grade natural treasure. After hesitating for a long time, the barely conscious little will of the endless Blue Lotus flame submitted to the soul record, and until now has been waiting for a new holder. Holy Mother of God! Bai Zemin shouted so loudly that he was sure his voice had been heard, even to the outside of his mansion. However, how could he care about that now? At first, and while reading the extremely long message from the soul record, Bai Zemin's expression was quite calm and not too surprised. This was so even though he read that the flame he had just formed a strange pact with under the name of Soul Pact was one of the 5 most powerful flames in the universe, at least in the past. However, as he read more and more, the surprise in his heart grew to the breaking point. This breaking point was when he learned that the little palm-sized flame that had just given him the scare of his life had once been a god-grade treasure. God-grade! Holy Mother of God! At such a thought, Bai Zemin cried out again as he sat down on the bed heavily. Although he had no idea how difficult it was to obtain a god-grade treasure, there definitely shouldn't be many in the universe. According to what Lilith had once told him while she was being lazy, god-grade treasures possess the strength to challenge the most powerful beings in the universe. However, as he thought about it, Bai Zemin's excitement cooled down considerably, and his face became slightly serious as he muttered, "Wait a moment. If a god-grade treasure possesses power capable of challenging the mightiest in the universe, then how did the endless Blue Lotus flame master fall?" After thinking about it for a long time, the only plausible answer Bai Zemin found to this terrifying question was that probably the previous master of the endless Blue Lotus flame had fallen prey at the hands of another being just as powerful or slightly above, and possessing a god-grade treasure as well. He did not want to think beyond that because he inadvertently felt that only despair would wait ahead. Pushing the terrifying thought deep into his head, Bai Zemin finally came to the conclusion that the treasures coming from the orbs falling from the body of slain enemies were once in the past forged artifacts and even entities nurtured by another living being. Bai Zemin estimated that probably the soul record used the soul power that failed to be absorbed by the winner to move a treasure worthy of victory depending on the difference in strength, and sealed it inside a treasure orb. Then, when the treasure orb was crushed by the winner, the item sealed there would come out. Now that Lilith was not there with him, his natural intelligence began to flow rapidly, and his thoughts became much more fluid. After all, not having someone to depend on or rely on to know everything, Bai Zemin could only handle everything by himself. All right, let's see what's going on with this. Bai Zemin took a deep breath before closing his eyes and focusing on the depths of his body. More precisely, on his soul. Bai Zemin's soul had no form. It was like a strange reddish-colored gas or smoke that was simply there inside his body. However, as he became stronger, he could feel how little by little that gas became denser and denser. He wondered if it would ever become liquid or even solid in the higher orders. But right in the middle of all that scarlet cloud of gas, Bai Zemin perceived a faint deep blue light flickering steadily. This faint deep blue light was the small flame with which Bai Zemin had just formed a soul pact. He knew it since after forming that strange pact he could feel the small flame inside him, and if he was calmer before he would have even realized that the small flame did not have the slightest evil intention towards him, so he would not have been panicked. Bai Zemin stretched both hands forward and said in a low voice, "Endless Blue Lotus flame, come out." At first, Bai Zemin wondered what was happening. Soon, however, he noticed how both his hands lit up with a faint blue flash. Slowly, a small flame of fire emerged from inside his hands, and a few moments later Bai Zemin found himself watching the small flame the size of a baby's palm, gently swaying as it was floating an inch or two above his hands. His face lit up at the blue glow of the small flame. What was most surprising was that, in stark contrast to the previous temperature spike this time, the temperature of the room did not change at all. As he stared at the small flame and marveled at its beautiful color, suddenly Bai Zemin's heart fluttered. For an instant he felt as if someone was watching him or trying to tell him something, but the next moment that feeling simply disappeared, making him wonder if he was going crazy. Backslash 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 backslash. Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 378, Soul Pact Effect. Dismissing almost entirely the idea, or rather the feeling that urged him a moment ago, Bai Zemin stared at the small blue flame floating on the two joined palms of his hands, and soon the information from the records of this small entity flashed in his retina. Endless blue lotus flame, epic grade treasure, a flame with sensibility and a will of its own. In the past, it was tremendously powerful, and its fire represented the infinity. It is said that once an attack with endless blue lotus flame was launched, the flames would spread to the ends of the universe limitlessly and sweep away everything in its path. Its current power has been greatly weakened, and the sensibility that turned this natural treasure into an intelligent entity is in deep sleep. To awaken the sensibility and enrich the will of endless blue lotus flame, the master of the flame needs to feed it with soul stones. The more soul stones and the better the quality, the clearer the effects and the faster the recovery process. Soul Pact Effect. Passively increases by plus 40 all the user's stats as natural points. Passively increases the user's fire resistance by plus 20%. Passively increases the power of fire-type physical and magical attacks by plus 10%. Bai Zemin sighed as he looked at the terrifying number of stats he had received after forming a soul pact with the endless blue lotus flame. Increasing all stats by plus 40 points, and to top it off in natural points, was simply insane from his point of view. 40 points in each stat added up to a total of 240 stat points. However, another thing that Bai Zemin also liked a lot was receiving fire-type elemental resistance. With this type of resistance, his adaptability to hot environments would be a lot higher, and the damage that fire-type attacks would inflict on him from here on out would be reduced by quite a considerable margin. But what terrified Bai Zemin was the plus 10% increase in his physical attacks with fire power and his magic spells. This might be the smallest percentage among all he was getting from the endless blue lotus flame. However, to Bai Zemin, that 10% was the most scary. This was because he, a fighter who aimed to completely overwhelm and finish off his enemies as quickly as possible, an increase of 10% in his most powerful attack to date was simply immense. Just imagining a crimson blood judgment powered by gravity manipulation, plus the activation of the Mystic Earring's magic blast skill, plus the newly acquired 10% extra damage to fire-type attacks, and adding the power of the endless blue lotus flame on top of that. Bai Zemin gasped for air as he imagined the result in his head. He definitely couldn't use that skill so casually, or he would definitely end up killing his allies. My skills, don't they seem to be too well interconnected with each other? Bai Zemin finally realized something that he had previously not been paying much attention to. While he had been very careful and selective with the active skills he learned for obvious reasons, even he himself was surprised as everything seemed to come out too perfect. Fortunately, and this wasn't a novel, or else there was sure to be a reader who would jump up shouting excitedly, "Plot armor! Plot armor!" Bai Zemin laughed at his own thoughts, and then put the endless blue lotus flame back inside his body. He could feel how the little deep blue flame was practically exhausted beyond words. Next, he would feed it some soul stones to strengthen it. Talking about soul stones, Bai Zemin was really excited to know the way he could increase the power of the endless blue lotus flame. At the very least, he was aware that soul stones were the way to go, and he wasn't lost having to find the right path like a headless fly. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bai Zemin had finished counting the number of soul stones and skill scrolls obtained after his goblin hunt. Of course, the soul stones that Bai Zemin counted were only a tiny fraction as far as unclassified soul stones were concerned. It was simply impossible for him to waste his time counting how many there were, as there were definitely several thousand. He had only brought a few with him, as it never hurt to have some on his body just in case. In the end, inside his bag were 154 unclassified soul stones, 32 first-order soul stones, and 1 second-order soul stone. Although it was a pity that 3 of the second-order goblins he had killed did not have a soul stone inside their heads. In a sense, Bai Zemin already expected something like that to happen, and was even prepared not to receive any second-order soul stone. As for skill scrolls, there were a few dozen of those. None of the skills caught his attention too much, except for a few that made him curious but nothing more. In the end, Bai Zemin kept a few scrolls for his family, such as First Order Active Skill Earth Shield, Active Skill Mortal Vines, First Order Active Skill Feather Walk, Active Skill Fireball, Active Skill Lightning Bolt, and several other active and passive ones. As for him, he finally got a passive skill he didn't count on until now. Speed Boost Unclassified Passive Skill Level 3. After learning this skill, increase agility by plus 20 points permanently. Surprisingly, and despite being only unranked skills, the passive skills that permanently improved stats were quite difficult to obtain. As for this level 3 unranked passive skill called Speed Boost, in Bai Zemin's faction, very few people possessed it, and while he as a leader might have appropriated the scrolls, it would not look good for him to act that way in front of his subordinates. Besides, it wasn't as if Bai Zemin lacked agility at this stage of the apocalypse either, so even though he was interested in the skill, he just tolerated it. Now, he could finally learn his own without leaving room for bad emotions to take root in the hearts of his subordinates. Before I start upgrading this skill, let me check if what I saw that day is correct. Bai Zemin got up from the bed and picked up the last item he had yet to inspect. It was an ancient scroll made from what appeared to be sheepskin. Another recipe or construction blueprint. Goblin Magic Cannon, Rank 3. A construction blueprint for a weapon created by a talented blacksmith and artifact builder belonging to the goblin race. The power of the Goblin Magic Cannon is enough to crush second-order existences and threaten the lives of those of the third order. To forge it, you need a metal with a minimum rank of 3, magical powder, third-order soul stone. It has a range of 500 meters in a straight line, and there must be a lapse of 120 seconds between each shot per barrel to avoid overheating and possible collapse of the armament. It really is. Bai Zemin nodded with a rather calm expression as he surveyed the information he had just received. This Rank 3 Goblin Magic Cannon could potentially be the weapon that mankind would have to rely on in the future. Although it was still impossible to build it, possessing the construction blueprint and knowing the limits of the weapon as well as its operation was of great help in preparing the necessary things for the assembly of the weapon. Bai Zemin had many ideas in his head, and he was sure that if he received the support of other brilliant minds, they would definitely improve even more. Of the requirements needed to build the Goblin Magic Cannon, Bai Zemin had nothing. However, at least he had the formula to make the magic powder. Moreover, while the construction process required a metal of at least rank 3, Bai Zemin was fairly certain that even metals of rank 2 would work. Of course, the consequence would probably be the collapse of the magic cannon after one or hopefully a few shots. But even if the cannon ended up collapsing after a few shots, as long as it saved the human base it would be protecting it would be more than enough. The material loss was bearable, but the annihilation of the race was not. Bai Zemin kept the construction blueprint of the Goblin Magic Cannon, while in his heart he prayed that no talented blacksmith would appear in that foul goblin race that ran free in the land of his world. Although rare, it was true that there were some fantasy stories or novels in which goblins were genius artifact builders, and even had some blacksmiths almost comparable to the legendary dwarves who loved the forge. After putting away the construction blueprint, Bai Zemin went straight to the log of his newly learned skill Speed Boost and looked at the evolution requirements. Evolution requirements. Speed Boost Unclassified Level 3 Level 4. Soul Stone 2-2. You wish to evolve the skill to the next level. Bai Zemin did not hesitate and immediately proceeded with the evolution. A few seconds later, the evolution was complete, and the Speed Boost skill became an unclassified skill of level 4, now granting him 30 points of agility passively. But he did not stop and continued. Speed Boost Unclassified Level 4 Level 5. Soul Stone 6-6. You wish to evolve the skill to the next level. Yes. Speed Boost Unclassified Level 5 Next Order. Soul Stone 12-12. First Order Soul Stone 2-2. You wish to evolve the skill to the next stage. Yes. The skill Speed Boost has successfully evolved to First Order Enhanced Dexterity Level 1. First Order Enhanced Dexterity Level 1 Level 2. First Order Soul Stone 2-2. You wish to evolve the skill to the next level. Yes. You wish to evolve the skill to the next level. Yes. You want to evolve the skill to the next level. Yes. Bai Zemin did not stop and continued to evolve the skill he had just learned until the skill now called Enhanced Dexterity reached the peak of the first order. The reason he had to stop there was because, just like some of his main skills, Enhanced Dexterity required second-order soul stones as an evolution requirement, and even though the current Bai Zemin had around 3 second-order soul stones, he was definitely not willing to spend them right now. He would only use them if he really had no choice, as they were a priceless treasure at this stage of the apocalypse. It was also precisely for that reason that Bai Zemin's blood manipulation skill was still at level 1 of the second order. To evolve blood manipulation to second order level 2, he needed 2 second order soul stones, something he was naturally unwilling to do. At least not now. When he starts hunting second order existences to complete his breakthrough quest once he heads to another world, only then would Bai Zemin start evolving those demanding skills. In the meantime, all his skills would stay as they were, since it wasn't as if he needed to evolve them anyway, thanks to the fact that with his current power he could handle almost everything, even if he had to face a third-order enemy. In the end, the skill Enhanced Dexterity reached the maximum of the first order and now looked like this. Enhanced Dexterity, first-order passive skill, level 5, automatically increases the user's agility by plus 100 points and reduces stamina consumption while running out of combat by 5%. The 100-point increase in agility was certainly eye-catching and great. However, what appealed most to Bai Zemin was the 5% reduction in stamina when running out of combat. Although this secondary passive effect only worked while out of combat, it was great for traveling long distances and would most likely show wonderful results in the future. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 379, The Two of Them Alone, a room, a bed. Looking at the amount of First-Order Soul Stones he had left, Bai Zemin hesitated for a moment. Currently, he possessed 18 First-Order Soul Stones within his bag, as he had previously consumed quite a few to evolve the passive skill Enhanced Dexterity. Even so, there were about 10 Soul Stones stored in the faction's treasury, as there were several other First-Order creatures that were defeated in groups by other Soul Evolvers and armed men. Of course, the losses were not small but not colossal either, however. Obtaining the treasure-filled corpse of such a powerhouse definitely made up for it. The reason why Bai Zemin was hesitating was because he did not know what to do next. Although First-Order existences were gradually beginning to appear more naturally, and although they were still a rarity, it was no longer at the level of a month ago. The First-Order Soul Stones were indeed very valuable treasures in Bai Zemin's eyes. So, he didn't know whether he should stop there or continue evolving his passive skills. Screw it, let's try one more and then stop there. He finally made up his mind and started looking carefully at his passive skills before finally stopping in one. First Order Bronze Skin Level 5, a skill that not only increased Bai Zemin's stamina, but also turned his skin extremely tough and protected him from external attacks. But the real reason why Bai Zemin chose this skill was because he wanted to check something. Bronze Skin First Order Passive Skill Level 5 Next Order. Evolution Requirements. Stamina stat above 700 points without external support. Complete. Soul Stone 30-30. First Order Soul Stone 15-15. You wish to evolve the skill to the next stage. Bai Zemin almost spit out 2 liters of blood when he saw the evolution requirements for the Bronze Skin skill. To go from level 4 to level 5, the skill barely asked for 9 unclassified Soul Stone, and the amount of points needed in the stamina stat was 300 without external support. However, to go from level 5 to the next stage, the greedy skill actually wanted 30 unclassified Soul Stone, 15 First Order Soul Stone, and more than twice as many natural stamina stat points than before. Even if the advancement between levels and orders were 2 different worlds, there should be limits to the insanity. Just as Bai Zemin was about to evolve the skill, he remembered something he had forgotten and jumped to his feet. His eyes glittered uncharacteristically as he pulled out the small pearl of liquid storage. It's not like I lose anything by trying, he muttered as he activated blood manipulation and sent a pinch of his mana to the inside of the pearl. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were exactly 5 thin strands of blood flowing out from inside the small liquid storage pearl in Bai Zem's hands, and under the control of his second-order blood manipulation skill, the blood slowly accumulated until a few seconds later there were 5 balls of blood. Bai Zemin stopped drawing blood from inside the small pearl when he judged that there should be about half of a liter of blood in each floating ball. As he carefully observed the blood before him, he easily noticed that, although the 5 groups of blood belonged to second-order existences, the difference in quality between them was quite obvious. This blood belonged to 5 of the 7 second-order existences that Bai Zemin had defeated in combat and killed. The reason why the other 2 types of blood were not there was because the blood of the second-order archaic bear that had been defeated first after a fierce death fight had already been consumed by him, and the blood of the second-order poisonous bloom spider had left nothing behind after being stricken by Bai Zemin's blood trident. Without further ado, Bai Zemin did not beat around the bush and slowly controlled the blood of the lowest-level creature, which, if he remembered correctly, had the name Abel, that goblin whose upper half exploded after being hit by Bai Zemin's blazing scale greatsword. The reason he did this was because he didn't want to risk any kind of backlash, since the blood of second-order existences was quite potent. By absorbing small quantities and going from the lowest level to the highest, Bai Zemin's organism would gain some resistance and his stats would be higher. Soon, the blood of the goblin level 69 named Abel rushed into his organism and began to fight wildly, as if it wanted to wreak havoc inside him. Unlike that time when Bai Zemin drank the blood of the second-order archaic bear, and even though the level of the goblin named Abel was higher than that of the bear, Bai Zemin did not feel so much pain as to make his face twitch as it did back then. A few minutes later, the discomfort disappeared, and the information from the absorbed record in the form of a message flashed across his retina. Magic plus 32, mana plus 37. For the next 60 seconds, reduce the mana consumption of the skills used by 10%. Oh, Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow with surprise glittering in his eyes. The second message was something that Bai Zemin was in no way expecting, but was certainly a welcome surprise. As he looked at the approximately 8 liters of blood collected from the goblin Abel, Bai Zemin felt his heart flutter lightly, the discovery of what might be a new treasure. He had just drunk approximately half a liter of blood, as from previous experience, he knew it was the necessary requirement to absorb most of the power contained in the blood of the defeated creature. While this worked only once, the side effect did not necessarily have to be activated only once. An idea flashed in his mind, and after a moment's thought, he approached the door to his room. When he opened the door, a beautiful woman with a strikingly seductive body immediately bowed and smiled beautifully at him, as she said in a polite and respectful voice, "Lord, do you need anything?" This person was Qin Ming, Bai Zemin's housekeeper, and the first woman to stand up when he and his group took control of this village after defeating the 4 previous leaders who ruled with an iron fist and oppressed everyone while doing whatever they pleased. The current Qin Ming no longer had that burn around her mouth, a wound that had been caused by one of the 4 previous leaders of the camp due to her unwillingness to become his plaything. Under her maidservant dress, even the bruises that plagued her skin had completely disappeared after consuming first-order mutant beast meat, and her skin had become much silkier, shinier, and her overall beauty had increased by several folds. Qin Ming, look for. Bai Zemin paused for a moment as he was about to say Shangyuan Bing Zhu and instead said, "Tell someone to find Wu Yijun and tell her to come. It's important." Qin Ming's eyes flashed in a strange way, and without a word she bowed and left. Seeing her go, Bai Zemin returned to his room to continue absorbing second-order blood. The reason why he preferred to call Wu Yijun instead of Shangyuan Bing Zhu was to avoid unnecessary trouble with some people. Besides, Wu Yijun's position was more suitable for what he was about to do. Soon, Bai Zemin absorbed 500 ml of blood belonging to the second-order explosive flame ape level 71. The current was much more powerful compared to when Abel's blood entered his body, and Bai Zemin felt as if his soul was going to burn for a brief moment. Fortunately, he had gone slowly and gradually, or else it could have been extremely painful to directly consume the blood of a fire-type beast without cooking it or mixing it with other foods to reduce its effect, which Bai Zemin did not want. He aimed for the maximum benefit even if he had to go through a great deal of pain. He was willing to bear it. Strength plus 24, Magic plus 25. For the next 30 seconds, increase fire resistance by 15%. Bai Zemin's eyes lit up again, and his lips curved slightly upward. Without saying a word, he proceeded to drink 500 ml from the female goblin, whose name, if he remembered correctly, was Curano. Curano's blood was much easier to absorb, Bai Zemin didn't even frown once during the whole process, and about 5 minutes later he was done. Agility plus 28. For the next 10 seconds, the chances of being sent flying by an enemy are reduced by 10%. Reduces the chance of being sent flying. Bai Zemin was startled when he read the second message. Did that mean that if he reached 100% his feet would always be steady as Mount Tai and not move at all even if a fourth-order existence were to strike? Although it sounded a bit crazy, it really seemed to be so. Of course, whether he survived the strike or not was another different matter. However, Bai Zemin was simply surprised to see a new non-trackable statistic, and that was all. He was fully aware that reaching 100% in anything was no simple task. Even Lilith had pointed that out earlier when he said that his chance of causing critical hits with his attacks was steadily increasing. After drinking some of the blood of the female goblin Kurano, Bai Zemin went on to drink the blood of the second-order Ice Light Tiger level 73. The first moment the creature's blood flowed into his body, Bai Zemin felt his veins freeze slightly and his whole body shuddered. He hurriedly controlled his blood flow, and as the speed increased, the light mist of frost began to give way until it gradually merged with his flesh and blood. The whole process of absorption and assimilation took approximately 10 minutes. Agility plus 30, stamina plus 30. For the next 60 seconds, increase the power of light and ice-type attacks by 15%. It's a pity to waste the temporary power increase, but I really need the stats, Bai Zemin lamented quietly. Moreover, seeing the plus 30 stamina, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. One of his stats had finally broken the 1,000-point mark. Just as he expected, a message from the soul record flashed across his retina. However, before he could focus on it, the door of his room was knocked softly, followed by Qin Ming's voice. Lord Miss Wu Yijin is here. Approximately 20 minutes had passed since Bai Zemin gave the instruction for someone to bring Wu Yijin, and considering that the two's villas were not that far apart, he judged that she was probably busy with something important. Without thinking too much about it, he calmly said, "Let her pass." The door of his room opened smoothly as those words left his mouth, and a moment later it closed again. This was the first time Wu Yijin had entered Bai Zemin's room, and as she looked around she noticed that while it was somewhat messy due to the number of soul stones, treasure orbs, and other things on the bed, the room in general smelled extremely good. It was a smell she knew and longed for very much. Realizing this, she blushed slightly, and realizing that she was alone in his room, she blushed even more. Her mind went a little crazy, and she had to try very hard not to let two wild thoughts pop into her imagination. While it wasn't the first time she had been in a room alone with Bai Zemin, it was the first time they had been alone together since she had become fully aware of her feelings. As if that wasn't enough, a bed was there. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 380, 1,000 stamina points, internal organ strengthening. Wu Yijin felt as if her heart tried to burst out of her chest, and for a brief moment she even wondered if the man sitting on the bed could hear it beating. Since she finally came to accept and notice that she was in love with the man in front of her, an emotion she felt for the first time in her life, Wu Yijin felt that being in front of Bai Zemin was a lot harder than it normally should be. Ironically, even though she felt a little shy and embarrassed, she didn't want to stay away from him either. On the contrary, the longer and closer the better. Just as she was about to say something to break the silence, and to avoid Bai Zemin realizing that she was so nervous she didn't know what to do, his voice rang softly in the middle of the room. "Sit wherever you please, I'll be with you in a couple of minutes. Just let me finish with this first." Wu Yijin finally realized that Bai Zemin had not looked at her yet. However, she also realized the reason why he was so focused on something else. In front of him were 5 different clumps of blood. 2 of them were much larger in size than the other 4, which were barely a few thin drops that probably didn't reach 100 ml. The floating blood did not draw Wu Yijin's attention too much, as everyone in the faction was aware that Bai Zemin was in possession of a powerful skill that allowed him to control such an element and manipulate it practically at will. What caught her attention was the power that radiated from within and around the blood. Even she, who was a first-order existence, felt slight threat even though it was only blood. Wu Yijin was an intelligent woman, so she naturally came to the conclusion that this danger she felt did not come from the blood itself, but from the creature to which that blood belonged in the past. As she wondered if that was the blood belonging to a powerful second order beast similar to that terrifying bear they met in the forest, she watched as Bai Zemin controlled one of the two larger blood globes and slowly swallowed it. Bai Zemin closed his eyes and frowned slightly. When the blood of the goblin named Inak, whose level while alive was 74, he felt as if his flesh was being pierced by countless needles. If it wasn't for the fact that he had experienced pains that were a lot greater than this, to the point where his skin and flesh burned, and to the point where his bones were crushed to dust, Bai Zemin knew that he would definitely be rolling around on the bed while screaming in pain. Wu Yijin became somewhat anxious as the minutes passed, and she watched the frown on Bai Zemin's face deepen little by little. Moreover, occasionally she could see the skin on his arms, hands, face, and probably every part of his body tingle as if there was some mysterious creature tugging at his flesh inside. About 10 minutes later, Bai Zemin finally opened his eyes again and exhaled, letting the heavy air in his lungs out and relieving him greatly. Agility plus 30, stamina plus 15. For the next 20 seconds, increase the probability of inflicting critical hits on your enemies by 5%. Without saying a word, Bai Zemin looked at Gemunder's blood, and after a moment he used blood manipulation to slowly make the blood glob go into his mouth in the form of liquid threads. Gemunder's level was 87, considerably close to third order. At the very least, Gemunder was by far the closest enemy to level 100 that Bai Zemin had met and faced to date. Ironically, he was also one of the easiest enemies to defeat despite being the most powerful of them all. This was because, by the time Gemunder appeared before him, Bai Zemin already possessed stats comparable to those of a peak second order, and by the time Gemunder angered him through threatening his loved ones, Bai Zemin acquired another 400 strength points after activating the first level of the skill Blood Berserker's Wrath unlocked at that time. Humans possess the ability to create atomic bombs, but cannot withstand their explosions. The reasoning behind Bai Zemin not being able to consume Gemunder's blood so easily despite defeating him so easily was very similar to the previous reasoning. When the blood of the former most powerful and highest goblin leader of the northern region of China entered Bai Zemin's body, he immediately felt as if a 2,000-kilogram hammer had hit him directly on the head. For a moment, he felt like his world was spinning around him, and he almost fell on his back on the bed. Then his flesh seemed to tear apart only to regenerate once again in the next instant. His muscle fibers seemed to break into pieces countless times at the same time, regenerating over and over again. This whole process lasted a total of 20 minutes. During the past 20 minutes, Wu Yijin could only stare as Bai Zemin's face turned red, and his eyes grew to the point of looking quite terrifying. It was obvious from the way he was gritting his teeth that the pain he felt threatened to drive him out of his senses. She felt anxious whether sitting or standing, as if she were a little girl arriving at elementary school for the first time leaving her parents at home. However, for the past 20 minutes, Bai Zemin's mouth remained closed at all times. Not even the slightest grunt slipped from his lips. His show of tenacity greatly surprised the only woman in the room. Not only did this make her care for him more, but she also unconsciously felt that this was how a real man should be. She didn't want him to suffer, but at the same time, she felt that his masculine charm increased dramatically. Bai Zemin was completely different from those men who had approached her in the past. All those young men from prominent families, wealthy or multi-talented, they were all women in men's skin who, if they were in the man's place before her, would definitely be calling out the name of their mothers, fathers, grandparents, and the entire generation of their ancestors. After the hell finally ended, Bai Zemin slowly sat back down, and when he looked at himself, he realized that he was drenched in sweat. "It was worse than I expected," he said with a bitter smile. He really didn't expect to experience so much pain in return for so few stats. Strength plus 40, stamina plus 40. For the next 120 seconds, increase physical attack power by plus 200. 80 stat points. If 90% of the living, self-aware beings in the universe who were struggling hard to level up for 2 stat points heard what Bai Zemin had just said, they would probably curse him and those who brought him into this world for being so shameless. Really, the most effective way is to absorb soul power from other existences. Bai Zemin thought as he sighed and ruffled his somewhat humid hair. While one could obtain stats once by absorbing second-order blood before the body became immune, the pain in some cases was too great to receive a rather miserable compensation compared to the large amount of extra stats that could be obtained by absorbing soul power. Still, a boost of power was always welcome, and Bai Zemin was willing to experience the same pain multiplied several times over just for the sake of getting even a fraction of what he had just received. That's how desperate for power he was. "Hey, are you okay?" A soft voice brought them out of their inner thoughts, and as he looked to his right, he remembered Wu Yijin was there. "Sorry, I was so focused on absorbing this blood that I couldn't pay attention to you properly earlier." Bai Zemin apologized with a somewhat awkward smile as he looked at the woman sitting on the couch by the window. Wu Yijin was wearing a pretty refreshing violet summer dress with ruffles that flowed down to just above her knees, covering her thighs but exposing her beautiful calves and shiny skin. Most eye-catching was that her hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, and this in tandem with her baby face, but an extremely hot body made her look extremely charming and seductive. "It's okay, don't worry about it," she hurriedly shook her head. Seeing her ponytail bouncing wildly along with her movements, Bai Zemin chuckled as he calmly said, "Give me 2 minutes, I'll be with you after checking a new record." "Oh, okay," Wu Yijin nodded as she kept her stare focused on him and his movements. Bai Zemin forced a smile into his heart and shook his head secretly as he saw this. Soon, he looked at a fixed point before him and began to roll through his records, easily finding what he was looking for as it had just happened. Your stamina stat has broken the 4-digit threshold without external support. Your skill First Order Bronze Skin Level 5 evolves forcibly to the next stage. Bronze Skin First Order Passive Skill Level 5 Silver Skin Second Order Passive Skill Level 1. Silver Skin, Second Order Passive Skill, Level 1. Your skin becomes tough and strong enough to withstand large-caliber bullets. Rank 0 physical weapons will not be able to penetrate your defense, and the effect of Rank 1 physical weapons is reduced by 10% against you. The strength of your internal organs is multiplied twice compared to the previous level. Automatically increases your stamina stat by plus 300 points permanently. A big smile lit up Bai Zemin's handsome face when he saw and verified that things did indeed turn out as he estimated. Although he didn't know that such a crazy increase was required to force a skill to evolve forcefully, he was at least fully aware that such a thing would probably happen at some point. If his body met the stat requirement and even exceeded that requirement, then the soul record had no need to use the power contained within the soul stones. It could simply use the stamina-type soul power that far exceeded the limit of X's rune to force it to evolve and adapt to the body. Because he had been carefully studying and learning about the soul record, Bai Zemin managed to save a large number of unclassified soul stones, and more importantly, first-order soul stones. While this was only possible because he was a beast with human skin, at least his previous theory turned out to be quite accurate with only a few minor but inconsequential differences. In addition to strengthening his body from the outside, the skill Silver Skin also strengthened Bai Zemin's internal organs to twice what they were before. This was an extremely good thing since his internal organs were stronger, and shock from blows would not hurt him internally as much compared to the past. In addition, his skin became softer and more delicate, which, without neglecting the overall masculine look, gave him a far more radiant appearance, briefly dazzling Wu Yijin as she observed all these changes from up close. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting around here." Bai Zemin finally shifted his eyes back to Wu Yijin and looked at her with an apologetic smile. This was not the time to dive into deep thoughts or analyze too many things. "Don't worry." Wu Yijin also smiled to see him that, despite the pain he had just experienced, it seemed to have been worth it as he had a smile bright as the sun on his face. "So, about the reason why I called you here." Bai Zemin didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Why, yes, tell me." Wu Yijin became a little nervous and her heartbeat was disturbed. For an instant, she thought that maybe he wanted to talk to her about what happened 4 days ago, and that was why he had called her here. Of course, Bai Zemin wasn't planning to do anything like that, at least not now. Instead, what he said was the following. "Do we have anyone capable of making potions or similar brews?" /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 380, 1 Potions and Brews. Do we have anyone capable of making potions or brews like that? After those words left Bai Zemin's mouth, he fell silent and looked at Wu Yijin as he waited for a response from her. However, even after several seconds, the room remained silent as neither of them said a word. Just as Bai Zemin was about to ask if something was wrong, she said with wide eyes, "Excuse me, potions or brews?" "Yes, potions or similar brews." Bai Zemin repeated, somewhat confused by the surprise expressed by the beautiful girl in front of him, and patiently explained. Just like in role-playing games and the like, magic potions with amazing effects, brews capable of assisting the consumer in combat, stuff like that. And no, I do understand what you mean by potions or brews. It may not seem like it, but I also played a few games in my life, so I'm aware of the similarity of our status window to that of a video game character. Wu Yijin shook her head gently, and seeing that Bai Zemin didn't seem to be joking, she said, somewhat puzzled. But even if our faction had someone capable of doing such stuff, how are we supposed to craft a benign potion and not a poisonous one? Even though our botany team has already studied roughly 100 mutant plants, it's still not enough to create something so mage-like. Besides, Wu Yijin seemed to have more to say, but Bai Zemin raised a hand to indicate her to stop for a moment, something she obediently did while nodding in a sweet and cute manner towards him. I understand what you mean, Bai Zemin said calmly before adding. However, the potions I'm talking about shouldn't be that complicated to make, since investigators won't have to go around experimenting with different combinations or testing the effects. I don't get it. Wu Yijin shook her head as her shoulders slumped in defeat. Bai Zemin knew that it was not easy to explain what he had in mind with words, so instead of wasting time, he sent several drops of blood floating towards Wu Yijin. That blood belonged in the past to a second-order existence I defeated not long ago, Bai Zemin explained as he pointed with his right hand. If you drink it, you will understand what I mean. Wu Yijin looked at the blood in front of her curiously before opening her mouth slightly. Her full red lips parted slightly, and under Bai Zemin's control, the red blood gently fell onto her small pink tongue. This was not the first time Wu Yijin tasted second-order blood. She had consumed the blood of the second-order archaic bear when she finally evolved to first order. While the number of statistics and benefits she obtained was not that great, as she was barely able to drink around 50 drops before she had to stop due to her own mortal body's incompetence, it was enough for her to know for sure how precious that blood was. At the same time that she knew that second-order blood was a treasure, Wu Yijin was also aware of the pain and inconvenience one must experience. However, for the sake of becoming more powerful, she was willing to do practically anything. Not only did she want to become stronger for herself and her family, she now had another goal to fight and strive for. Wu Yijin gritted her pearly teeth as she felt as if her body was going to explode at any moment. Despite the wrenching pain, her black eyes were incredibly steady as she looked at the man sitting a few feet away. As Bai Zemin looked into her eyes without averting his eyes and his black eyes met her black eyes, he could not deny that he was secretly shocked when he noticed the girl's resolve before him. Wu Yijin had lived a cosseted life since birth. She had probably never experienced real physical pain other than a few scratches, and even the apocalypse did not change this, as so far she had never been in a battle, even remotely close to the battles he or Shangyuan Bingzhu had previously faced. However, she endured. She did not even let a sound escape from her mouth, even though her body was shivering uncontrollably, as if she was a small boat in the middle of a raging sea. Even if the blood Bai Zemin was giving her was the blood of that female goblin named Kurano, since despite its higher level, it was much lighter than the blood of the goblin named Abel. Wu Yijin's stats were not monstrously high as Bai Zemin's were. They were both two completely different beings inside, even though they were both humans born in the same world. Therefore, Wu Yijin was currently suffering pain that should be intolerable for a little princess like she had been all her life. However, she endured like a true queen. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wu Yijin's body finally stopped shivering, and she received 2 messages in her retina. Agility +8. For the next 10 seconds, the chances of being sent flying by an enemy are reduced by 10%. Wu Yijin gasped at the second message. She could clearly feel her body becoming firmer than before, just like a mountain that could not be knocked down by normal forces. After 10 seconds, that strange sensation disappeared, awakening her from her shock. She raised her head, and even though some small beads of sweat were falling down her face, she still looked incredibly beautiful as she said with a smile, "Now, I finally understand what you were talking about before." Bai Zemin just stared at her without saying anything for a couple of seconds. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing him silent and looking at her so intently, Wu Yijin again felt anxious and inadvertently started playing with her hands. What's wrong?" she asked, almost in a whisper small enough that had it not been for the silence of the villa, it might not have reached the desired ears. "It's nothing." Bai Zemin shook his head and said slowly, "I simply wanted to compliment your courage. Not only did you just unhesitatingly take something I gave you even though we've barely known each other for less than 2 months, but you even endured the pain like a true female warrior even though your whole life was probably smooth and prickle-free. I think such an attitude is worthy of praise. Bai Zemin was being really honest here. A person who ran every day might be able to run 20 kilometers without rest, but a person who had never practiced sports or stamina exercises would definitely fall down a lot sooner. What Wu Yijin had done had really surprised him a little. Wu Yijin smiled gently at the honest tone from him and said quietly, "Well, I think you will always get somewhere if you walk far enough. You will always get somewhere if you walk far enough." That's an interesting way of looking at life and saying never give up. Bai Zemin closed his eyes for a second and smiled as that phrase was imprinted in his heart. My grandfather always said I should never give up once I set a goal. Wu Yijin looked at Bai Zemin with steady eyes and said with a smile a hint unusual, "Who knows, if I give up I might regret it the next second. Because maybe, at the next second I will get what I want and what I fought so hard for. Wouldn't it be a pity then?" Bai Zemin was slightly dumbfounded at her words. The next instant, however, he forced a bitter smile into his heart. How could he not understand what she was figuratively saying to him? "I think that your grandfather is quite an optimistic person." In the end, he could only say that. Wu Yijin smiled sweetly, and her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape, looking extremely cute. "So, regarding the records you just absorbed," Bai Zemin took the opportunity to slide the topic to what really mattered to him and said matter-of-factly, "Can you read the second message to me?" "Of course I can, just give me a second." Wu Yijin also did not continue with the previous topic. She believed that when things had to happen they would definitely happen. Another phrase her grandfather always told her was, "Not before, not after, everything comes when it has to come." After hearing that Wu Yijin also received the same bonus as him and its duration had not been shortened at all, while the potency of the effect also stayed intact, Bai Zemin was surprised. She had absorbed far less blood than he had. When he brought this up to Wu Yijin, she was also surprised. However, she soon seemed to understand something and said somewhat uncertainly, "Isn't it? Isn't it that the effect is always the same regardless of whether it's 1 drop or 2 liters?" "Yeah, I was also thinking the same thing just now," Bai Zemin nodded. "Since that was the case, then everything was easier. I was thinking of using this blood and dissolving it in water." Bai Zemin explained his thoughts to Wu Yijin slowly. "My idea is to use just about 1 drop of blood and dissolve it in small 500 milliliter bottles. If the side effect works well, then we can try dissolving 1 drop of blood in a 1 liter bottle, and so on until the effect no longer works. When the effect stops working, we will simply use the option before failure." Wu Yijin's eyes lit up when she heard his idea. "That's a really great idea. If only 1 drop of second order can be dissolved in a 500 milliliter bottle, then we can find or make small containers of about 50 milliliters and give one to each soul evolver before going into battle. That way, a single drop of blood will be enough to form 10 brews, which is equivalent to 10 soul evolvers boosted. And if a single drop of blood can be dissolved in a larger amount of water, then the result will be even more brilliant." This time it was Bai Zemin's turn for his eyes to light up. He had not thought about what she had just said, but after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that Wu Yijin's words were indeed true. After all, how much liquid could a person drink? It wasn't as if a normal human could swallow 500 ml of water in one gulp anyway. Since the effect was activated by swallowing the blood and assimilating it, a large amount wasn't necessary. "Look at this." Bai Zemin drew out a few more drops of blood and sent them floating gently towards Wu Yijin for her to consume one by one. Approximately 40 minutes later, Wu Yijin had received several stat points. Although she was only able to consume only a few drops of blood and barely a single drop of Gemender's blood due to the abysmal power difference between the two, she was satisfied with the result. My God, 6 different effects, which is equivalent to creating 6 brews capable of empowering our troops on the battlefield. Wu Yijin covered her mouth with both hands as her eyes flashed with disbelief. She was fully aware that while it seemed that effects that barely increased X stats by 5% or 10% was little, in a battle between beings with equal or similar power, that difference would mark the victory and decide who would live or who would die. Second-order blood information should be kept as a highly classified secret. Make sure the entire investigation team knows the consequences of opening their mouths, as much as possible that all of them have family. Bai Zemin looked at Wu Yijin, and his eyes flashed with a hint of imperceptible coldness. "Don't worry, I understand. I know what to do," Wu Yijin said, nodding towards him. She naturally was no fool. She understood the importance of this matter. Backslash 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 backslash. Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 382. The State of His Heart and the State of Her Heart. Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin talked for more than 2 hours about the matter of potions and brews. While the foundation of the main matter had already been settled, there were still many details that needed to be discussed in greater depth. After all, this was by no means a small matter. The matter of potions and brews could decide the future of the faction. It was no exaggeration to say that the survival of many was tied to this. Nor was it an exaggeration to say that a single potion could save the life of a soul evolver, as, for example, the critical hit effect was activated in the midst of desperate combat. The tables of battle would turn immediately. Even for Bai Zemin himself, regardless of his personal strength, the boost he could get from potions and brews was important to the point of being completely impossible to ignore. Even more so considering that his stats were higher, and higher stats represented a higher percentage when it came to being boosted by the potion or brew consumed. In the end, Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin came to the conclusion that it was better to allow a small portion of the second order's blood to be saved instead of being used to dissolve in water. In this way, the botanical team and the team of investigators that the faction was nurturing would be able to use a small part of the blood to test the effect it would have with different herbs. Who knows, in the future there could be mana recovery potions, stamina recovery potions, potions that would speed up wounds recovery, and so on. The possibilities were almost limitless. Limiting themselves only to what they already knew for fear of the unknown was definitely not the way to go. At least, it wasn't if they wanted to go far. Before Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin knew it, the sun slowly began to settle on the distant horizon. The view from Bai Zemin's room on the top floor of his personal villa was splendid, to say the least. The sky, devoid of gray clouds, was tinged crimson-red with hints of orange in the immediate vicinity as the sun slowly set to signal the end of a day and the fall of a new night. As Bai Zemin looked out at the outside world with a steady glance, hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind at practically the same time. From the moment his eyes opened to the moment they closed again during a few insignificant hours of sleep, his mind was in constant turmoil, so the fatigue he felt was unimaginable to many. Am I doing it right? Could I do it better? How can I make everyone stronger faster? Should I start destroying the settlements of other powers without trying to be so merciful? Such thoughts were always alive inside him without anyone knowing, without anyone realizing that beneath his firm and confident appearance was actually a young man who, in many senses of the word, was a first-timer. As Wu Yijin secretly looked at the face of the man beside her illuminated by the crimson sunset, she could not help but let her eyes moisten slightly. The erratic beating of her heart surprisingly calmed down, and her breathing turned steady and smooth enough for anyone to think that she had fallen asleep. When was the last time she felt so peaceful? So peaceful to the point where she could stay inside this room without moving for an eternity of time. Although Wu Yijin was a strong and considerably independent woman because her family's upbringing required it in order to survive in the political world, at the end of the day, she was a 23-year-old young woman. At such an age, she should be enjoying her best days at university, making new friends, meeting new people, committing mistakes and learning from them. She should be enjoying this time, a time when she was like a flower at its most beautiful and brightest point in life. However, everything had changed. That quiet and seemingly bright life that was promised to her was taken from her hands even before she realized it. As they both stood in silence with thoughts that shared some similarities with each other, but at the same time were intrinsically different, time passed. A few minutes later, as her gaze was lost in the horizon, and her dark eyes lit up at the beautiful sight in front of her, Wu Yijin said almost in a whisper, "If you were given the choice to choose to go back to your previous life, just before everything changed, would you be willing to go in reverse?" Bai Zemin did not look at her, as his indifferent eyes that made it difficult for people to understand the depths of his soul gazed into the distance. He thought about what the beauty beside him had just asked him, and easily came to a conclusion. If I were given the choice to choose to go back, to have everything return to how it was before this entity called Soul Record reached our world and be assured that my life and the lives of my loved ones would never again be dragged into a hell like the one we are living in at this very moment, then why wouldn't I do it? Wu Yijin was surprised to hear his response, But when she turned her face slightly to look at him and realized that he didn't seem to be joking about his decision, she couldn't help but ask. Even if it means losing all the power you've gained so far after fighting countless battles to deaths, even if going back and making everything return to normal means going back to being just a normal citizen with no power over anyone. I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend you. She hastily apologized, realizing that her words could easily be misinterpreted. Bai Zemin smiled slightly and shook his head as he said, "Your words do not offend me in any way. For me, being just a normal citizen with no power is nothing to be ashamed of at all. On the contrary, I believe that normal citizens have more qualifications to be proud of themselves compared to those wealthy or powerful families. Because different of them, we, the poor and normal people, achieved everything by our own efforts while they remain mommy's and daddy's children until the end of their days." Wu Yijin was plunged into deep thoughts as she listened to what Bai Zemin had just said, and to her surprise, she realized that he was right. Wasn't she, a grown woman, still being cared for and supported by her family? Even her future work would probably be influenced by her family. She blushed slightly, feeling for the first time in her life truly ashamed. It was only then that she understood the reason why Bai Zemin never felt beneath anyone despite his normal birth. Still, she couldn't help but say, "But, losing all your power, are you sure you would be willing to let go it so easily?" Wu Yijin found that hard to believe. After all, humans were greedy and ambitious creatures by nature. It was extremely rare and close to impossible to find a truly pure and conformist soul, capable of being happy with little. Many might say otherwise, but the truth of life was that one could not live off love and affection. Money and power had the capacity to move mountains, let alone to move the human heart. Unfortunately, Wu Yijin was wrong. She clearly did not know Bai Zemin at all. "The reason why I fight, and the real reason why I am extremely fierce and tenacious against my enemies, but also myself, is all due to my family," Bai Zemin said in a deep voice as he gazed into the distance with unwavering eyes. "Each and every step I have taken since the first day this world became the hell it is today, always and without exception, has been expressly to secure the future of those I love and will love. You and many others may see me as a godlike existence at this moment, but that is only because so far I have always managed to overcome every obstacle that has crossed my path. But only I know that in this great universe, my existence is more insignificant than a grain of sand in the middle of the ocean." Although Bai Zemin's voice sounded indifferent and seemed as if he was recounting something insignificant, Wu Yijin could faintly notice the pain, regret, and self-shame he felt. What kind of burdens was weighing him down? What were those secrets that he hid deep in his heart so that no one would see them for fear of being hurt? Wu Yijin had countless questions she wanted to ask the young man at her side, but when she heard his next words, they stuck in her throat. "Because in the past I was weak, I could not protect the past of those I loved. Because today I am weak, I cannot protect the present of those I love," Bai Zemin said with self-reproach. His eyes flashed with resolution and his voice was filled with murderous intent as he said, "But that will not be like this forever. There will come a day when I will be strong enough to protect the future of those I love. And from then on, I will take care of their future presents." Wu Yijin felt her heart squeeze slightly as she felt Bai Zemin's self-disdain and self-reproach in his voice. He was the man most acclaimed by countless women within the faction. He was the most powerful person everyone had ever known, a being with the ability to make the heavens rumble and the earth tremble. But that same man seemed to have a very low opinion of himself. In fact, Bai Zemin did not consider himself a genius, as Lilith always said. What was the use of being a genius? At the end of the day, being an amazing talent did not change the fact that he was weak. It did not change the fact that because of his own incompetence, those he loved had to experience so much suffering, and would probably experience many more even if he tried his best to prevent it. The only thing that others saw were his positive or negative points, his good deeds or his bad deeds. But everyone seemed to forget that he was also a human. Still, Wu Yijin couldn't help but say in a choked voice, "Aren't you being too hard with yourself? You have already done and are doing an excellent job. You've done it better than anyone else because I don't think anyone could have done it better than you. I think you should be a little proud of yourself." Bai Zemin looked at her for a second and smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Proud? Of course, Bai Zemin was very proud of himself. He was always a proud existence, and this was not so just because he had recently acquired a bit of power that in the eyes of the truly strong was insignificant. However, Wu Yijin still continued to fail to comprehend it. As he looked into her eyes, he noticed real concern in her stare. That beautiful pair of dark eyes were moist with small beads of tears that seemed barely contained, and on the verge of falling. In a moment of impulse and believing that at the very least she deserved to know about the condition of his heart, Bai Zemin extended his right hand toward her. I think once you see this you will understand. And I also believe that once you see my heart, you will be able to make a better decision about what to do with your own heart. His heart? Wu Yijin looked at his outstretched palm and then looked at his face again. Seeing that smile that contained a hint of helplessness, bitterness, but at the same time gratitude, she finally understood. She finally understood that perhaps the existence called Bai Zemin knew and thus carried burdens that neither she, nor Shangyuan Bingzu, nor any other woman could ever understand. Perhaps only a true goddess of heaven could possibly understand, she thought as she reached out her delicate hand towards his. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 383, Stubborn Wu Yijun. In a world of crazies like this, being sane is craziness. Part 1. Slowly, as if afraid of something, Wu Yijun watched as her small hand moved closer and closer to Bai Zemin's comparatively larger hand. Bai Zemin, on the other hand, was a lot calmer than she was. As he looked into her eyes, he noticed uncertainty, revealing that the beautiful woman at his side was afraid of discovering or not being able to understand what he wanted to show her. But he believed that once she viewed the effects of his stone heart skill, she would come to understand that getting into his heart could very well be classified as impossible. No, not impossible, Bai Zemin thought as in his head appeared for the 1000th time the shadow of the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire life, and whose smile was so dazzling as to oppress the rays of the sun. As the image of Lilith appeared in his head and in his heart, as he secretly wondered what she could be doing and if she was doing well, Wu Yijun's hand finally touched his. Then let her see and decide for herself. Bai Zemin immediately started moving through his records and skills. When he found the record of the skill 3rd Order Stone Heart, he wanted to share that record with Wu Yijun and let her see that tiny part of his soul. However, what happened next perplexed them both. As if they had been electrocuted by an electric shock of several thousand volts, Bai Zemin's and Wu Yijun's faces changed at the same time as they hurriedly pulled their hands apart as a reflex action. Wu Yijun grimaced slightly as she used her trembling hand to tightly clutch her chest. Bai Zemin wasn't much better off than her either, as he also felt a sharp pain that was hard to describe. While he didn't complain as she did due to his much higher pain tolerance, that didn't stop the pain that made him feel as if someone had replaced the blood running through his veins with burning lava from scaring him. It was as if his soul were burning him from the inside out. When he finally felt himself regaining the breath that had been abruptly stolen from him, he looked at Wu Yijun and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Wu Yijun could not respond immediately as it was still extremely difficult for her to breathe. It was the first time in her life that she had experienced pain of such magnitude, to the level where even breathing caused her pain. The pain she felt while absorbing the various drops of 2nd Order blood was nothing compared to this. Bai Zemin hastily supported her and carefully let her lie down on his bed. He waited for a couple of seconds, but just as a precaution decided to go find Kang Lan. "I am fine." Just as he was thinking of leaving to look for the strongest healer of his faction, Wu Yijun finally found enough breath to utter a few words. "Are you sure?" he asked with a slight frown. Wu Yijun did not respond immediately and instead took several deep breaths. A few seconds after repeating the same process several times, her pale face immediately began to return to normal, and about a minute later she finally reverted to her optimal condition. "I'm really fine now. I really am. Don't worry." Wu Yijun smiled warmly as she could feel genuine concern from him toward her. She felt that even if she had to experience the same thing several more times, she would be willing to multiply it a couple of times even if it was worth a gentle look like the one he had at this moment as he looked at her. Love was undoubtedly one of the most powerful emotions that existed, a double-edged sword that could lift one to the top or plunge one to the bottom of an abyss, and at the same time an emotion that could affect the rationality of the most string person in the world in just a second. Wu Yijun, who was always rational but was experiencing such a powerful emotion for the first time in her life, was a clear example of this. Bai Zemin had no idea of the inner thoughts of the beauty on his bed. In fact, he had no time to think about it. Right now, his preoccupation was with what had just happened a minute or two ago. What on earth had just happened? Bai Zemin had an extremely deep frown on his face as his doubt-filled eyes stared at a fixed point in search of answers. If Lilith were present, he might be able to get the answers he was looking for. But with her so far away and somewhere unknown in the vast universe, it was absolutely impossible for him to know what had just happened. What was that shock earlier? Why did something like that happen? Bai Zemin was completely clueless. In the past, he had shared his records with Lilith on many occasions, and yet nothing even remotely similar to what had just happened when he tried to do the same with Wu Yijin ever occurred. Just now, you wanted to show me a record of your soul, didn't you? Wu Yijin's voice brought him back to reality, and when he raised his head to look at her, he nodded as he said in puzzlement. Yes, a skill to be specific. No wonder for an instant I felt as if part of your soul joined with mine. Wu Yijin nodded with a, so that's how it is expression on her face. Then she smiled sweetly and said in a soft voice, even though it only lasted an instant, I clearly felt as if that part of your soul wanted to embrace mine. Bai Zemin was not surprised by this, as every time he shared his records with Lilith, he felt something similar. Although it was not as exaggerated as Wu Yijin described, the feeling was somewhat similar. Seeing his still confused expression, and even though Wu Yijin herself had doubts as to how Bai Zemin had learned to do something like this and more so, how he had such knowledge, she instead said calmly, "Don't overthink it. It's probably because your soul is much stronger than mine, so as security, my soul didn't accept your records temporarily moving to me." After listening to her words and analyzing them for a moment, the frown on Bai Zemin's face gradually began to recede. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that what Wu Yijin had just said made sense. Therefore, a few seconds later, his expression returned to normal. "I think you're right." Bai Zemin sighed and sat down heavily on his bed, letting his body bounce gently due to the springs. "You seem quite surprised by what just happened." Wu Yijin couldn't help but point out with slight suspicion, "Could it be that you've already done this in the past?" Bai Zemin knew that there were some strange things about what had just happened, and that trying to hide it would only do more harm than good, so he said half-heartedly, "Yes, I have done something similar in the past as an experiment." Wu Yijin looked at him, unable to detect lies in his clear eyes, so she finally shrugged her shoulders. "Okay, I've taken up a lot of your time for today." Bai Zemin stretched his hand forward and chuckled as he jokingly said, "Don't worry, it won't hurt this time. Even if I were to burn alive in hell, I would still take your hand." Wu Yijin said as she looked into his eyes with a slight blush on her lovely face, taking his hand an instant after. "You." Bai Zemin used a bit of strength to help her stand up gently and sighed as he heard her words. "What? It's not like you don't know anyway." Wu Yijin stuck out the tip of her tongue playfully before saying, "There's no point in hiding it when it's too glaringly obvious." Realizing that it wasn't possible to avoid the point, and at the same time feeling that it wasn't right to keep a good woman like her on hold for something that had little chance of happening, Bai Zemin finally decided to broach the matter. "Look, sit here, let's have a little chat. I think it's necessary for you to know a few things." Bai Zemin sat on the edge of the bed again and carefully patted the place beside him. Since he could not show her his stone heart skill, then there was no choice but to explain things slowly and in words so that the girl next to him would understand and would have a better idea of what she was dealing with. Only then she could decide more wisely what she wanted to do and if the effort was worth it or not. Wu Yijin felt her heart begin to pound as she saw the complicated look Bai Zemin was giving her as he looked at her. Although she had been waiting for this moment, now that the time had finally come, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Bai Zemin seemed to understand her fears, for as he saw her hesitating on whether to sit next to him or flee the room, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said in a helpless voice, "Don't overthink it. I will simply tell you a few things about my past and about me. I'll also explain one or two things you need to know, that's all." "Oh, okay." Wu Yijin nodded, finally gathering courage and letting the weight of her light body rest gently on the elegant mattress. Bai Zemin didn't even feel the bed sink as she rested beside him. That's how light the woman next to him was. Neither of them said anything at first, but Bai Zemin knew perfectly well that he had to be the one to start the conversation. Therefore, after thinking a bit about what he wanted to say, he slowly stated, "Be honest with you, I still find it kinda hard to believe that a girl like you has feelings for me. I know that the world has changed. I also know that if I were my past, you would probably never develop emotions for the Bai Zemin of that time. In this span of almost 2 months, less than 60 days of time, my personality took a tremendous turn. And believe me when I tell you that if you knew me before the apocalypse, you would definitely not be able to associate me with my current self. Taking advantage of the brief moment of silence he decided to take, Wu Yijin asked, "Would you mind telling me about your past?" Bai Zemin turned his head slightly and looked at her with a small smile as he nodded. That's what I plan to do. I want you to understand who I once was and the biggest reason why I am who I am today." Wu Yijin nodded silently and took a deep breath. The palms of her hands began to sweat as a sign of how nervous she was, nerves and anxiety slowly growing due to the uncertainty and waiting. "You see, as you may have already noticed, I don't have much experience with girls. Sure, even though my physical appearance was never particularly outstanding, I did have my strong points even before the soul record made me what I am today so naturally. There were a couple of girls who asked me out. Unfortunately, because in the past a girl broke my heart in a rather cruel way, I always feared getting hurt again, but I feared more not being able to get back on my feet." Bai Zemin slowly began to narrate small fragments of his past that were necessary for Wu Yijin to know in order for her to eventually understand the crux of the whole issue he wanted to get to. A girl hurt his heart. Wu Yijin wondered what kind of girl could be so cruel and so simple-minded to hurt a man like him. Even without her knowing the past Bai Zemin, even if the present him was different, his essence as a person definitely could not have changed a lot. What made him who he once was, his identity must still be present somewhere. Therefore, from the point of view of a woman in love like Wu Yijin, whoever that girl was, she was definitely not right mentally. Backslash 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 backslash. Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 384, Stubborn Wu Yijin. In a world of crazies like this, being sane is craziness. Part 2 last. The more Wu Yijin listened, the more her agitated emotions such as nervousness and anxiety seemed to calm down. However, this by no means meant that she was as calm and placid as her outward face suggested, since if Bai Zemin were to look into her eyes closely, he would easily discover a flame of anger burning in those two pretty dark eyes of hers. That's right, the usually calm and generally kind Wu Yijin was angry. No, to say she was angry was an understatement. She was furious. When she found out that at some point in Bai Zemin's adolescence, there was a girl who was vicious enough to play with his heart. For the first time in her life, she wanted to grab a woman by the hair and roll her all over the ground until she shined the floor tiles. After Bai Zemin stopped talking, she secretly gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "How can that girl be so heartless?" Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at her out of the corner of his eye. Although the voice of the girl beside him was low and soft, it was impossible not to notice the anger boiling under the seemingly stable surface. "You don't need to overthink it. While I won't deny that it was an important part of my past, it's no longer important to me now. The reason I told you this is because I needed to get here so that you would understand the real reason why I may not be able to reciprocate your feelings." Wu Yijin's face instantly turned pale when she heard this. The river of lava that seemed to flow through her veins and filled her with anger and heat suddenly seemed to freeze and turn into a huge glacier that froze her blood completely and even made it difficult for her to breathe. "Why?" she asked with latent fear. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart seeing her like this. Regardless of what the reason might be, rejection was rejection no matter how nice one made it look or sound. When the love one felt was not reciprocated, one was bound to suffer and cry. That was life after all. But this was especially the case for a girl like Wu Yijin, a girl who in over 20 years was just experiencing the first love of her life. Even if Bai Zemin was not rejecting her outright, his words basically suggested it from a certain point of view. At least, that was how Wu Yijin herself felt, and it made her little heart tighten. Bai Zemin had no way of knowing, but the truth was that the pain Wu Yijin felt at that moment was even greater than the pain she felt several minutes earlier when he tried to share part of his records with her briefly. The pain she felt came from deep within her existence, difficult to describe, a pain that robbed her of sleep and the will to live. Because my magic stat and my mana stat were more than 10 times higher than what a normal existence should have at the beginning of the evolution, the soul record seemed to give me some importance above the rest. At least that's what I think. Bai Zemin explained slowly as he stared at the slowly darkening sky outside the window. My experience in love, as I just told you before, was not good at all, and my broken heart somehow fomented for the most part my careful and distrustful personality towards people. This was especially so with women. Then, When the soul record turned my past into records imprinted on my soul, that particular record was apparently aggravated or given more attention than usual. As a result, approximately 24 hours after the soul record arrived on Earth, a passive skill automatically awakened in me. A skill? Wu Yijin asked with some difficulty, forcing herself to calm down. Somehow, it seemed that the really important thing was yet to come. A skill. Bai Zemin nodded and turned his face to look her in the eyes as he slowly said, "The name of this skill is Stone Heart, and it is a third-order passive skill." Lilith aside, this was the first time Bai Zemin told another person or living being about the existence of the skill Stone Heart. Although one of his greatest secrets was coming out, he was 90% sure that Wu Yijin would never use it against him. Besides, he somehow believed that she deserved to know the truth. A good-hearted girl should not have to go through something as bad as what he went through years ago. Wu Yijin's eyes trembled and her pupils constricted slightly when she heard the name of the skill. At the same time, her heart tightened a little when she learned that this skill even had such a high level. Third order. This was by far the highest level skill Wu Yijin had ever known, and would most likely stay that way for quite a while longer. Stone Heart, she muttered unconsciously as she stared at him. Stone Heart. Bai Zemin nodded and said in a clear voice, "Just as the name of the skill suggests, the function of the Stone Heart skill is to protect my heart from suffering disappointment in the future by expecting something from others. Specifically, this skill makes it extremely difficult for people other than those close to me to move my emotions or touch my heart." Now I understand. Now I understand how a normal student went from being a citizen to someone capable of keeping his sanity and unblinkingly slaughtering so many people. Wu Yijin felt as if a great veil of mystery that was always there was slowly becoming clearer. Bai Zemin nodded. "That's right. I don't know how many higher orders there are after Stone Heart evolves, but a third-order skill is definitely powerful, and especially a passive one. Even though I had never killed anyone before, the first time I did it I felt no joy or sadness. My heart didn't move at all, and it was no different than breathing. That skill, it's too dangerous." Wu Yijin looked at him worriedly and pointed out, "Sure, now it helps you keep a level head in front of people and helps you make mostly rational decisions, but that can also cause you to be alone for the whole eternity." "That's one of the problems." Bai Zemin nodded with a faint smile of helplessness. "The skill Stone Heart not only prevents those foreign to me from having a lot of difficulties and making it nearly impossible for them to break into my heart, but this effect is doubled against the opposite sex. In return, my affection for those I love is greatly magnified." "You?" Wu Yijin's expression became incredibly sad as she looked into his eyes. To her, that helpless smile hid a great weight and sadness that no one could understand. She was not sad because she had just learned that her beloved had a skill that basically made it impossible for any woman to ever win a place in his heart, no matter how small. The reason behind her sadness was that the man she loved so much was suffering. If Bai Zemin's affection and attachment increased as a consequence of the skill Stone Heart, then Wu Yijin could not even imagine how much affection he felt for his family at this moment. Only now did she understand the reason why he had told her earlier that every single step he took since day one of the apocalypse had been focused on helping his loved ones. He loved them so much, he loved them more than with all his heart. However, because he didn't have the ability to cross an entire district by himself in the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and hold on. But how much pain was he feeling? How heavy was his heart as he went to bed every night and thought about whether his loved ones were alive or not? How guilty would he feel as he enjoyed sumptuous meals every day while wondering if his loved ones were eating well? "I'm sorry, I had no idea about anything." She apologized and shook her head vigorously as she barely managed to hold back the urge to cry. "It's okay." Bai Zemin shook his head without saying much more about it. Be honest with himself. While he didn't appreciate others feeling sympathy for him, he also couldn't deny that it felt a little good to know that there was finally someone who understood one thing, that he was human, that he also suffered, and that he also needed understanding. So far, all he had done had been to advance without being defeated even once, which made everyone unconsciously look at him as if he were a divinity among mortals. But they were all wrong. Wu Yijin had realized precisely that. That's why she apologized. Because at the end of the day, she also ended up unwittingly believing that Bai Zemin was an almighty all-powerful existence, because that was how it had been until now. "So, I think you now understand the reason why I told you what I said before." He looked at her seriously and said plainly, "I don't want to give you false hope for anything, because I know how cruel it would be to do that. Therefore, I think it will be better for you if you make an effort to kill those feelings as soon as possible. I know it will hurt a lot, but I firmly believe that it is better to feel a lot of pain for a few weeks, months, or a few years, and not feel pain every day for the rest of your life. Bai Zemin was remarkably honest and hid almost nothing. He knew how painful it was to have one's emotions played with when one was in love, so he was not willing to become a piece of scum like those who taunted him and whom he once repudiated. The only thing he did not tell Wu Yijin was that, in case anyone ever managed to conquer his love, there was a woman who at the moment had the absolute leadership of that position, and hardly a contender would be born. Of course, all this was as long as the skill Stoneheart continued to be Stoneheart after evolving to the next stage if at some point Bai Zemin managed to fulfill all the evolution requirements. Because if the skill Stoneheart changed completely, then things could be very different from what he thought right now. But the problem was, did Wu Yijin think the same as him? That's for me to decide, not you. She said out of nowhere, and when Bai Zemin looked at her, he met her face filled with stubbornness as she stared at him. Whether or not it is impossible to carve out a place in your heart, that is yet to be seen. I firmly believe that it is only impossible if you believe that it is. Even stones will crack eventually. She got up from the bed and walked towards the door, leaving Bai Zemin speechless. Just before she opened the door, she said without looking back, if it were someone else, I would certainly advise her to give up to avoid suffering. But you know what? Wu Yijin was always a woman who gives good advice to others but rarely follows it. You, Bai Zemin, are the man I want to spend my whole life with. And as hard as it may be, I will fight for it no matter what. Did you not hear everything I just said? Bai Zemin looked at her back and frowned slightly angrily as he said, Are you crazy? Maybe I am, she replied and opened the door, but in a world of crazies like this, being sane is craziness. Bang! The door was slammed shut, as if the person who had just left had struck an imaginary hammer similar to a dictatorial judge in a courtroom who had reached her irrevocable decision. Bai Zemin looked at the closed wooden door, dumbfounded. His mouth opened and closed several times as if he wanted to say something, but not even a sound came out. In a world of crazies like this, being sane is craziness. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 385. Ice Princesses Can Blush as Well, Part 1. When night fell, Bai Zemin was sitting in the dining room of his own villa. Fortunately for him, he had two cute little angels who practically accompanied him every night at mealtime, so he didn't feel so lonely. "This meat is so delicious." Xiang Feng put both hands on her cheeks and shook her head tenderly. Luo Ning poked a small piece of meat from a creature called blue fish with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth quickly. As she felt the tenderness with which the meat of the unclassified fish melted inside her mouth, her eyes lit up, and she said happily, "This fish is super deli too." The two girls sat on both sides of the main seat, from where Bai Zemin watched everything with a faint smile on his face as he enjoyed his own meal. As he watched the two little girls enjoying their dinner and exclaiming with joy every time they found something that delighted their tastes, Bai Zemin felt as if a part of his worries disappeared. Even if that feeling in which it seemed like the weight he carried on his back was lightened only lasted for an instant, that instant was very precious to him. "Xiang Feng, try this meat. The rice my mom cooked with the help of the elder sisters is also very yummy." The voices of both girls were like wind bells dancing in the spring breeze. Compared to the roars of the terrifying beasts and the growls of the zombies in the outside world, as well as the chill of the night, anyone who stepped into this properly air-conditioned villa and listened to the cheerful and carefree voices of the two little elves enjoying the dinner prepared by Bai Zemin's hired maids would definitely not be able to believe that right outside the front door the world was falling apart. After dining and enjoying some desserts, the maids began to clear the table in an orderly fashion. Even they had smiles on their faces. Because Bai Zemin's villa was very large and there were too many spare rooms, he proposed that instead of going back to their homes in the middle part of the village, they could all stay on the main floor. 90% of the maids accepted Bai Zemin's proposal without even hesitating, and there were even many of them who basically stopped seeing their former husbands in order to spend more time there. Living in the villa of the strongest person and the highest ruler of the village, these women who had previously suffered different levels of cruelty were fully aware that they would no longer have to worry about their safety. As for those who had husbands, they all knew that in this life one could not live purely from love, and even less so considering the current situation in the world, where even the children would be willing to sell their parents for a piece of bread. "Mama, let me help you." Xiang Feng jumped nimbly from her chair and took some things from her mother's hands, making her smile gently and accept her help gladly. Bai Zemin said nothing about it. Instead, he looked at Luo Ning and asked curiously, "Little Ning, what is your current level?" "Big brother Bai, I'm currently level 24. Luo Ning stuck out her non-existent chest and said in a proud voice, "Uncle Fu Zufeng and the other strongest aunts and uncles are level 25. Very soon I will catch up with them." "Haha, little Ning, you're growing up so fast." Bai Zemin laughed and patted the little girl's head, causing her eyes to narrow like those of a cat satisfied with its master's caresses. The maids who listened to the interaction of the two silently as they went about their work were surprised and secretly looked at the little girl, barely 9 years old, in complete and total disbelief. Many of them felt a bit embarrassed that such a little child had the courage to do something that they, grown women, did not. When you reach level 25 and the soul record presents your evolution options, ask Fu Zufeng and the rest. You can even look for me. Don't make hasty decisions just based on the name of the job, okay? Because she was so young, Bai Zemin had to be careful and do his best to prevent Luo Ning from making a wrong decision. After all, the first path chosen was from a certain point of view the most important, since that path would be the one that would open up different forks later on. Okay, Luo Ning nodded her head easily. She fully and completely trusted in Bai Zemin, as she knew that he would never say or do anything to hurt her. "All right, little girl, go back home or your big brother will get jealous and look at me as if I have stolen his lovely little sister's affection in the future." Bai Zemin chuckled. "Heh." Luo Ning said nothing more, and after giving Bai Zemin a powerful killer kiss on the cheek, she ran off at such a high speed that it left the maids wordless. Bai Zemin shook his head and stood up with a smile before heading to his room. Unfortunately for him, even after trying for almost a full hour, he was unable to fall asleep. His earlier conversation with Wu Yijun and the words the beauty had said to him before leaving still weighed on his mind. "So boring." Bai Zemin groaned and sat up in bed. Seeing the starlight beyond the sky, his gaze focused for an instant on the brightest star in the firmament, briefly recalling his previous conversation with Lilith about the firmament fragments and bringing back to his memory that distant past event with the far-off constellation of the Heavenly Wolf. Since wasting time trying to fall asleep was stupid, as his head was filled with thoughts that weighed more than he initially estimated, Bai Zemin didn't even bother to take off his sleeping clothes and noiselessly jumped out the window as if he were a thief, instead of going out through the front door like the master of the house. It didn't take him long to get to the workshop, and when he opened the door, what greeted him was a much larger space compared to the past. It wasn't that the shop where he worked had gotten any bigger, not at all. This was his personal workshop, and a large workshop shed was being built for the other blacksmiths who would be starting their training shortly. This large shed would also have the capacity to store a large number of forging materials, so Bai Zemin did not have to share his space with other people. The reason why the workshop seemed bigger, and why the internal space had increased, was because all the shelves that were filled to the brim with bottles and different blood containers were gone. When Bai Zemin arrived at the base, one of the things he did as soon as he had some free time was to take all the blood samples and store them in the liquid storage pearl. Bai Zemin took his blazing scale greatsword, and as he gently played with the blade, he easily noticed the large number of cracks that stretched across the length and breadth of the weapon. As if that wasn't enough, the tip of the greatsword had disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. "That fucking goblin, I should have made him suffer a while longer," Bai Zemin complained aloud. The reason why the tip of his greatsword had ended up being destroyed, the real culprit had been that goblin named Inak. Back then, Bai Zemin had used his greatsword to stop the deadly attack that the goblin had fired at his back, and the power behind that attack had been too much for his greatsword that was already damaged due to the fierce attack that Bai Zemin had launched a few days earlier against that earthworm that was hiding in the subway. As he looked at the empty chimney, Bai Zemin sent a thought to his new friend, and immediately he felt movement inside his body. A few seconds later, like a small child who had just woken up from napping, the small deep blue flame shot out from Bai Zemin's chest and floated a short distance in front of him. The flames flickered, and the atmosphere immediately brightened, giving it a more lugubrious appearance than it actually was. "So, the soul power within you stopped being consumed after forming a soul pact with me?" Bai Zemin asked as he looked at the small flame before him. Of course, he didn't get an answer to his question, and he didn't expect one either. Rather than a question, his previous words were more of a sort of affirmation. "Okay, time to work," he said and took the small flame in his hands, putting it into the forging furnace. Bai Zemin took out an unclassified soul stone and threw it into the furnace to let the endless blue lotus flame consume it. However, not to his surprise, the unclassified soul stone was devoured in an instant without leaving a trace. If it were earlier, Bai Zemin might have spat out old blood at such a sight. After all, soul stones were valuable to him regardless of whether it was unclassified or not. However, he now had a supply of tens of thousands of unclassified soul stones, and it might even be more than 100,000 considering the large number obtained from the goblins. Of course, even though that was a large number of soul stones, Bai Zemin also had to take into account that his soldiers needed soul stones to evolve their skills as well, so it wasn't as if he could do whatever he wanted with them. However, since his top priority was his own strength boost, spending a few thousand should be fine. Bai Zemin threw and threw unclassified soul stones into the forging furnace. The endless blue lotus flame absorbed the power within the soul stones so quickly that if it wasn't for the large amount Bai Zemin threw at the same time, it could easily seem like there was nothing there in the first place. It was only after about 200 unclassified soul stones that he began to see some growth of power in the little blue flame. Bai Zemin was thankful that in his workshop he had several types of soul stones for forging magical weapons, or else his own supply might have been insufficient. Seeing that the result of the unclassified soul stones was not too good even after spending over 200, Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and threw a first-order soul stone. The result showed itself immediately. The flame of the endless blue lotus flame burned much brighter than before as the spirit of the flame had risen when it smelled the scent of a good meal. This time, it took a few minutes to consume all the power contained within the rock. Bai Zemin judged that he should be fine for now and immediately got to work. The first thing he did was to make a small sketch of the type of weapon and approximate appearance he wanted it to look like. His weapon, of course, would still be a greatsword. Next, he took a large metal block about 20 centimeters long and about the width of a palm. "It really is heavy," he said as he felt his hand sink slightly. This block of metal was the rank 2 metal called lapyate, the strange metal he had found in the forest after killing the second-order existences that were fiercely fighting to obtain a precious plant that unfortunately ended up being destroyed by Bai Zemin's fierce attack. "I wonder how powerful my physical attacks will become when hitting with a greatsword." Bai Zemin couldn't help but rub his chin as he thought aloud. This metal increases its weight x2 relative to the Earth's gravity for every piece used. Its weight will undoubtedly be terrifying to the point where I fear I won't be able to lift the sword. However, in retrospect, if a powerful strike performed by a monster like Bai Zemin using a heavy weapon of such magnitude were to be launched, the results would probably be anything but beautiful. Backslash 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 backslash. Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 386, Ice Princesses Can Blush as Well, Part 2 last. In fact, Bai Zemin's imagination went a little crazy when he imagined an attack from him without holding back at all. When the resulting image flashed in his mind, he was 100% certain that even if a third-order existence appeared in front of him, once his weapon was finished, he would definitely have enough power to make his enemy suffer the consequences. If another existence heard his words, especially higher existences, they would definitely scoff at him. A first-order existence believed to be capable of threatening the life of a third-order existence. Even jokes had their limits. However, if those existences were to see Bai Zemin's status window, which was not at all in accordance to someone of his level, and if those existences were to see his active skills and manage to comprehend the enormous synergy those skills had with each other, they would definitely not think that Bai Zemin was joking. But before the sword, I think I should prepare the proper tools. Until now, Bai Zemin hadn't had much choice regarding his forging tools. However, now that a good metal had appeared before him, it was impossible for his heart not to be moved. First thing he did was to use part of the bones from the skeleton of the second-order ape that Shangyuan Bingzu had killed. It was perhaps a quality that only started from the second order, but curiously, the bones of this creature had certain metallic properties, so when Bai Zemin took it to the furnace, and the endless blue lotus flame began to burn, instead of being destroyed, the bones slowly began to overheat. Crack! The sound of cracking after about 2 or 3 minutes of burning caused a sigh to creep from inside Bai Zemin. It really won't be easy, he muttered as he looked at the broken bones. Although they had not been useless, the current him had no way of using them to forge equipment, as his knowledge of blacksmithing was still not high enough. The endless blue lotus flame had been a flame used for combat rather than a forging flame. The memories that slept within the flame's conscience and will was destruction and annihilation, so something like "be careful" was new to this small flame that now burned with greater ferocity in the forging furnace. Bai Zemin had to go through a long process of trial and failure before he reached success, and since he did not want to lose valuable second-order material, he began to practice with the flame using unclassified materials. Burn a little harder. A little less. A little shit. Burn. Like that, there you go. Try to remember that feeling from before. Bai Zemin continued to give instructions to the endless blue lotus flame and tried to guide it as best as possible. It was not a simple task at all, as even after 3 whole hours, a large number of forging materials had been wasted. However, Bai Zemin was fully aware that with the endless blue lotus flame's ability to sleep almost completely, and with a barely awakened conscience, his job was no different than dealing with a newborn baby, so a lot of patience was required in this regard. Time passed, and before Bai Zemin knew it, it was already 5 a.m. It was only another hour before the sun began to show signs of rising. It had been about 7 hours since he had started practicing the burning process with the endless blue lotus flame, and it had been something similar to tug of war. Bai Zemin felt more exhausted than when he fought the archaic bear and almost lost his life in the process. However, one's efforts rarely go unrewarded. "That's it, that's how you do it," he exclaimed as he looked at the blue flame that was burning furiously as if celebrating its triumph. In front of him, the second-order ape's bones finally reached the perfect temperature, where the faint gray had turned to bright reddish. So proud. Is this how a father feels when he teaches his child to ride a bicycle? Bai Zemin wiped away his crocodile tears before taking the hammer and layering it with several layers of his mana. Even though it wasn't perfect, and a lot of training was still needed, as the time required to reach the culminating point was far more than would actually be needed. This had undoubtedly been a big step for the little endless blue lotus flame. Clang, 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 clang. Bai Zemin hammered hard on the second-order ape's bones, and although at first it seemed that the power was not enough, it slowly showed the results. The shape of the thorax bones began to gradually mold under the constant hammering, thanks to the fact that the burning temperature of the endless blue lotus flame had caused the bones with metallic properties to temporarily lose some of their hardness, turning that hardness into greater moldability. Bai Zemin wielded the hammer from different angles, slowly giving the bones the shape he was looking for. Approximately 30 minutes later, he stopped his movements and took a closer look at what was before him. Still burning red-hot, what was in front of Bai Zemin's eyes appeared to be a mold for making muffins or cakes. However, the shape of the mold was exactly the shape of a forging hammer, and its size made it impossible for anyone to mistake it for a mold for making muffins or cakes. With the mold ready, Bai Zemin looked toward the furnace and said in a serious voice, "Little fellow, I know it's hard for you to listen to me, but I need you to focus hard this time." The little endless blue lotus flame seemed to blink in response, or maybe it was just Bai Zemin's imagination. But whatever the case, there was no choice but to take the bull by the horns and continue. He took a fragment of lapyadite and threw it into the flames that burned non-stop in the furnace. The flames engulfed the material, but as Bai Zemin expected, it was not easy to make a rank 2 mineral heat up in a matter of seconds. Seeing that even after 5 minutes the lapyadite showed no signs of melting, Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and threw 2 first-order soul stones. As the flames engulfed the 2 first-order soul stones, Bai Zemin felt as if his heart was about to bleed. Fortunately, throwing fuel on the fire proved to be the best option. The endless blue lotus flame burned far more fiercely than before, as it savagely absorbed the power of the new soul stones, just as if it were a thirsty man in the middle of the desert who suddenly encountered an oasis. Under its constant oscillation, the lapyadite fragment quickly began to show signs of giving way. Bai Zemin sighed a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly took the tongs. Here came the crux of success or failure. Try to focus all your heat on one point. Try to ignore everything except the metal. Bai Zemin patiently explained his intention, and the endless blue lotus flame seemed to understand as slowly the temperature inside the workshop began to drop. As the surrounding temperature dropped, the speed at which the lapyadite fragment heated up increased as a result of the heat focus. Bai Zemin realized that he had to hurry, so he hurriedly took the mold and dipped it into a large container of cold water. Steam shot up to the ceiling as the temperature of the mold dropped abruptly after coming into contact with the freezing water. Bai Zemin grabbed the tongs and quickly carried the now cold, instead of fiery red mold back to the dancing flames. The cold water not only helped to keep the mold's temperature lower, but also served to temporarily battle against the blue flames that had lost ferocity as the endless blue lotus flame focused on the lapiotite fragment, which at this point was already completely fiery red. Bai Zemin took a fire poker and hurriedly rolled the burning lapiotite fragment into the mold, which was rapidly showing signs of overheating. Next, he took the mold back to the flames and instructed the endless blue lotus flame to increase the temperature around the mold, but to focus primarily on the mineral inside. A few minutes later, the lapiotite fragment was completely melted under the endless blue lotus flame's constant oscillation, and Bai Zemin wanted to shout for joy. However, now came one of the most important points, a process in which he had little or no power. I hope the mold can withstand the temperature of the lapiotite, or else all my previous efforts will go down the drain. Bai Zemin prayed to God, the devil, dragons, even ghosts. The now completely melted lapiotite fragment had adapted to the shape of the mold, so that before Bai Zemin, there seemed to be a forge hammer burning with little flashes of lightning amidst the gurgling lava. Unfortunately, luck did not seem to be on his side, as approximately 20 minutes later, the mold began to show signs of not being able to withstand anymore. Bai Zemin hurriedly picked up the mold again and took it back to the cold water basin, dipping it in as quickly as possible. The steam rose uncontrollably, and the workshop soon seemed to be enveloped by a white cloud. More than 100 liters of water were evaporated in a matter of seconds, but the temperature of the burning lava hardly dropped at all. Even so, this served to prevent the mold from silting up so quickly. However, Bai Zemin was not happy at all, and instead had a grim expression on his face as he thought about what to do next. The cooling from before had only bought him several seconds, or maybe 1 or 2 minutes if he were lucky. Besides, judging by how the lapiotite in a liquid state still burned so brightly, Bai Zemin believed that even a river could be evaporated before it cooled down completely, so submerging it in water didn't seem to be a really viable option either. Just as his expression sank deeper and deeper, he felt the door to his workshop gently open, and when he looked in that direction, his expression brightened as he muttered aloud, "My ray of light in the midst of darkness has come at just the right time." /////. Shangyuan Bingzhu had gone to look for Bai Zemin at his villa as she wanted to ask him something important. However, when she got there, the maids who had just awakened told her that he was apparently sleeping. She found this strange, so she went a knock on the door of his room, only to find that no one was actually there. She was quick to judge the place where he might be, so she immediately went to his forge shop. Not to her surprise, she felt several sounds coming from inside. However, when she opened the door, a large cloud of steam assaulted her. Just as she was about to ask Bai Zemin what he was doing to cause so much steam and why he kept the door closed without letting it out, she heard words that startled her. "My ray of light in the midst of darkness has come at the right time." Her blue eyes stared at the man several feet away, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. However, she didn't have time to think things through too much at all either. Bai Zemin ignored everything in the world and hurriedly moved forward, crossing the distance between her and him in an instant. "Hurry, I need your help here." Shangyuan Bingzhu, still shocked by what she heard earlier, unconsciously let her feet carry her as Bai Zemin pulled on her arm urgently. Both of them did not notice that, as the events unfolded, a distinctly unnatural blush appeared on the face of the cold and indifferent ice princess. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Destiny. Chapter 387, What Happens When the Blood Emperor and the Ice Princess Flirt? Part 1. Because Bai Zemin was too anxious about the fast-rising temperature of the hammer-shaped mold, he had no time to pay attention to Shangyuan Bingzu. If the mold was burned and the lapiodite fragment turned into lava fell to the ground, Bai Zemin's losses would not be light at all. Not only would he be losing all the work done after more than 7 hours of effort, but he would also be losing a precious block of rank 2 ore. Bai Zemin was definitely not willing to suffer such heavy losses, so when Shangyuan Bingzu appeared in the midst of his despair, it was no different to him than an angel descending from the heavens. As for Shangyuan Bingzu herself, For a moment she felt something peculiar that she could not identify correctly. However, she did know that as she felt Bai Zemin's big hand hold hers to rush her to the work table, she felt that, for some reason, she could not keep 100% calm as she had always done. "Bingzu, help me," Bai Zemin quickly urged. "Help you?" She looked at him still in a daze. "Quickly, use your skill and freeze this." Bai Zemin didn't give much explanation as the mold began to lose shape faster and faster. If he didn't hurry, everything would be lost, and even if they didn't manage to contain the heat in the end, the shape of the hammer would distort to the point where it would become completely useless. Shangyuan Bingzu quickly calmed down, and looking at the place pointed out by Bai Zemin, she was immediately able to judge what was happening. The whole situation became clear to her in an instant. The steam, the reason why he said those words, the cause behind his anxious expression as well as his haste. She sighed as if relieved of something, and then stretched both hands forward as she sent a wave of mana to one of the runes engraved on her soul. The skill second order Ice Maker level 1 activated at her command, and the mist condensed in her hand stretched forward. An instant later, the mist whose color wavered between white and light blue swirled, surrounding the hammer-shaped mold in a few blinks. "Seal," she said in her distinctive cold, indifferent voice. The mist seemed to stagnate for a brief moment, and in the next instant it flashed into light. "Phew," Bai Zemin let out a huge sigh of relief at the sight of the ice block on the table. However, even though the biggest of his worries hadn't happened, Bai Zemin knew that it wasn't over yet. Inside the hammer-shaped mold, the yellow lava still burned fiercely, as if trying to free itself from the ice which imprisoned it. "What's wrong with this lava?" Shangyuan Bingzu asked in surprise. Although the sealed lava was far from being able to break free from the bonds of her ice maker skill, she was surprised that it did not turn into a pile of ice. It was obvious that it was not lava made of ordinary rocks and normal fire. "Do you remember the rank 2 ore I showed you earlier?" Bai Zemin looked at her with a smile. "You mean that stuff called lapiate something?" Shangyuan Bingzu furrowed her eyebrows slightly, somewhat unsure. "Lapiate?" He nodded before continuing. "That's it. I was trying to forge a new forging hammer since the normal hammer I'm using now will probably have too much difficulty shaping a rare precious metal like this." Even if Bai Zemin empowered the normal hammer with his mana, the amount of work he had to do due to not having a proper working tool was much larger than it actually should. Therefore, before setting to work on a new weapon, he decided that the wisest and smartest thing to do would be to forge a hammer using the most valuable metal he currently had in his possession. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded, finally understanding everything as she turned her eyes to the hammer-shaped mold. Since Bai Zemin did not have the ability to mold the metal at will due to the lack of tools, he had no choice but to create a mold that would fit the shape of the hammer he wanted, and then melt the metal completely before putting the liquid inside the created mold. It was assumed that after melting the lapiatite liquid into the mold, I would just have to wait for the heat to subside so that the lava would settle once again. But I didn't expect that even a mold created from the thorax bones of a second-order mutant beast wouldn't be able to contain the heat. Bai Zemin couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked at her and said with genuine gratitude in his eyes and voice, "You really saved me this time. If it wasn't for your timely arrival, I'm afraid that more than 7 hours of work and valuable materials would have been wasted." Shangyuan Bingzu stared at him, saying nothing to his words. Her blue eyes looked like a scanner, staring at him as if she wanted to see into his soul. Bai Zemin felt a little awkward at the intense stare, so he asked, somewhat perplexed, "Did something happen?" "You?" Shangyuan Bingzu frowned slightly, but the next moment her expression returned to normal as if nothing had happened. She sighed, and while continuing to keep her skill active to cool the contents sealed in ice faster, she said with some helplessness in her voice, "Bai Zemin, you should be more careful with your words." "Excuse me," he looked at her with wide eyes. Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and stopped looking at him. Now that she had calmed down and understood the situation, she could finally realize the reason why previously her heart fluctuated strangely. It was just that she didn't want to believe it, so she vehemently denied it. She refused to believe that this fluctuation was her emotions in motion, even though she no longer felt anything unusual now. Seeing that she didn't seem very willing to talk, Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders and also didn't attach any importance to her earlier words. Instead, he said, "By the way, if you don't have something urgent to do, would you mind helping me freeze the hammer? It'll be much faster and I can get to work sooner." "All right," she nodded easily. "Actually, I was looking for you cause I need to talk to you about something." "Tell me." Bai Zemin replied as he gently jumped up and sat down on the work table. Shangyuan Bingzu only now noticed that he was still wearing sleepwear, and the corner of her mouth twitched a couple of times as she looked at him closely. About Camp Baekwon, what will you do with them? Camp Baekwon. Bai Zemin thought about this question a long time ago last night, so it didn't take him too long to respond now. We will finish them off. We will crush their forces completely until they submit. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him silently, and he did not evade her gaze. After almost a full minute, she finally couldn't bear it and looked away as she said in a neutral voice. So this is how it will all end after all. I'm afraid I don't have time to do it as smoothly as I would like. Bai Zemin replied and then revealed, I have to conquer China in a few months. Is it because of your breakthrough mission? Yes, it is because of my breakthrough mission. The workshop remained silent after that, but this silence did not last long as Bai Zemin had not yet finished. Bingzu, I would like to ask you for a favor. A favor? She looked at him in confusion. A proud person like Bai Zemin would definitely not ask favors from someone easily. Even when his life was at stake during several battles in the past, he didn't ask for help from anyone nor did he beg anyone for support. Therefore, she was genuinely curious to know what could be so important to him. Currently, you are one of the few people I trust enough to ask this of. He nodded and sighed as he said, after conquering China, I'm afraid I'll have to leave Earth for a while. Shangyuan Bingzu's face changed at such a revelation, and her voice subconsciously pitched up. What do you mean by that? Then Bai Zemin began to slowly explain what was happening. The way he had obtained the title Irregular, after killing with a single attack 2 second-order beings despite still being a first-order existence, and the function of the title. Rather than the function of the title, what Bai Zemin explained to her was the special skill of the title, but left out the bizarre but ominous description. Then he told her a bit about the requirements he needed to fulfill to evolve to the second stage of evolution, so that she understood the reason why he said he needed to leave Earth for a while. I see. Shangyuan Bingzu didn't know what to say or feel about it. On one hand was the fact that he received a strange and powerful enough title that allowed him to undertake space travel to reach worlds, with a power that somehow or other more suited his current strength and growth speed. On the other hand, there was the fact that the young man in front of her had received a breakthrough mission that limited his time to only 12 months, 1 year. If he failed to complete those crazy and nonsensical requirements, then all his effort would be wasted. Therefore, he had to leave this world. Because the current Earth did not possess the ability to spawn so many second-order monsters so casually, let alone third-order monsters. Even after almost 2 months of apocalypse, first-order existences were still rarities that could not be found everywhere like unclassified existences. While feeling a little uncomfortable inwardly, Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but wonder what kind of existence the man in front of her would one day become. With everything that had happened, she had forgotten for a moment that this stubborn and proud man aspired to become the most almighty existence in the universe. Your strength and my strength, the disparity only continues to grow, and I fear it will only grow even more. Shangyuan Bingzu smiled bitterly and shook her head. Bai Zemin tried to smile, but he could not. What Shangyuan Bingzu had just said was true. It wasn't just her. Bai Zemin's strength was growing so fast that it was most likely that each and every person he knew would never even be able to see his back. Don't worry, he said, trying to ease the slightly heavy mood a bit. No matter how strong I get, we'll still be friends. If someday you become stronger than me, will you look down on me? Of course no. Shangyuan Bingzu hurriedly shook her head and stared at him as she said in a softer voice, friends in life and friends in death. That's how it is. Friends in life and friends in death, huh? Bai Zemin repeated before smiling slightly. That's a good way to put it. Hey, Bai Zemin. She suddenly raised her head after lowering it and while looking at him asked somewhat hesitantly, that title of yours, doesn't it allow you to bring a second person? A second person? Bai Zemin blinked in surprise. Eyes wide open, he said somewhat uncertainly, it shouldn't, should it? Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes twinkled uncharacteristically as she realized that he wasn't sure if his title could let him carry one or more companions. If that was the case, didn't that mean she had hope? If she could follow him to a more evolved world, while the danger would be much greater, the chances of becoming more powerful would be much higher. At the same time, she could prevent that great gap between her and him from growing any wider. ////////////// Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 388, What Happens When the Blood Emperor and the Ice Princess Flirt? Part 2 last. For some reason, Shangyuan Bingzu slowly began to feel that she became obsessed with not wanting to fall too far behind Bai Zemin. Strangely, she did not wish to be ahead. If it happened, then perfect, but if not, then she would definitely not lose sleep over it. All she wanted was to keep an eye on the back that she could barely see at the moment. Whether this was due to her competitive spirit or her natural pride, Shangyuan Bingzu did not know. She just knew that she definitely did not like the idea of completely losing sight of him at all, and that was enough for her to work hard and force herself to exceed her own limits countless times. But if I bring you with me when I leave, then that might bring too much trouble. Bai Zemin frowned and shook his head. Trouble? Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him and said, slightly displeased. I didn't know that taking a friend with you so that she can become stronger too is troublesome. Bai Zemin rolled his eyes and said, a little speechless, Hello, Bingzu, are you still asleep or what? You know well that's not what I meant. Then what is it? Shangyuan Bingzu asked, crossing both arms under her chest and unconsciously causing her prominent mountains to rise even more. Bai Zemin could not appreciate the moment at all, for when he saw her remove her hands from the ice-sealed mold, he panicked, and immediately had to check to make sure nothing went wrong. This time it was her turn to roll her eyes. Calm down, child. The remaining ice is enough to finish sealing the heat completely. In a few more minutes the hammer will be complete. Child. Bai Zemin blinked when he heard that word, and couldn't help but think of Lilith again, as she often called him like that playfully. Even though he really wanted to ask the beauty next to him what part of him looked like that of a child, he decided the right thing to do was to shut his mouth. He looked at her and noticed that she now had her elbows resting on the work table, her body leaning slightly forward, and her delicate chin resting on her hands as she stared at him. Shangyuan Bingzu was wearing a snow-white dress devoid of imperfections that hugged the curves of her body delicately. In fact, this was a considerably modest dress, just like most clothes she wore, as the length was long enough to barely cover even her knees. However, there was a very small neckline that did not really reveal anything unless one looked from the top down. The problem was precisely that Bai Zemin was sitting on the work table, and Shangyuan Bingzu was leaning forward standing on the floor. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched a couple of times, as for a second his eyes moved unconsciously to that patch of white skin with a barely visible but definitely deep crevasse. Crevasse in which countless men would be willing to die. His eyes only delayed merely for a brief second, before he turned his face away slowly. Shangyuan Bingzu inclined her head slightly, and was about to ask what's wrong when she saw Bai Zemin point downward. I say, Bingzu, do you really think I'm a little child, or do you just think I don't like women at all? He said in frustration. Damn it, this senior has been fighting on the front lines without a good rest for almost 2 full months, while big beauties willing to come into my bed every day tempt me relentlessly. Do they think it's easy to hold back? Bai Zemin secretly cursed as he activated blood manipulation to calm down his crotch and prevent it from waking up. Shangyuan Bingzu was stupefied when she heard what Bai Zemin said, but when she looked down and saw the very subtle but clear view of her cleavage, she immediately understood what he was referring to. Her expression did not change, so it was hard to tell what she was thinking as she straightened her posture and then sat down next to Bai Zemin. Even though he was approximately a head taller, it was impossible for him to see anything from the angle he was at unless he were cheeky enough to let her see him struggle to do so. A somewhat awkward silence surrounded them both, as for an instant no one knew what to say. Shangyuan Bingzu was secretly tremendously embarrassed. She basically trusted the man beside her to the point where all her guard was gone, but the problem was that she sometimes forgot that he was a young and healthy man. No, rather than her forgetting, the problem was that since Bai Zemin never showed any signs of lust or interest in women, she unconsciously even came to think that. I guess you are attracted to women after all, she said in a joking tone to break the silence. What the hell? Bai Zemin turned his head and looked at her somewhat wordlessly. Then, as if he had become a little more daring just like when he spent his time with Lilith, he said in a deep voice, You want me to show you how much I like women? If there was one thing no man could ever tolerate, it was having his manhood questioned, least of all a man proud and arrogant of himself like Bai Zemin. Oh, Shangyuan Bingzu also looked at him, except that her expression was slightly amused. Her lips curved into a smile and she said with raised eyebrows, How are you supposed to prove that? Bai Zemin looked at the beautiful woman beside him and could clearly feel the emotion known as lust slowly awakening within him. He was, after all, a perfectly healthy man who also desired beauties, and it just so happened that the beauty next to him was without a doubt one of the most beautiful women he had ever met in his 20 years of life. However, Bai Zemin knew perfectly well that Shangyuan Bingzu was joking. If he did anything, she would definitely fight him and would be disappointed. Besides, Bai Zemin himself also had no intention of doing anything to her, even though at that very moment he felt lust towards her. Shangyuan Bingzu was also surprised to see the small flame of lust burning in the eyes of the man beside her. But instead of being angry or surprised by this, the real reason behind her surprise was herself. She couldn't believe what she was doing right now. Wasn't what she had just done for the last few minutes flirting with him? What difference did it make? Bai Zemin secretly took a deep breath, and as the blood flow in his body slowed down, his heartbeat also slowly returned to normal. The flame of lust began to subside until a few seconds later it finally disappeared completely. During this whole time, both of them had been staring into each other's eyes with different complex emotions in their hearts. Looks like this is already over. Bai Zemin got down from the work table and hit the ice block hard, causing it to break into countless pieces. Shangyuan Bingzu followed his movements while also taking a deep breath to calm herself. The two were a grown man and woman, so they clearly easily noticed each other's emotions. But in order for the good friendship they had built up to continue as such, there were things that were better left unsaid out loud. "How about the hammer? Do you think you can work better with it now?" she asked as if nothing had happened and still sitting on the work table. Bai Zemin pushed what had just happened to the back of his mind, and with a little effort broke the mold made of bones carefully. Then he took the hammer by the handle and immediately felt the weight of between 100 and 200 kilograms. Even though he had used a pretty big lapyodite fragment, the weight of the hammer surprised him a lot. Moreover, what Bai Zemin did not expect was that the electric property was still there, so blue lightning flashed on the body of the hammer like playful little snakes. "Damn, doesn't this mean I'm the rightful heir of Asgard?" he said aloud. "PFFFFT. Ha ha ha." Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but be surprised only to start laughing out loud when she heard Bai Zemin's funny comment. She laughed as loud and as free as that night inside that forest thick with dangers in which they both opened up and became close friends. In the span of a week or two, Bai Zemin had made her laugh more than she did in years, and it was something she appreciated very much. Therefore, she too decided to forget what had just happened while secretly vowing to herself not to be so naughty again. Bai Zemin sighed in relief at this, and with a small smile began to read the records of the hammer. Refined Crusher. One-handed weapon. Rank 1. Physical attack power, 600. Magical attack power, 200. It has a certain chance of paralyzing the enemy, depending on the level difference. Durability, 5,000. Description: a hammer created in a clever but rather improper way by a novice blacksmith with intentions of obtaining better forging tools. Its high physical attack power makes it easier to fashion metals, but be careful how hard you hit or it could turn into a terrifying weapon. Pooh, what? Bai Zemin almost spat on the floor when he saw the physical attack power of the hammer in his hands. Damn, this hammer has almost the same number of physical attack power as my main weapon, although it's just a hammer meant for blacksmithing. Moreover, it even had 200 points of magic attack power. Shangyuan Bingzu was curious to see Bai Zemin's attitude, so she gracefully approached, bringing a gentle breeze along with her movements. Placing her small hand on the surface of the hammer and reading the records, even she was startled before her mouth twitched slightly as she murmured, "Really? This hammer has almost the same power as my sword, but if we add the magic attack power then it far surpasses it." Bai Zemin looked at her and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "I didn't even put effort into this stuff, but that's how it came out." Shangyuan Bingzu forced a smile and said slowly, "Maybe. We underestimated the power of a precious rank 2 or too much." Bai Zemin also forced a smile and nodded slightly. However, he was actually secretly ecstatic. He had found a large quantity of lapyodite, so he couldn't wait to forge a new sword for himself. His attack power and overall battle power would definitely increase tremendously by then, and even if a third-order existence appeared before him, Bai Zemin was confident of prevailing. Just as those thoughts appeared in his mind, the sound of footsteps from outside caught his attention. By the time Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked towards the still open workshop door, they saw Chen He standing there staring at them with a calm expression. Bai Zemin shook his head secretly. This guy really had to arrive now. He even looked timed. He subtly glanced at Shang Yuan Bingzu, standing a step away from his body, and whose small hand was just inches away from his, as she was still holding a part of the hammer. "Chen He, is something wrong?" he asked calmly. It wasn't like he had to explain himself to anyone anyway, it was just that if possible he didn't want misunderstandings. Shang Yuan Bingzu didn't show many reactions either. In fact, she simply took her hand away and took a step back but stayed at a fairly close distance from Bai Zemin. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 389 Soul Affinity, Soulmates Part 1. Chen He looked for a moment at Shangyuan Bingzu and then at Bai Zemin. Although he was naturally a bit jealous seeing the clear closeness between the two, especially seeing that his beloved was clearly in comfort there, he did not feel that it was too strange. Chen He could be a man in love, and while love sometimes blinded people, he was not an idiot. On the contrary, Chen He was a really smart man, and it was not for nothing that he had the second highest grades in one of the most prestigious universities of the world, Beijing University, where even foreign students came. It was absolutely impossible for him not to notice the closeness that Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin had grown closer. Although he did not know what had happened in the North Camp when the two of them left to conquer it, it was obvious that whatever had happened helped to increase the mutual trust between the two of them greatly. As to what level that trust had increased, Chen He had no way of knowing. The only thing Chen He did know was that, at the very least, Shangyuan Bingzu was clearly very comfortable being together with Bai Zemin, and this was enough for him to be surprised. He was pretty sure that apart from Wu Yijin there was no second person who knew his beloved better than him, which was precisely why he was surprised, because he knew the kind of person she was and her distrust of men in general, as well as the reason for this trait of hers. Chen He really didn't know what else to do. He had been fighting practically without rest, and had even spent a few days without sleep while hunting monsters to level up as fast as possible, now being a level 39 first-order existence. However, even though his power had increased tremendously, he still couldn't make the woman he was trying to impress look at him. Sometimes it was impossible not to feel frustrated. However, looking at that intoxicatingly beautiful face with which he dreamed of day and night, those blue eyes that had been imprinted in his soul, Chen He felt all his frustrations disappear without a trace. He had been lingering after her for about 10 years. He would definitely not give up. He firmly believed that one day she would notice him and understand that they were born to be together. As for Bai Zemin, of course Chen He was jealous of him. However, jealousy was one thing and hatred was quite another. Chen He did not hate Bai Zemin in any way. On the contrary, he actually respected him a lot. And while there were many things he disagreed with regarding his decisions, because they were both men with different philosophies, Chen He could not deny that Bai Zemin had the talent to lead. Bai Zemin was powerful, talented, fearless, and did not let strength go to his head too much. From a certain point of view, he was a considerably perfect man. Chen He had even noticed how Bai Zemin's appearance had improved to the point where he was not even behind him at all. Chen He admired Bai Zemin, far from hating him. It was just that he also saw him as a rival and threat when it came to love. Chen He, is something wrong? Hearing Bai Zemin's question, Chen He snapped out of his inner thoughts and blinked several times before calmly saying, "Yeah, actually, I was looking for you to ask you about the future of Baekwon Camp." Baekwon Camp? Bai Zemin looked at him and then looked at Shangyuan Bingzu as he slowly said, "What a coincidence, she also just asked me the same thing a few minutes ago." Oh, Chen He looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and calmed down a little. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin, but the latter didn't look at her anymore. Instead, he walked to a corner and picked up another lapyadite fragment while calmly saying, "Chen He, do you think you can destroy the Baekwon Camp's defenses completely and force them into submission?" Destroy their defenses? Chen He blinked in confusion. However, Shangyuan Bingzu seemed to understand what Bai Zemin meant by those words, as she looked at him in amazement and said somewhat uncertainly, "You mean you want to fight them and defeat them in battle?" "Yeah." Bai Zemin nodded as he put a lapyadite fragment into the furnace and signaled the small blue flame to burn slowly. "I want their forces to be crushed to the point where they can't put up any resistance. More accurately, I want them to dare not put up any resistance. I have no time for playing games. I wish to control everything as fast as possible." Chen He hesitated upon hearing this. Subjugating and destroying were two completely different issues. By destroying the defenses of Baekwon Camp, hundreds and even thousands could die in the process. It all depended on whether they were willing to fight to the bitter end, or if the top leader or leaders would end up surrendering. But if not, the death count would be massive. As Bai Zemin watched the lapyadite fragment slowly begin to overheat, he waited patiently and did not press for an immediate response. Shangyuan Bingzhu only showed initial surprise, but her emotions soon calmed down completely. Honestly, she didn't care too much about how many enemy soldiers or soul evolvers died. If they were enemies, then naturally some would die and some would live. Therefore, she observed the expressions on the faces of the two men inside the room and analyzed what they might be feeling based on their facial expressions. Chen He's expression was that of a hesitant and even insecure man. It was clear from the erratic movement of his eyes as well as the constant fidgeting of his fingers that his emotions were not at ease, and his thoughts were heavy enough to not let him stay steady in one place. On the other hand, Bai Zemin's expression was completely opposite to Chen He's one. His face was faintly illuminated by the mysterious blue flame burning in the furnace. His black eyes reflected the flame softly while glittering with a hint of mysticism. His jaw was firm and well delineated. All his features showed self-assurance and self-confidence. Shangyuan Bingzhu could not help but feel that although Chen He was older than Bai Zemin in terms of age, in terms of demeanor and attitude, he lacked a lot comparatively speaking. While observing the opposite behavior of the two men as if they were black and white, Shangyuan Bingzhu unconsciously felt that a self-confident yet firm man was undoubtedly far more attractive than a hesitant one. Of course, Shangyuan Bingzhu was fully aware that Chen He's hesitation was completely normal, and Bai Zemin's firmness in his decision was the abnormal thing here. After all, Bai Zemin was basically asking to massacre and oppress, something that a person who 2 months ago was studying to become a high government official like Chen He could never accept so easily. After what seemed like an eternity, Chen He finally responded. "All right, let me do it." Shangyuan Bingzhu could not help but be surprised again, and even though her face hid her emotions, she looked at her childhood friend with eyes that practically spoke for themselves. It was as if she were silently saying, "Are you sure about that?" Bai Zemin didn't say much. He simply nodded and continued to watch the small blue flame at work as he casually tossed an unclassified soul stone into the furnace. "I'll do it, but I can't do it alone." Chen He pushed as he noticed that Bai Zemin didn't say anything. "Of course." Bai Zemin finally looked at him and calmly said, "You can mobilize the Blood Whip Legion troops. Let Fu Qigang help you in case you need to plan something. I'm sure that as a former military man he will be able to give you good advice, and considering that he was previously betrayed by his former superior, he definitely won't hold back. However, if possible, I would prefer that you use brute force and leave the higher-ups of the Baekwin camp with no choice but to surrender." Chen He looked at Shangyuan Bingzhu for a moment, and as if he had made an important decision straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "Understood. When do you want me to start?" Bai Zemin smiled faintly and said calmly, "Before you attack, send a messenger. Let Fu Zufeng do it. I want him to leave a letter where the Baekwin camp will be given 24 hours to surrender and hand over their forces willingly to our transcendent faction. Otherwise, when I, Bai Zemin, step upon their base, the conditions they will receive will not be so good." "What? Why not just attack by sneak attack? It would be a lot easier and our side will suffer fewer casualties." Chen He gawked at him. Shangyuan Bingzhu sighed and replied in Bai Zemin's place. "While it might be a little easier to defeat the Baekwin camp with a surprise attack, endless trouble will come in the future. But if even after they were granted enough time to prepare they are crushed, no one in the future will dare to object to Bai Zemin's rule, and his grip on the enemy forces will be stronger than ever." Bai Zemin looked at her with slight surprise but then smiled and said calmly, "It seems we think alike." "No." Shangyuan Bingzhu shook her head and rolled her eyes as she said, "I just know you well enough to know a little about how crazy you are." "Ha ha ha, thank you." "It wasn't a compliment." Chen He's mouth twitched several times as he watched from the side. Apparently, in fact, things were more complex than they seemed to him. "Then, I'll go pass your order to Fu Zufeng and use those 24 hours to prepare the manpower." Chen He said and then added, "Bingzhu, can you help me? Your prestige among the men who just joined the Blood Whip Legion that arrived from the north will definitely make everything smoother." Shangyuan Bingzhu frowned slightly upon hearing this. Bai Zemin would perhaps need her ice maker skill to forge, and besides she had yet to hear the favor he needed to ask to her. However, she could not deny that Chen He's words were indeed reasonable, so she found herself in a dilemma about what to do. But Bai Zemin decided for her. "Go with him. he said calmly, and while turning his back to the two of them, used the tongs to remove the red-hot lapidite fragment. Besides, go with him to the front as well. What? Shang Yuan Bingzu looked at his broad back in surprise. Why are you so surprised? Bai Zemin gave her a sidelong glance and said in an indifferent voice, even though Chen He is powerful, we can't be sure that there isn't a soul evolver stronger than him among the enemies, can we? Chen He's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Although he was confident that he could crush the enemy's war tanks and any interference, he naturally wouldn't refuse to spend time with his crush even if this was a one-sided love. I guess that you're right. Shang Yuan Bingzu was forced to nod even though she somehow felt that something was not right here. Then she added, will you be all right with your forge? Don't worry. Bai Zemin waved his hand casually and said calmly, even if I lose a few stuff it will all be due to my own incompetence. Besides, from mistakes you learn. Before Shang Yuan Bingzu could say anything, an amused voice came from outside. Even though I don't have an ice skill as powerful as Bingzu's, maybe I can help you with this. Everyone looked outside and noticed Wu Yijin standing a few meters behind Chen He. She was holding a bottle of water, but the main issue was that the water that by nature should be inside the bottle was actually floating in midair and dancing around her casually. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 390, Soul Affinity, Soulmates Part 2. That is. Bai Zemin's eyes widened as he saw the capacity to levitate water that Wu Yijin displayed with a proud smile on her beautiful face. Shangyuan, Bingzu, and Chen, he were also clearly shocked, as none of them could stare away, as the small rush of water gently swirled around her. Honestly, I wanted to hide this skill until my mana stats were high enough to do something meaningful, but I guess it's also okay to show it now, Wu Yijin said with a smile, and then frowned slightly as she seemed to focus on something else. The water around her clearly received some sort of command as it gradually and slowly began to ease up the movement. Then, it floated a few millimeters from the mouth of the bottle and very slowly began to fall inside once again. Although the movement was slow and clearly inexperienced, as it took several seconds to perform the feat, Wu Yijin managed not to lose even a single drop of water in the process. Is that water manipulation? Bai Zemin asked in pleasant surprise. Since Wu Yijin was one of the faction's greatest high commanders, and the deal of support she had given so far to the faction's development were enormous, Bai Zemin had allowed her to learn the skills she thought were useful to her instead of handing them over to the base. Furthermore, as a first-order existence, Wu Yijin naturally enjoyed benefits that a normal soul evolver did not. Therefore, it was no wonder that Bai Zemin did not know about the existence of her acquiring such a peculiar skill, since unless Wu Yijin herself decided to show it, no one would ever know about it. Moreover, judging from the expressions of Shangyuan, Bingzu, and Chen He, Bai Zemin came to the conclusion that Wu Yijin really had not told anyone about this new skill of hers. It's not water manipulation. Wu Yijin shook his head and entered the workshop as he said with a small smile, but even though it's really not as good as your blood manipulation skill, this hydrokinesis skill allows me to control water almost with complete freedom and even create almost ice-level frozen water. Oh, Bai Zemin felt curious and approached her as he said, "Would you mind sharing that skill with me?" "Sure," Wu Yijin replied sweetly and stretched her hand forward. Shangyuan, Bingzu, and Chen, he looked at each other for a moment in confusion, only to see the next moment see Bai Zemin take Wu Yijin's hand and say to her, "You just need to think about the record you want to share. In this case, focus on me and this skill called hydrokinesis." Okay, Wu Yijin nodded and began to do what Bai Zemin had just explained to her. However, apparently it was not as simple as Bai Zemin thought it would be, since even after several seconds, Wu Yijin had not succeeded. But after thinking about it for a moment, Bai Zemin realized that clearly sharing a specific record with another existence naturally could not be easy. After all, doing so meant that they would temporarily be duplicating that record, which at the same time meant increasing the soul burden of both beings. From a certain point of view, he was really an anomaly for accomplishing such a thing on the first try. But Wu Yijin was also a rare talent. It didn't take her more than a few seconds to discover the trick, and she finally succeeded. However, the unthinkable happened. Again, as if an electric shock of several thousand volts coursed through their bodies from their joined hands, both of them were forced to separate immediately as a reflex action. Wu Yijin's face turned slightly pale, but in contrast to the first time, She did not feel overwhelming pain, as when Bai Zemin tried to share his record with her. Seeing the change in Bai Zemin's expression and the pale face of her best friend and practically her sister, Shangyuan Bingzu closed the distance of a couple of meters immediately and supported her as she hurriedly asked, "Yijun, are you okay?" "Why, yeah," Wu Yijun nodded with a slightly gloomy face. Bai Zemin frowned tightly, but this was not due to pain. Such pain to him was insignificant despite not feeling well at all. The reason behind his deep frown was that, with what had just happened, the theory why he could not share his record with her, because his soul was too powerful, had now been practically crushed into thousands of pieces. Wu Yijin's soul was naturally far weaker than Bai Zemin's soul. Not only was she several levels below him, but the quality of soul power by which both of their souls were composed was like trying to compare the skies with the earth. There was simply no comparison to be made as the two sides were worlds apart. So what was the real reason why they had just received such a heavy shock? Bai Zemin felt that he was close to finding the answer, but just when it seemed to be there, Shangyuan Bingzu's voice made that thought disappear. "What just happened?" Bai Zemin looked at her and noticed that she was looking at him in confusion with clear concern. He sighed and shook his head as he said, "Believe me, I am as lost as you are about this." Shangyuan Bingzu frowned, and after a few moments thought she corrected her previous question. "Let me rephrase it then. What were you two going to do but failed and received some backlash strong enough to make Yijin's face go from healthy to sickly in an instant?" Bai Zemin sighed again and gave a brief but concise summary of what he tried to do. He also included that the day before he and Wu Yijin had tried when she was in his villa, but they had failed miserably as well. Although Chen He and Shangyuan Bingzu felt it was a bit peculiar that Wu Yijin had been at Bai Zemin's house yesterday, both of them did not say anything about it. On the other hand, Chen He said, "Are you sure this works?" "Of course I am sure." Bai Zemin looked at him. "I've tried it with Lily and everything works perfectly." "Lily?" Chen He and the two girls were at a bit of a loss before they remembered. Because Lilith was gone, she had left a clone of herself with the appearance of Lily. However, that clone could only perform simple actions and wasn't very smart, so it had been working in Bai Zemin's house doing soft jobs, and thus Shangyuan Bingzu and the rest hadn't seen her much recently. "Honest, I was very surprised when I failed to share a certain important record with Wu Yijin yesterday when she visited my room," Bai Zemin said without thinking too much. But the theory she had put forward regarding the setback was quite solid, so I didn't attach too much importance to it. However, now that even when she tries to share a record with me this happens, even though the pain experience was much less compared to if I tried, I'm afraid things aren't as simple as soul power difference. "Your room." Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but stare at Bai Zemin, catching some words and meanings that surprised her. "Yes, is something wrong?" Bai Zemin also looked at her, only that compared to the somewhat awkward look Shangyuan Bingzu was giving him, his was a confused look. Without waiting for her good sister or anyone else to say anything, Wu Yijin hurriedly interjected. "He called me to his room to discuss an important matter that you will soon learn about." "Just that." Shangyuan Bingzu's blue eyes shifted between Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin. It was quite obvious from the way she was looking at them that she somehow doubted the words Wu Yijin had just said. Bai Zemin was taken aback for a moment as he looked on as Shangyuan Bingzu looked a bit complicated, and Chen He smiled slightly from the side. However, he didn't care too much about the matter and instead continued on to what really concerned him. "Wu Yijin, could you share your record with Chen He or with Bingzu?" "You think the problem is you?" She looked at him. "Something like that." Bai Zemin didn't explain too much and simply nodded. "I'm sorry to have to ask this to you, although there's pain in failing." "It okay." Soon, Wu Yijin and Chen He held hands first. She focused on her hydrokinesis skill and wished to share that record with him. Both of their faces contorted a little in pain and their faces turned slightly pale. But just when Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu thought they were going to fail, Chen He said with surprise in his voice, "Oh, now I understand why you said it's a powerful skill, despite the clear problems it imposes." "Success?" Shangyuan Bingzu asked hurriedly. "Yes, it worked." Wu Yijin nodded and naturally disengaged her hand from Chen He's. Then she added, "Even though it is an extremely uncomfortable feeling and I honestly don't want to do it again, I did feel a small part of my soul and part of his soul come together for an instant." Chen He nodded and added excitedly, "Indeed, that little part of Yijin's soul represented the record of her hydrokinesis skill from what I could see. I didn't know we could do something like that." "Let me try." Shangyu and Bingzu approached Wu Yijun and took her by the hand. "This time, I will try to share the record of a skill of mine with you." "Okay," Wu Yijun nodded easily. Both beauties' faces wrinkled a little, giving the impression that they had eaten something ugly. But after they released their hands and their faces returned to normal, Wu Yijun said cheerfully, "I could see it. Besides, the uncomfortable feeling I felt with you for some reason was a lot less than what I felt with Chen He before." "I know, but you're right, the feeling is quite uncomfortable for my taste. After doing these weird experiments, I really don't want to do this anymore." Shangyu and Bingzu shook her head. "Bingzu, can you and I try it now?" Chen He proposed and extended his hand towards her while looking at her with his characteristic faint smile. Shangyu and Bingzu looked at him, and seeing the smile on his face, she sighed. Chen He was really handsome, and his good looks had increased even more after the advent of the soul record and the constant evolution through the purification of his soul. He truly had the ability to drive countless women crazy with just a smile. Unfortunately, it was unlikely that any feelings would be born on her part to him, when it had not happened yet despite all the years they had spent together. Just as she was about to politely decline, she noticed that Bai Zemin was watching everything from the side in silence. Intrigued, she asked, "Bai Zemin, did you find out anything?" Bai Zemin rubbed his chin and looked at the blue flame burning in the furnace. "This is just a theory, but what if the reason why we sometimes succeed and sometimes don't, as well as the reason why we sometimes experience different degrees of pain in our soul, is due to our soul's affinity with each other's soul? Affinity of our souls with each other's souls." Everyone looked at him in surprise. Bai Zemin continued as if he was talking to himself. "Just like water and fire, if we take two masses with equal power, one hot and one cold, the result will be that the two will clash because they are opposites, and in between the clash steam will be produced. If we take that steam as the pain resulting from the collision between two opposite poles, then I think it is quite logical." Backslash 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 backslash. Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 391, Soul Affinity, Soulmates Part 3. In the past, the existence of something as abstract as the soul of a person, or of a living being in general, was simply a theory, a sort of specter or energy that under a series of ideas or evidence not scientifically proven ended up becoming a mystery. However, with the arrival of the unknown entity called Soul Record, whose purpose was also a mystery, the existence of the soul in the body of living beings was immediately confirmed. The reason why the existence of the soul came to light was thanks to the mana that the seemingly omnipotent Soul Record awakened. When the mana awakened, the intelligent beings on Earth were able to sense within their bodies that diffuse energy in the form of a mist called soul. The soul of a living being was the very representation of force. Not only the physical force, but the soul also represented vitality, strength, power, stamina, agility, etc. The soul represented the limits of the body of each living being, and the way in which everyone could have access to their soul was through the status window that displayed with the will of the soul evolver. When a living being absorbed part of the soul power of another living being, the soul of the number one living being became more powerful, and therefore the statistics increased, since the limits that represented the capacity of that living being received a boost that we could notice or not notice thanks to the status window. However, although the soul was basically the representation of the capacity of each living being, among mankind there were always different theories or thoughts about it. For example, romantically speaking, there was a famous phrase that had traveled the world, and regardless of culture, surely every human being had heard at some time in their lives: soulmates. What were soulmates? This was a question that had no clear answer, since the existence of the soul itself was a mystery. However, there were many theories and definitions for romantics who firmly believed in the existence of the love of their lives. The most popular thought concerning soulmates was that, when two people were soulmates, the degree and the depth of affinity reached the maximum possible between the two. This could involve similarity, love, romance, platonic relationships, comfort, intimacy, sexuality, sexual activity, spirituality, etc. Therefore, humans have always asked themselves at least once unconsciously, if soulmates exist, where is mine? Is she the right one? Is this love true or false? So, when Bai Zemin talked about the affinity between two different souls, the reactions of the people in the workshop were different. Shangyu and Bingzu looked deep in thought as she stared at no one in particular, so it was extremely difficult to understand what her thoughts or feelings were regarding what she had just heard. Wu Yijin had a considerably bad expression after hearing Bai Zemin's theory. As for her, the fact that their souls were not compatible was simply like receiving a bad omen in the middle of a storm. As for Chen he looked quite fearful. His expression turned from having a warm smile to seriousness, and he looked at her outstretched hand with hesitant eyes. Anyone who paid attention to him would immediately understand that he was no longer so sure about wanting to take his beloved's hand to check if they could share records. As for Bai Zemin, he was unable to appreciate the different emotions of each as he was staring at the small flame in the furnace. It was only after several seconds of silence that he turned his face and, noticing the awkward atmosphere, said with a smile, "Why are you all taking it so personally? Didn't I just say it's just a theory? I'm not saying that my words are 100% factually correct. In fact, most likely everything I said isn't even close at all." However, none of the three said much even after hearing this. The main problem lay in the fact that Bai Zemin was analyzing everything from a logical point of view and had left out emotions. The aspect of soul mates or romanticism never crossed his mind, while he was elaborating the above theory based on what happened. However, this was thanks to the passive effect of Stone Heart. Those who did not have a powerful skill to keep their minds away from emotions did not enjoy such a privilege. After a moment of silence, Shang Yuan Bingzu interjected, "I think that while it might not be as you say, your words make quite a bit of sense if you ask me. Besides, I just came up with a somewhat far-fetched idea." "Oh?" Bai Zemin looked at her. Since she was apparently the only one capable of reasoning with clarity at the moment, he asked, "Can you tell me more about this idea of yours?" However, Shang Yuan Bingzu shook her head and said with apparent calm, "I'm afraid I better not do that right now. However, I would like us to try to see if between the four of us we can share our records, since this idea I just thought of will depend on that in order to be feasible, if it can be carried out in the first place." "That's fine for me." Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders. Wu Yijin also nodded without saying too much, but it was clear that the unease still lingered in her heart. Chen He, on the other hand, hesitated, but seeing that everyone was looking at him, he finally gritted his teeth and nodded, "Okay, let's do it then." There was no place to run. Besides, thinking back, wasn't this also a good opportunity? If he and Shang Yuan Bingzu could share records, then it meant that, even if Bai Zemin's theory wasn't 100% correct, his soul and hers had some synchronicity. Shang Yuan Bingzu looked at him without saying anything, and her eyes flashed uncharacteristically. Then, Bai Zemin looked at the three people in front of him and slowly said, "The result of me trying to share my records with Wu Yijin was failure. The result of Wu Yijin with Chen He could be said to be a rather poor success, as the discomfort they both felt was not pleasant at all." Shang Yuan Bingzu continued with what he was saying. "As for Yijin and myself, even though I was indeed able to see the record of her hydrokinesis skill, the feeling of rejection was still there. It was probably the same as what she felt with Chen He, wasn't it?" "Yes, I honestly prefer not to do that again." Wu Yijin nodded and said earnestly, "Even though when I try to share records with Bai Zemin I feel pain, my soul doesn't reject his like with Chen He. I think there is definitely something strange here." Bai Zemin rubbed his chin for a moment and then nodded. "I see. I guess there's still a lot to learn regarding soul power and soul record." But after he said these words he laughed at himself. How could there not be much to learn? This journey was just beginning for all of them after all. "So shall we begin?" Shang Yuan Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin and Chen He. "That leaves the three of us. Yijin already made her attempt with each of us." "All right." Bai Zemin and Chen He nodded. "So do you two want to try first, or?" Bai Zemin looked at Chen He, since a few moments ago he seemed eager to try. Bai Zemin himself didn't care who went first or last. To him, this was just a minor analysis for further study, as they were just scratching the top of the secrets of the soul. Chen He seemed anxious, just like before. However, this time he was anxious about the results that would come out. For some reason, he wanted to delay the inevitable, but a soft, neutral voice beat him to it. "Then, I'll go first with Chen He," Shang Yuan Bingzu said, and extended her white palm forward as she looked at her childhood friend. Chen He looked at the beautiful hand suspended in the midair, waiting for him to take it. For a moment, he simply stood there, stunned, staring at it. How many times had he dreamed about holding her hand? Probably too many to remember. However, little did he expect that, when the opportunity would finally show itself to him, it would be in such circumstances where his heart could not rest easy due to the constant anxiety born of negative thoughts. Shang Yuan Bingzu naturally understood what Chen He was thinking, therefore she did not press. This could be the opportunity to show her precious friend that they were that and only that, friends. She really appreciated Chen He very much, however. The appreciation she felt for him was that of a friend for her childhood friend. It could even be said that she saw him as a caring brother. Therefore, she really hoped that he would be happy. Unfortunately, even without joining hands to feel each other's soul, Shangyu and Bingzu was somehow sure that there could only be one ending here, an outcome that Chen He would surely not like, but which would perhaps help to kill all possible hope. After almost 2 full minutes of silence, Chen He finally took several deep breaths and extended his hand forward. Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin easily noticed how Chen He's usually firm and confident hand trembled slightly for every inch it moved forward, closing the distance with Shangyu and Bingzu's clearly smaller hand. Just as his and her hand were about to touch, Chen He stopped his movements as if hesitating. However, Shangyu and Bingzu closed that small breach by taking a small step forward and casually grabbing Chen He's hand. Chen He's mind went blank for a moment at the velvety softness that filled his senses when his hand came into contact with Shangyu and Bingzu's hand. He felt as if he were touching the most expensive silk in the world, and his heart pounded madly just by touching such a casual part of her body as her hand was. However, Chen He did not have much time to enjoy the sensation that was transmitted to his brain through the palm of his hand, because the next moment his face turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Shangyu and Bingzu, not wanting to delay this any longer than necessary, and not feeling too comfortable even though the hand she was holding was that of a good friend, hurriedly followed the steps previously explained by Bai Zemin, and sent the record of one of her passive skills towards Chen He. When that small fragment of her soul was surrounded by Chen He's soul, not even 2 seconds passed when both of their faces turned pale. As if a blazing fire were burning between their hands, Shangyu and Bingzu and Chen He hurriedly let go and walked several steps away with white faces. A thin trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth while she held a hand to her chest, as if she were experiencing great suffering. Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin's faces changed at the same time, and they both stepped forward to hurriedly support them. "Are you all right?" Bingzu Chen He. The pained expression on Shangyu and Bingzu's face was on the level of Wu Yijin's when she tried to do the same with Bai Zemin the day before. On the other hand, Chen He looked even worse, as if not for Bai Zemin's quick support he might have collapsed after stepping back a couple of steps. "It's no good." Shangyu and Bingzu shook her head as with Wu Yijin's help she rested her weight on the worktable. "His soul and mine are too different. The rejection is just too high." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 392, Soul Affinity, Soulmates Part 4 last. The rejection is just too high. When those words came out of Shangyuan Bingzu's mouth, Chen He's already pale face turned even paler, and a thin trickle of red blood silently slipped out of the corner of his mouth, dripping softly onto the ground. Seeing this, Bai Zemin hurriedly used his own blood manipulation skill and sent a small but powerful flow of mana and magic into Chen He's body. Just as Chen He instinctively tried to protect himself against the invading energy, Bai Zemin's voice stopped him. "Do not resist, let me help to calm your disturbed blood flow." Chen He nodded silently, and as Bai Zemin supported him to sit on another work table, his mind was in chaos as he stared at a fixed point with lost eyes. Even as he felt the pain recede rapidly and his altered blood flow return to normal, he failed to feel better at all. Because just as Shangyuan Bingzu had just said, the rejection between both souls was too huge. In fact, Chen He clearly felt how it was Shangyuan Bingzu who restrained her own soul, or else the damage his soul would have received when he tried to get closer would have been a lot greater. Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head as if she were a bit dizzy and did not speak too much. Only Wu Yijin's soft voice was heard as she moved between her two friends trying to check their conditions. However, since the problem was internal and not external, there was nothing anyone could do. Even if Kang Lan were here, her healing skill couldn't do much since it could barely heal physical injuries, not soul ones. The soul was still a mystery to everyone on Earth despite now being aware of its existence. Therefore, it was extremely dangerous to try to experiment with it. However, despite knowing what they were getting into, Bai Zemin's group took the risk. Regardless of what their motives might be, romantic or other, they all knew in their hearts that the world in which they now lived was no longer the safe Earth of the past. Risks were necessary to become stronger, and knowing at least one of the secrets of the soul would undoubtedly make them more powerful, since the reason why they became stronger every time they absorbed part of the soul power of another living being was precisely because their own souls were strengthened accordingly. After several minutes, Shang Yuan Bingzu finally seemed to feel better as she walked off the work table and stepped closer to Chen He. Seeing his bitter look, she sighed in her heart. How could Shang Yuan Bingzu not be aware that the reason behind her friend's miserable appearance was none other than her soul's rejection of his? More than the actual pain experienced, Chen He's grief stemmed from Shang Yuan Bingzu's own spirit and essence fiercely rejecting his. If not for her restraining her soul, Chen He might have received real damage. That's how strong the rejection was. Chen He, are you fine? Chen He raised his head and looked at her for a moment, not immediately responding to her question. After a few moments, he smiled bitterly and nodded as he said softly, I'm fine. This small hurt will most likely heal after absorbing some soul power. It's not a big deal. Bai Zemin frowned and asked, do you think you will be able to carry out the attack on the Baequin camp? If you think it will be a bit heavy while you are not at your peak condition, then just let another legion move. However, Chen He shook his head and slowly stood up as he said, it is not necessary. I will let Fu Qiging prepare the soldiers. In the meantime, I will go hunt beasts and zombies to solve my problem. If you say so. Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders. Wu Yijin looked at Chen He and asked worriedly, Chen He, are you really all right? I'm all right. Chen He smiled slightly, not looking forced at all. He looked at Bai Zemin and asked, earlier, you said that this whole gist of the affinity between souls was just a theory, right? That's right. Bai Zemin nodded indifferently. Even though I have my basis for saying what I said, I am just a mote of dust in the midst of this great universe. It is impossible for me to know everything, let alone about something as mysterious and mystical as the soul. I see. Chen He nodded and didn't say much more. He just looked at Shang Yuan Bingzu and walked towards the exit. Shang Yuan Bingzu shook her head while Wu Yijin looked at the two of them with complicated eyes. As two of the people who knew best about Chen He, both women knew perfectly well that he had used Bai Zemin's words to find an escape from what had just happened. However, what Bai Zemin said was the truth. All this was just a theory with no real basis other than small coincidences based on events that could have unfolded by different coincidences of diverse magnitudes. Therefore, it was also acceptable for Chen He to do what he did. Just as Chen He was leaving, he suddenly seemed to think about something and stopped. I almost forgot. It still needs to be tested if you two are successful in sharing soul records, Chen He said as he looked at Bai Zemin and Shang Yuan Bingzu. Shang Yuan Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin. She also seemed to want to give it a try as her blue eyes seemed interested in the proposal, despite the sickening discomfort she felt when that feeling of rejection enveloped her whenever her soul rejected others. However, Bai Zemin shook his head and said calmly, we'd better leave it as it is. Although I have yet to check if I can share my records with you and Bingzu, both of you are clearly not in optimal condition. Let's forget all this soul affinity stuff for now, and rather focus on absorbing as much soul power of the highest quality as possible to become more powerful. I think we may be getting too far ahead of ourselves by trying to experiment with our souls. I'm afraid if something goes wrong, there could be major problems that no one wants to see. I see. Chen He nodded after thinking about it for a moment and was secretly surprised to feel relieved. Was he scared of the possible outcome? Of course he was afraid. What if Bai Zemin and Shang Yuan Bingzu managed to unite part of their souls while holding hands? Chen He was not willing to see such a thing happening. Even if he had decided to think that the theory put forward by Bai Zemin was fruitless and riddled with defects, unconsciously, he did not want his childhood crush to succeed in doing with another man what he could not do with her. Therefore, when he heard that Bai Zemin did not want to continue the matter temporarily, Chen He felt a little relieved even though he really wanted to see the final outcome. Without saying anything else, he quietly walked away. On the other hand, Shang Yuan Bingzu pursed her pink lips a little at Bai Zemin's words. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with a glint of deception, however. She did not say anything about it as she was fully aware that what he had just said was completely valid and rational. It was just that Shang Yuan Bingzu really wanted to know what the outcome would be when Bai Zemin's soul tried to embrace hers or vice versa. Oddly enough, she was really looking forward to that moment. The beautiful ice princess was a bit surprised to realize that she felt as if she were a little girl anxiously waiting for the Christmas present under the little tree. In fact, even though mostly Shang Yuan Bingzu's expression did not change too much, Wu Yijin noticed the clear deception in her eyes. However, Wu Yijin did not think too much of what she saw, and Shang Yuan Bingzu did not think too much of what she felt either. Therefore, despite and regardless of how complicated both women might feel about what had just happened or what did not happen, none of them mentioned the matter of soul affinity. At least not regarding the experiments, as Shang Yuan Bingzu couldn't get something out of her head. "Hey, Bai Zemin," she said as she watched him set everything up to start working. He looked at her with questioning eyes. "About Lily Butt," Shang Yuan Bingzu asked calmly and neutrally indifferent as always. "You really were able to share your records with her even though she's just a normal human?" "Ah, that?" Bai Zemin's eyes flashed as if he understood something and nodded calmly. "In fact, when I shared my records with her, her soul didn't feel the slightest rejection towards mine, and my soul seemed to feel very comfortable with hers. That was precisely why I mistakenly assumed that everyone could share their records with different existences, since when I did it with Lily in the past, I never felt any kind of anomaly. Only now I know that nothing is as simple as I thought. Perhaps this theory of mine is wrong after all." "I see." Shang Yuan Bingzu nodded after a moment of silence. When she looked to the side, she was surprised to see Wu Yijin staring at her. Although Wu Yijin felt it was somewhat strange for Shang Yuan Bingzu to ask such a question, she soon seemed to realize that her friend was doing this for her. After all, it was no secret that she was in love with Bai Zemin. Wu Yijin thought it was most likely that her good sister was trying to ask the question in her place, and thus prevent Wu Yijin herself from being embarrassed or ashamed by asking such a question. After all, the meaning of that question would change if it was Wu Yijin who asked it because of her feelings. Therefore, after thinking about this, Wu Yijin gave Shang Yuan Bingzu a look of thanks. However, Shang Yuan Bingzu was extremely confused in her heart as she noticed Wu Yijin's look of thanks. Why was she silently thanking her? Shang Yuan Bingzu was dumbfounded about it. Just as the three people inside Bai Zemin's workshop were silently recapping what had happened, hurried footsteps from outside caused the guard of the three to rise unconsciously. Even if this was a forbidden area for most, nothing was 100% safe. "Bai Zemin, are you inside?" A sweet voice sounded from outside. Wu Yijin and Shang Yuan Bingzu immediately recognized Kai Jingyi's voice. However, both women noticed the close manner in which she referred to him, shocking them. After all, this was the first time both women were present to hear Kai Jingyi calling him by name and not leader or king. The two girls looked at each other silently, noticing the peculiar glint in each other's eyes. They silently grasped that apparently Kai Jingyi and Bai Zemin were closer than they really seemed. At least, they were close enough that she could completely ignore the power scale and address him by his full name. "Come in," Bai Zemin replied calmly. Kai Jingyi wore leather armor that hugged her petite body perfectly, giving her figure the grace and seduction that belonged to her by nature, but that normal clothing could not do justice to. She looked truly beautiful, and the small but distinct curves of her silhouette gave her a charm that, from a certain point of view, was even higher than that of a woman with an explosive body like Nangong Lingxin. However, her beautiful face, enhanced by evolution, was tinged with anxiety as she stepped into the workshop. It was obvious that she did not bring particularly good news. Backslash, 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 backslash. Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3. Chapter 393. Not knowing the immensity of the heavens and the earth. A small sound of surprise escaped out of Kai Jingyi's mouth involuntarily as she stepped into the workshop after opening the door and noticing that apart of Bai Zemin, there were two other people present on the scene. She had crossed paths with Chen He on the way here, so she incorrectly assumed that Bai Zemin was probably alone now. Therefore, she didn't think too much when she called out his name earlier. Although Bai Zemin trusted Kai Jingyi 99.9%, because according to the skill attached to his title lower leader, assured him that she would never betray him due to the title loyal follower he bestowed to her, after sharing a tiny part of his soul with her and Kang Lan in reality, they only acted close and without too much inhibition when they were in private. Therefore, both Kai Jingyi herself and Kang Lan usually referred to Bai Zemin in a respectful manner in front of other people. It was also precisely because of this that Shang Yuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin were surprised when Kai Jingyi called by his name before, and apparently very naturally. This would be nothing strange in the past, as China was a country where people referred to another person by their full name as a sign of respect. However, now that a society based on noble ranks had been established within the newly named Transcendent faction, for a subordinate to call the higher leader by his full name could be seen as disrespectful. Kaijingi, is something wrong? Bai Zemin asked calmly despite seeing the slightly nervous and worried attitude of the beautiful girl who had just walked into his workshop. As for the matter of Kai Jingyi calling him by name, Bai Zemin didn't think too much about it. To him, such things were insignificant regardless of the difference in position within the faction. From Bai Zemin's real point of view, they were both comrades on the battlefield and comrades who had each other's backs. Kai Jingyi firstly bowed slightly to Shangyuan Bingzu, as Kai Jingyi herself was a noble level 2, while Shangyuan Bingzu was a noble level 1. Shangyuan Bingzu simply waved her hand gently and shook her head to indicate that there was no need to do such a thing in this situation. Then Kai Jingyi nodded with a smile towards Wu Yijun, with whom she shared a title of the same level. Finally, she looked at Bai Zemin and bowed deeply before speaking. A few moments ago, an envoy arrived from the Baekwin camp. He claims to be the nephew of the mayor of Baekwin Subdistrict and demands the surrender of our group as well as handing over all armed forces. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes flashed weirdly when she heard this, and Wu Yijun couldn't help but shake her head while secretly forcing a wry smile. What a coincidence, Bai Zemin said with a grimace of disdain on his face. Turns out I was planning to attack them soon, but apparently they might have the same plan. That's good too. He looked at Wu Yijun and asked, could you cool this metal? Apparently, I won't be able to get to work right away, and in the process, I'll be able to see what your new skill is capable of. Leave it to me. Wu Yijun nodded with a serious expression and immediately activated her skill hydrokinesis. Seeing the water floating before him, Bai Zemin didn't feel that it was too surprising. Even if she could levitate water, the temperature of the lapiodite fragment caused a large tub of water to evaporate in a matter of seconds. What could 500 milliliters of water do then? As if sensing Bai Zemin's doubts, Wu Yijun smiled slightly and explained in a calm manner. My skill hydrokinesis is a first-order level 4 skill from the moment I received the skill scroll after defeating a first-order black-scaled fish. While this skill does not allow me to manipulate the water element at will, as I currently cannot form solid objects and can only give simple shapes like spheres, and while this skill does not allow me to make water out of thin air like Bingzu's skill, it could be said that hydrokinesis is a skill that is somewhere in the middle ground between manipulation and maker. Everyone inside the workshop felt as at the same time Wu Yijun's words came out of her mouth, the temperature fell slightly, and a light mist of beautiful sapphire color surrounded the water ball. Hydrokinesis allows me to control the temperature of the water to some extent, and also allows me to control the movements of the aquatic flow without spending any mana at all. However, the focus requirement needed to control this skill is quite high, and to top it off, it consumes fixed mana points for every certain amount of time while the skill is active. Wu Yijun calmly explained as she made the ball of water at low temperatures envelop the lapiodite fragment. Before the eyes of Bai Zemin and the other two ladies, the burning lapiodite fragment caused steam to rise towards the ceiling, while the water Wu Yijun controlled seemed to be on the losing side. However, she seemed to send out a large sum of mana all at the same time, as the temperature of the water plummeted even more to the point where it almost became completely frozen. The speed at which the water evaporated dropped tremendously, and the red color of the metal slowly began to recede as the natural color gradually returned to normal. The more mana I use, the greater the effect shown by the skill hydrokinesis, Wu Yijun said with a slightly pale face. That's why I wanted to wait until my mana reserves were more prominent, so I could do something more noteworthy. I think this is already noteworthy enough, Shangyuan Bingzu remarked as she looked at her best friend with a proud expression similar to that of an older sister proud of her little sister. Indeed, Bai Zemin nodded and reminded, I believe that when your plant empowerment skill and your hydrokinesis skill evolve to higher stages, the effect and synergy between these two skills will surely not disappoint anyone. If at some point Wu Yijun acquired the skill of making plants or growing plants, if at some point her hydrokinesis skill acquired the ability to make plants or crops grow faster, Wu Yijun would undoubtedly become an extremely terrifying existence as long as she was in favorable territory. Wu Yijun's eyes closed and her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape as she smiled sweetly. The small dimples that formed on her cheeks as she smiled made her cuteness and sweetness shoot skyward at rocket speed. She really is like a little succubus, Bai Zemin secretly thought as he saw the innocent expression on her beautiful face, creating a great contrast as far as her curvy body was concerned. In terms of face and body, Wu Yijun was the one who most resembled Lilith when it came to innocent yet seductive charm. After the lapyadite fragment cooled down, Bai Zemin simply left it on the work table as he was going to continue working when he solved the immediate important matter. "Little friend, come back home." Bai Zemin squatted in front of the forging furnace and stretched out his hands towards the blue flame. Shangyuan Bingzu had been curious regarding the strange deep blue flame, so now that Bai Zemin seemed to finally make his move, she felt that she could satisfy that curiosity of hers. "Bai Zemin, that flame is a treasure." "That's right," he said as with a swift and fluid motion, the flame shrank to the size of a fist and struck his chest, disappearing beyond his sleeping clothes in an instant. Kai Jingyi and Wu Yijun looked at each other in shock, while Shangyuan Bingzu's sky-colored eyes widened slightly as she witnessed such a strange act. For an instant, the three ladies had thought that the flame was going to attack, but instead of hurting Bai Zemin, it simply disappeared as if it had integrated with his body itself, or simply vanished into nothingness. When Bai Zemin stood up and noticed the surprised looks the three ladies were giving him, he calmly explained, "That blue-colored flame is actually an epic-grade treasure that I obtained after opening the single green treasure orb that I acquired after slaying 4 of the 5 leaders of the goblin army that attacked the North Camp back then." The eyes of the three ladies flashed with understanding when they heard this, and Shangyuan Bingzu nodded as she said, "But why are you talking to the fire?" Her voice was somewhat awkward, as was the way she was looking at him, but this was understandable considering that no matter how many crazy things were going on in the world, the fire was still just fire in everyone's eyes. Regardless of whether that fire was a treasure, Shangyuan Bingzu felt that it should just be a more powerful fire than a normal one, but that was all. Bai Zemin chuckled and shook his head lightly. "This treasure is called Endless Blue Lotus Flame, and while it is now an epic-grade treasure, in the past it was a god-grade treasure. Or at least that's what the records engraved on the flame say. I don't know what a god-grade treasure is, and not if it is the highest level of treasures, but I assume it must be pretty high on the chart, and thus the endless blue lotus flame has its own will and conscience. It's just that after falling from god-grade treasure to epic-grade treasure, the endless blue lotus flame's conscience went into a state lower than semi-conscious. But even then, the flame still seems to understand my words after identifying me as its master." "I see, that makes sense." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded in surprise, as did the other 2 girls beside her. "But who would have thought that you would obtain such a valuable treasure? Now it will be much easier for you to forge, and you will be able to launch more powerful attacks, right?" Bai Zemin simply smiled slightly without commenting too much about it. To be honest, even he had no idea how powerful his fire-type attacks would be if he used the endless blue lotus flame's power when casting them. "This," Kai Jingyi interrupted, "about the nephew of the Baekwon Subdistrict's mayor. You girls go to the meeting hall first. I'll go put on something more appropriate." Bai Zemin looked at his clothes and sighed. "Even if the other party is just an ant, it won't look good for me to show up there wearing pajamas. After all, you have an image to take care of." Wu Yijun smiled teasingly as she looked at him. /////. In the meeting hall, where the functioning of the 3 legions of the Transcendent faction, as well as the delivery of noble titles had been set up before, 3 people were in the company of Bai Zemin's head maid, who was there to serve them tea or deliver snacks if requested. 2 of the 3 men were standing behind a frivolous-looking young man, whose eyes kept glancing at Qin Ming's curvy body. "Damn it, these bandits dare to leave me waiting here and treat me as they please. Who do they think they are?" The young man did not try to hide his voice at all. When Qin Ming heard the arrogant tone and scornful words of the young man of about 25 sitting on the couch, no more than 5 meters away, her face trembled imperceptibly. In her heart, she scoffed at this person who clearly did not know the immeasurability of the heavens and the earth. It was this type of person that the young supreme leader of the faction hated the most and tolerated the least. If Bai Zemin did not appear, then all might be well. However, if Bai Zemin really did come, Qin Ming could only secretly shake her head as her lips curved upward slightly. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 394, Being Arrogant but Not Having the Strength to Back It Up. When the young man sitting on the couch noticed the small smile on Qin Ming's pretty face, he immediately felt heated. His name was Bai Jian, and he was the nephew of Bai Yang, the mayor of Baequan Subdistrict. Bai Jian's mother was Bai Yang's younger sister, and from a very young age, he was always loved by everyone in his family. He was always a respectful child who got good grades in school and never used his family's power to oppress anyone. However, this changed when at the age of 15 Bai Zemin was rejected by the girl of his dreams. In the Baekwon subdistrict, the mayor's authority was basically supreme and was only below the true ruler of the entire Yanking district. Being one of the 4 highest authorities in Yanking district, along with 2 other mayors of large subdistricts as well as the general ruler of the district, Bai Yang's family naturally enjoyed a great number of benefits, and the power in their hands was not small. It was just that Bai Zemin was not fully aware of this until, after being rejected, and in a fit of anger and sadness, he decided to order several people to kidnap this girl. After getting away with the girl's body, frightened by what he had just done, Bai Zemin killed the girl and ordered to bury her corpse. However, he was a young man inexperienced in the world, so he and his henchmen left a series of tracks that made the police get to the bottom of the matter, finding him as the culprit. It was then that Bai Zemin discovered that his family had the power to protect him from the wind and rain. This was because, despite what he had done, no one came to arrest him, and the girl's family said nothing, moving to another part of the country after receiving a large sum of money. From then on, Bai Zemin's respectful character practically disappeared completely, and as if he started to relieve himself with all the women in the world due to his broken heart, he started to use his family's power to do whatever he wanted to do. How many women were affected because of Bai Zemin? He no longer knew the number, but probably more than a dozen. This number increased enormously as the world changed, and due to the brilliance of his uncle Bai Yang, who mobilized the police forces of about half of the sub-district to establish a firm base in the midst of all this chaos. With so much power backing him up in a world where the powerful make the rules, Bai Zemin felt like he was the king of the world and basically did whatever he wanted whenever he wanted. As Bai Zemin became more and more impatient and seemed to be minutes away from attacking Qin Ming without caring at all that it was the enemy's base, the large wooden door opened wide. Attracted by the sound, Bai Zemin turned his gaze toward the fountain, expecting to see the beautiful petite woman who had welcomed him several minutes ago. "It's about time." His words caught in his throat when he saw the most outstanding group of women he had ever seen in his 25 years of life. Shangyuan Bingzhu in her demure but perfectly beautiful white dress, which matched her flawless skin as smooth as that of a newborn baby, made an appearance as her impossible-to-hide curves swayed tantalizingly with every step she took. Her cool gaze and slightly raised head were signs of a proud and arrogant woman, capable of awakening both lust and desire for conquest in men. Wu Yijin wore a spring pink dress. Her dark eyes seemed to sparkle playfully as she curiously looked at her surroundings. The curves of her body were clearly more striking than any of the 3 women who had just walked into the room due to her smaller stature, and her baby face giving her the appearance of a baby-faced beauty with big breasts. Unlike the 2 aforementioned women, Kai Jingyi was wearing her leather armor, as due to her assassin evolution path her clothes were extremely comfortable. Her petite body coupled with her seemingly sinless smile created an extremely tempting image for men with particular tastes. In short, all 3 were undoubtedly beauties, even more so after constantly evolving in the wake of soul purification and empowerment, which as a side effect improved physical appearance. "Beauties, great beauties," Bai Zemin swallowed as he muttered. His eyes could not leave Wu Yijin's body and Shangyuan Bingzhu's immortal fairy-like face. These 2 women were undoubtedly the greatest beauties he had ever seen in his entire life. Bai Zemin was cursing himself for not coming on the previous occasions, or otherwise, these 2 beauties might already be in his arms. However, now that I'm here, hey, he secretly chuckled as his lips curved upwards and he crossed one leg over the other, leaning back on the couch with an arrogant and confident look. Wu Yijin's eyebrows immediately furrowed as she felt the practically naked lust with which the young man on the couch was looking at her. If it was in the past, then she might not mind since she was used to it. However, for some reason, she was not at all comfortable with that kind of eyes anymore. She wanted only a man to give her that kind of look. Kai Jingyi did not have any reaction at all. She really didn't particularly care about the way men looked at her. From her point of view, eyes didn't hurt, but hands did. If any man thought he could extend his pig's feet towards her, then her dagger would probably end up stuck in the pig's throat. Shangyuan Bingzhu felt the gaze of the young man sitting on the couch, and her blue eyes glittered chillingly. If it was in the past, she would have had to bear such impudent glares. However, with the way things were in today's world, even if she froze the offender to death, no one would say anything. much less considering her position within Bai Zemin's faction, where she was above thousands and only below one. However, Bai Zemin, who was now dressed in casual clothes, gently taped on her arm as if telling her to hold on for now. Therefore, she reluctantly endured. However, her eyes were like daggers, as the moment she sat up she looked at the person who seemed to be completely unaware of the danger in which he was. Bai Zemin sat up and surveyed the two men standing behind the young man. One of the men was wearing a black suit. He was tall, about 62 in height. He had a shaved head and looked quite fierce with his powerful jaw. Furthermore, the aura exuding from his body made it clear that he was a first-order soul evolver whose level definitely could not be underestimated. The second man was less striking, slender and of normal physical build. His eyes were slightly sunken inward, and his small nose slightly upturned. Although Bai Zemin generally did not judge people by their physical appearance, this soul evolver, whose power was also within the rank of the First Order, was quite ugly even after evolving so much. He looked quite a bit like a rat now, so one could try to imagine how ugly he was before becoming a First Order existence. "So, you are the rumored leader of this bandit faction?" Bai Jian asked as he looked at Bai Zemin arrogantly. Of course, Bai Zemin didn't look at him yet, and as he observed the two men he noticed that they both looked quite relaxed as they looked at Kai Jingyi and Wu Yijun. These two men probably felt that the soul power of the two women was lower than theirs due to the natural aura of their bodies, so they were not too worried. As for Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin, the two of them looked at Shangyuan Bingzu several times because of her beauty, but they did not seem worried. This was because Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu's soul power was so far above both of them that none of the two noticed anything, which made them mistakenly think that both of them were just normal humans. After getting a rough idea of the other side's strength, Bai Zemin finally looked at the young man whose face was getting uglier and uglier after being rudely ignored. "So, who were you again?" he asked with a faint smile as the arrogance in his gaze grew to the point of completely disdaining the other side. Kai Jingyi couldn't help but chuckle as the other two women who were sitting on the long leather couch looked indifferent. Even Qin Ming, Bai Zemin's head maid, had a slightly arrogant look on her face as she looked at Bai Jian. Since her master was someone powerful, she, as his employee, also deserved some respect. Just like the saying, before you hit the dog you must first look at the owner's face. No one could touch Qin Ming casually unless they were willing to suffer the rage of Bai Zemin. Bai Jian's face became serious as he straightened his posture and then leaned forward slightly. As he stared Bai Zemin in the eyes, he said in a deep voice, "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that if you don't hand over your power to me right now so that I can hand it over later to the higher-ups of the Baekwin camp, your fate will be no different from that of a dying dog." Bai Zemin shook his head when he saw the attitude of this person in front of him. Although Bai Jian was older than Bai Zemin, Bai Jian's character was like that of an immature child. He, like all of Bai Zemin's enemies to date, could not see the immensity before his eyes, and as a result would suffer a miserable fate. "I do not like your arrogance, nor do I like your words. Let me tell you what I will do with you," Bai Zemin said as he leaned forward and looked at Bai Jian with a faint smile. "I will break your legs, your hands, then hand you over to my advanced troops to see with your own eyes how the Baekwin camp you rely so much on collapses like a card castle in the middle of a storm. Then I'll take you in front of your uncle and your good-for-nothing mother and let them decide if they'd rather keep you alive or die in your place. How's that? Doesn't sound bad, does it?" Bai Jian looked confused at first. However, after his brain processed what he had just heard, he began to laugh out loud as if he had gone mad. "Ha ha ha ha, you want to destroy my uncle's Baekwin camp? Laughable," Bai Jian managed to say in between his wild laughter. "Leaving aside Commander Jin Shun's over 10 war tanks and professional military troops, my uncle has over 5,000 armed men and nearly 300 soul evolvers. You, a small warlord leading less than 10,000 survivors, surely don't even count 5,000 armed men, let alone hundreds of soul evolvers. You will be crushed in an instant." "Dumbass," Shangyuan Bingzu could not help but say such word. Why did men have to be so stupid? She couldn't help but look at Bai Zemin secretly as the thought that he really was different from most took root more and more in her. Bai Jian had basically exposed the Baekwin camp's government forces and part of the military forces due to his arrogance. As if that wasn't enough, he had also made it clear that despite having more than twice as many survivors in their base, the number of soul evolvers from the Transcendent faction was greater, or at least not less at all. Bai Zemin and the rest felt that they were on the right track by prioritizing empowering humans instead of relying on firearms. ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 395, Imminent War. Heavy weapons were very useful in the present day. It could be said that the one who controlled the largest amount of heavy weapons was the king. After all, the power of heavy machine guns had the ability to pierce the defenses of first-order creatures as long as the soldier managed to hit the enemy correctly. Taking into account that first-order creatures could still be considered as rarities, and at least 80% of the soul evolvers should still be somewhere in the unclassified rank, the power of heavy firearms was indisputable. Not to mention the kings of the land, the mighty and almost unbeatable war tanks. Just the IFV M3 possessed enough power to break the defenses of a second-order creature that did not specialize in defense. One could imagine then what the mighty war tanks could do. Probably even defense-focused second-order beasts would suffer under the cannons of these ferocious metal beasts that for years were mankind's most powerful mobile land weapon. The fact that the Bakwin camp had around 10 battle tanks, as Bai Zemin had just revealed in a fit of anger expressed through his wild laughter, slightly surprised Bai Zemin and the girls. After all, considering the current stage of the apocalypse, the Bakwin camp possessed enough capacity to resist the attack of second-order beasts without major problems as long as it was not an agility-type beast, and they had enough ammunition. In fact, as long as they had enough ammunition to replenish their weapons, the Bakwin camp could defend against enemy attacks for at least a year considering the speed at which the beasts and zombies evolved at, unless they were unlucky enough to attract more than one second-order existence. However, Bai Zemin and leaders like Shangyuan Bingzhu, Wu Yijun, Chen He, and others had decided to focus primarily on developing soul evolvers instead of focusing on developing or searching for too many firearms. Basically, while the Bakwin camp relied on the firepower created by mankind in the past, the transcendent faction established by Bai Zemin's group decided to rely more on the power of evolved humans through continuous strengthening by absorbing the soul power of other living beings. At first, Bai Zemin had planned to let Chen He take care of this little problem. After all, he didn't have to do everything. However, suddenly the desire to know whether his Blood Spear Legion composed of over 700 soul evolvers or the several thousand men armed with modern and ancient weaponry of the Bakwin camp were more powerful. Therefore, he decided to stop wasting his time talking to insignificant beings. Evangeline killed those two first. Before everyone could even react, the space inside the hall shuddered for a moment, and in the next instant, a silhouette appeared behind the two men standing right behind Bai Zemin and were serving as bodyguards. The two men were first-order existences whose levels were between 30 and 35. They could be considered as elites among humanity, and the fact that they reached that level and stage in just under 2 months was a commendable feat, even if everyone's growth had accelerated due to the rapid growth of the world. The first instant Evangeline appeared behind them, both men immediately felt the change in the atmosphere as a huge killing intent weighed down on them. However, before they could even activate their skills, Evangeline's death's kiss dagger seemed to turn into a bright flash. Swoosh swoosh. The movements of the two soul evolvers who had probably been sent by the former mayor of the Bakwin subdistrict stalled, and their eyes widened. A moment later, a thin red line appeared on the tall man's throat. The black-suited soul evolver put both hands on his throat as he took several steps back. However, this did not stop at all the blood from slipping through his fingers. On the other hand, the smaller rat-like man felt a stabbing pain in his chest, and when he clutched at the heart area, the blood also began to gush out. It didn't take long for the two men to collapse on the floor, in their own pools of blood that slowly grew larger and larger. The smell of iron soon permeated the previously clean room, and the silence prevailed as even the sound of insects seemed to stop. The face of Bai Zemin turned as pale as a sheet when he turned back to look behind him, and saw an incredibly beautiful foreign-looking woman, gazing at him with the coldest eyes he had ever seen in his entire life. For the first time, Bai Zemin felt death looming over him. Do you have any idea what you have done? He finally woke up and looked at Bai Zemin. His face was still pale, and his courage seemed to have flown out the window as even his tone of voice no longer had that arrogance and superiority from before. I see that you are no longer as wild as you were a moment ago. Bai Zemin still had the same faint smile on his face, not worried at all even though with mere words he had taken the lives of two humans as if he was killing pigs instead of beings of his own kind. I don't like it when someone shows me disrespect. he said as he stood up and closed the distance between him and Bai Zemin coolly. I also don't like it when a brat like you, who has no idea about how hard life is, threatens me. His hand moved at lightning speed, and no one saw his movements with clarity. All they heard was the sound of bones cracking into what seemed like hundreds of small pieces, followed by the boar-like cry of a pig being slaughtered from Bai Zemin. The pampered young man of the Bai government family fell off the couch as his limbs were crushed beyond all recognition. He writhed on the floor and his back arched at different angles as his arms looked like old rags flying everywhere. Standing in the corner, Qin Ming's face was indifferent as she watched all this in silence. Her heart was not disturbed at all despite the bloody scene before her in which 2 lives were lost and the limbs of a third were crushed to dust. In the past, Qin Ming had suffered from Lei Su's physical abuse and had seen the atrocious things that the 4 previous leaders of the main base where Bai Zemin's forces were centered carried out. Although it had only been about a week of abuse, that single week made Qin Ming understand through beatings and torture that this new world was no different from a jungle where countless lions would fight to lead. Since Bai Zemin was only a lamb and had challenged the fierce lion that Bai Zemin was, his fate was destined to be miserable. This was a certain fact that Qin Ming knew from before it happened. From the moment Bai Zemin stepped into the hall while looking at everyone with disdain, Qin Ming was 100% certain that that young man would definitely not go back out the door he came in through using his legs. Do you want me to kill this man too? Evangeline asked calmly as she looked at Bai Zemin in the same way a leopard would look at an ant. Nah. Bai Zemin shook his head and said with a faint smile, I promised to let him live so that he could see with his own eyes how his fantasy world self-built by his childish mentality protected by his family collapses with a single blow. Evangeline shrugged and said no more on the matter. As far as she was concerned, killing 2 or killing 3 made no difference. Why didn't you try to make those 2 men submit? Shangyu and Bingzu stood up, and while looking at the corpses of the 2 soul evolvers, these 2 were definitely elites and could enter the 10 strongest even in our faction. Wu Yijin also had the same doubt, so she looked at Bai Zemin. Her beautiful face that would previously pale at such sights remained impassive. Although she had not killed any humans so far, she had seen enough death that the loss of a few lives would either shock her or shake her core. Those 2 definitely wouldn't have submitted. Kai Jingyi replied in Bai Zemin's place. She looked at him with a faint smile and asked back, Isn't that right, leader? Yes. Bai Zemin nodded and looked at everyone seriously before saying in a deep voice, This always happens in novels after all. The bodyguards of the young master who thinks he's invincible always attack the protagonist's group by shouting some arrogant words regardless of whether the protagonist suggests letting them go alive. Everyone was silent as Bai Zemin fainted on the spot, with white foam coming out of his mouth. The corner of Kai Jingyi's mouth twitched a couple of times when she heard this. However, she simply nodded and said in a low voice, Yeah, that's right. ////. After locking Bai Zemin in a vehicle prepared specifically for capturing wild beasts and studying them, Bai Zemin immediately began to give a series of commands. The first thing he did was to communicate to Chen He that the Blood Whip Legion did not need to move, and when the talented archer asked dumbfounded why such a sudden change of heart, Bai Zemin simply said that the Blood Spear Legion would be moving to carry out the task that had previously been entrusted to him. While the Transcendent Faction's logistics team worked to prepare the necessary quantity of supplies, so that the assault team that would be heading to the front lines would have a trip devoid of food needs, 600 soul evolvers were kept on standby inside the military barracks until the order to mobilize was received. Several soldiers prepared the vehicles, while the mechanics team made sure that everything was in order. The citizens of the Transcendent Faction easily noticed the smell of gunpowder floating in the air. Seeing the modified vehicles constantly coming and going as well as the serious and even excited expression on the faces of the soldiers patrolling the streets, it didn't take a particularly smart person to know that something big was going to happen soon. While all this was going on, an off-road motorcycle shot off into the distance through the gate in a southerly direction. Approximately 20 hours later, and under the care of Bai Zemin, almost all preparations were completed. Now it only remained to wait one more day until Fu Zufeng returned, and then the first large-scale war between soul evolvers and modern weaponry would be carried out. Several soldiers riding bikes rode through the streets of the Transcendent Faction, and under the eyes of hundreds and thousands of citizens, they shouted from different points of the mini-city. His Majesty Bai Zemin has personally given the decree to move in a southerly direction. Our objective this time will be to control the forces of the Baekwin camp and take over their resources, with His Majesty himself leading the attack. All those who have family in that area, do not lose hope. Once His Majesty reigns supreme, the living will one day meet again without a doubt. Many super survivors who only longed to live in peace and feared defeat were frightened when they heard the announcement of the impending war. However, despite being in the minority, there were many others who cheered loudly and shouted out loud the name of Bai Zemin while crying tears of joy when they heard that at least they would have a chance to, perhaps, see their loved ones again. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Thank you very much to everyone who voted for Blood Warlock with golden tickets. 3.